Les Miserables. Victor Hugo. Part 31. Slang. Chapter 1. Origin. Pigrisha is a terrible word. It engenders a whole world, la pègre, for which read theft, and a hell, la pègrenne, for which read hunger. Thus, idleness is the mother, she has a son, theft, and a daughter, hunger. Where are we at this moment? In the land of slang. What is slang? It is at one and the same time, a nation and a dialect. It is theft in its two kinds, people and language. When, 34 years ago, the narrator of this grave and somber history introduced into a work written with the same aim as this 39, a thief who talked argot, there arose amazement and clamored. What? How? Argot? Why, argot is horrible. It is the language of prisons, gullies, convicts, of everything that is most abominable in society. Etc., etc. We have never understood this sort of objections. Since that time, two powerful romancers, one of whom is a profound observer of the human heart, the other an intrepid friend of the people, Balzac and Eugene Sue, having represented their ruffians as talking their natural language, as the author of The Last Day of a Condemned Man did in 1828, the same objections have been raised. People repeated, what do authors mean by that revolting dialect? Slang is odious. Slang makes one shudder. Who denies that? Of course it does. When it is a question of probing a wound, a gulf, a society, since when has it been considered wrong to go too far? To go to the bottom? We have always thought that it was sometimes a courageous act, and, at least, a simple and useful deed, worthy of the sympathetic attention which duty accepted and fulfilled merits. Why should one not explore everything, and study everything? Why should one halt on the way? The halt is a matter depending on the sounding line, and not on the leadsman. Certainly, too, it is neither an attractive nor an easy task to undertake an investigation into the lowest depths of the social order, where terra firma comes to an end and where mud begins, to rummage in those vague, murky waves, to follow up, to seize and to fling, still quivering, upon the pavement that abject dialect which is dripping with filth when thus brought to the light, that pustulous vocabulary each word of which seems an unclean ring from a monster of the mire and the shadows. Nothing is more lugubrious than the contemplation thus in its nudity, in the broad light of thought, of the horrible swarming of slang. It seems, in fact, to be a sort of horrible beast made for the night which has just been torn from its cesspool. One thinks one beholds a frightful, living, and bristling thicket which quivers, rustles, wavers, returns to shadow, threatens and glares. One word resembles a claw, another an extinguished and bleeding eye, such and such a phrase seems to move like the claw of a crab. All this is alive with the hideous vitality of things which have been organized out of disorganization. Now, when has horror ever excluded study? Since when has malady banished medicine? Can one imagine a naturalist refusing to study the viper, the bat, the scorpion, the centipede, the tarantula, and one who would cast them back into their darkness, saying, oh, how ugly that is? The thinker who should turn aside from slang would resemble a surgeon who should avert his face from an ulcer or a wart. He would be like a philologist refusing to examine a fact in language, a philosopher hesitating to scrutinize a fact in humanity. For, it must be stated to those who are ignorant of the case, that argot is both a literary phenomenon and a social result. What is slang, properly speaking? It is the language of wretchedness. We may be stopped, the fact may be put to us in general terms, which is one way of attenuating it. We may be told, that all trades, professions, it may be added, all the accidents of the social hierarchy and all forms of intelligence, have their own slang. The merchant who says, Montpellier not active, Marseille fine quality, the broker on chains who says, assets at end of current month, the gambler who says, Diers et tout, refit de pique, the sheriff of the Norman Isles who says, the holder in fee reverting to his landed estate cannot claim the fruits of that estate during the hereditary seizure of the real estate by the mortgager, the playwright who says, the piece was hissed, the comedian who says, I've made a hit, the philosopher who says, phenomenal triplicity, the huntsman who says, voilis ialice, voilis I fuant, the phrenologist who says, amativeness, combativeness, secretiveness, the infantry soldier who says, my shooting iron, the cavalryman who says, my turkey cock, the fencing master who says, tierce, quarty, break, the printer who says, my shooting stick and galley, all, printer, fencing master, cavalry dragoon, infantryman, phrenologist, huntsman, philosopher, comedian, playwright, sheriff, gambler, stockbroker, and merchant, speak slang. The painter who says, my grinder, the notary who says, my skip the gutter, the hairdresser who says, my mealie bag, the cobbler who says, My cub talks slang. Strictly speaking, if one absolutely insists on the point, all the different fashions of saying the right and the left, the sailor's port and starboard, the scene shifter's court side, and garden side, the Beadle's gospel side and epistle side, are slang. There is the slang of the affected lady as well as of the precioses. The Hotel Rambouillet nearly adjoins the Cour des Miracles. There is a slang of duchesses. Witness this phrase contained in a love letter from a very great lady and a very pretty woman of the Restoration. You will find in this gossip a multitude of reasons why I should libertize. 40. Diplomatic ciphers are slang. The pontifical chancellery by using 26 for Rome, Grznagzil for dispatch, and Obsxusbnogzu to 11. For the Duda Modna, speaks slang. The physicians of the Middle Ages who, for carrot, radish, and turnip, said O Poponac, Pufuscinum, Reptitilmus, Dracatholicum, Angelorum, Post Magorum, talked slang. The sugar manufacturer who says, loaf, clarified, lumps, bastard, common, burnt, this honest manufacturer talks slang. A certain school of criticism 20 years ago, which used to say, half of the works of Shakespeare consists of plays upon words and puns, talked slang. The poet, and the artist who, with profound understanding, would designate M. de Montmorency as a bourgeois, if he were not a judge of verses and statues, speaks slang. The classic academician who calls flowers flora, fruits, pomona, the sea, Neptune, love, fires, beauty, charms, a horse, a courser, the white or tricolored cockade, the rose of Bellona, the three-cornered hat, Mars triangle, that classical academician talks slang. Algebra, medicine, botany, have each their slang. The tongue which is employed on board ship, that wonderful language of the sea, which is so complete and so picturesque, which was spoken by Jean Bart, Duquesne, Suffren, and Dupère, which mingles with the whistling of the rigging, the sound of the speaking trumpets, the shock of the boarding irons, the roll of the sea, the wind, the gale, the cannon, is wholly a heroic and dazzling slang, which is to the fierce slang of the thieves what the lion is to the jackal. No doubt. But say what we will, this manner of understanding the word slang is an extension which everyone will not admit. For our part, we reserve to the word its ancient and precise, circumscribed and determined significance, and we restrict slang to slang. The veritable slang and the slang that is preeminently slang, if the two words can be coupled thus, the slang immemorial which was a kingdom, is nothing else, we repeat, than the homely, uneasy, crafty, treacherous, venomous, cruel, equivocal, vile, profound, fatal tongue of wretchedness. There exists, at the extremity of all abasement and all misfortunes, a last misery which revolts and makes up its mind to enter into conflict with the whole mass of fortunate facts and reigning rights, a fearful conflict, where, now cunning, now violent, unhealthy and ferocious at one and the same time, it attacks the social order with pinpricks through vice, and with club blows through crime. To meet the needs of this conflict, wretchedness has invented a language of combat, which is slang. To keep afloat and to rescue from oblivion, to hold above the gulf, were it but a fragment of some language which man has spoken and which would, otherwise, be lost, that is to say, one of the elements, good or bad, of which civilization is composed, or by which it is complicated. To extend the records of social observation, is to serve civilization itself. This service Plautus rendered, consciously or unconsciously, by making two Carthaginian soldiers talk Phoenician. That service Molière rendered, by making so many of his characters talk Levantine and all sorts of dialects. Here objections spring up afresh. Phoenician, very good. Levantine, quite right. Even dialect, let that pass. They are tongues which have belonged to nations or provinces, but slang. What is the use of preserving slang? What is the good of assisting slang to survive? To this we reply in one word, only. Assuredly, if the tongue which a nation or a province has spoken is worthy of interest, the language which has been spoken by a misery is still more worthy of attention and study. It is the language which has been spoken, in France, for example, for more than 4 centuries, not only by a misery, but by every possible human misery. And then, we insist upon it, the study of social deformities and infirmities, and the task of pointing them out with a view to remedy, is not a business in which choice is permitted. The historian of manners and ideas has no less austere a mission than the historian of events. The latter has the surface of civilization, the conflicts of crowns, the births of princes, the marriages of kings, battles, assemblages, great public men, revolutions in the daylight, everything on the exterior. The other historian has the interior, the depths, the people who toil, suffer, Wait. The oppressed woman, the agonizing child, the secret war between man and man, obscure ferocities, prejudices, plotted iniquities, the subterranean, the indistinct tremors of multitudes, the die of hunger, the counter-blows of the law, the secret evolution of souls, the go barefoot, the bare-armed, the disinherited, the orphans, the unhappy, and the infamous, all the forms which roam through the darkness. He must descend with his heart full of charity, and severity at the same time, as a brother and as a judge, to those impenetrable casemates where crawl, pell-mell, those who bleed and those who deal the blow, those who weep and those who curse, those who fast and those who devour, those who endure evil and those who inflict it. Have these historians of hearts and souls duties at all inferior to the historians of external facts? Does anyone think that Alieri has any fewer things to say than Machiavelli? Is the underside of civilization any less important than the upper side merely because it is deeper and more somber? Do we really know the mountain well when we are not acquainted with the cavern? Let us say, moreover, parenthetically, that from a few words of what precedes a marked separation might be inferred between the two classes of historians which does not exist in our mind. No one is a good historian of the patent, visible, striking, and public life of peoples, if he is not, at the same time, in a certain measure, the historian of their deep and hidden life, and no one is a good historian of the interior unless he understands how, at need, to be the historian of the exterior also. The history of manners and ideas permeates the history of events, and this is true reciprocally. They constitute two different orders of facts which correspond to each other, which are always interlaced, and which often bring forth results. All the lineaments which Providence traces on the surface of a nation have their parallels, somber but distinct, in their depths, and all convulsions of the depths produce ebullitions on the surface. True history being a mixture of all things, the true historian mingles in everything. Man is not a circle with a single center, he is an ellipse with a double focus. Facts form one of these, and ideas the other. Slang is nothing but a dressing room where the tongue, having some bad action to perform, disguises itself. There it clothes itself in word masks, in metaphor rags. In this guise it becomes horrible. One finds it difficult to recognize. Is it really the French tongue, the great human tongue? Behold it ready to step upon the stage and to retort upon crime, and prepared for all the employments of the repertory of evil. It no longer walks, it hobbles, it limps on the crutch of the court of miracles, a crutch metamorphosable into a club. It is called vagrancy. Every sort of spectre, its dressers, have painted its face. It crawls and rears. The double gait of the reptile. Henceforth, it is apartment at all rolls. It is made suspicious by the counterfeiter, covered with verdigris by the forger, blacked by the soot of the incendiary, and the murderer applies its rouge. When one listens, by the side of honest men, at the portals of society, one overhears the dialogues of those who are on the outside. One distinguishes questions and replies. One perceives, without understanding it, a hideous murmur, sounding almost like human accents, but more nearly resembling a howl than an articulate word. It is slang. The words are misshapen and stamped with an indescribable and fantastic bestiality. One thinks one hears hydras talking. It is unintelligible in the dark. It gnashes and whispers, completing the gloom with mystery. It is black in misfortune, it is blacker still in crime. These two blacknesses amalgamated, compose slang. Obscurity in the atmosphere, obscurity in acts, obscurity in voices. Terrible, toad-like tongue which goes and comes, leaps, crawls, slobbers, and stirs about in monstrous wise in that immense grey fog composed of rain and night, of hunger, of vice, of falsehood, of injustice, of nudity, of suffocation, and of winter, the high noonday of the miserable. Let us have compassion on the chastised. Alas! Who are we ourselves? Who am I who now address you? Who are you who are listening to me? And are you very sure that we have done nothing before we were born? The earth is not devoid of resemblance to a jail. Who knows whether man is not a recaptured offender against divine justice? Look closely at life. It is so made, that everywhere we feel the sense of punishment. Are you what is called a happy man? Well, you are sad every day. Each day has its own great grief or its little care. Yesterday you were trembling for a health that is dear to you, today you fear for your own, tomorrow it will be anxiety about money, the day after tomorrow the diatribe of a slanderer, the day after that, the misfortune of some friend, then the prevailing weather, then something that has been broken or lost, then a pleasure with which your conscience and your vertebral column reproach you, again, the course of public affairs. This without reckoning in the pains of the heart. And so it goes on. One cloud is dispelled, another forms. There is hardly one day out of 100 which is wholly joyous and sunny. And you belong to that small class who are happy. As for the rest of mankind, stagnating night rests upon them. Thoughtful minds make but little use of the phrase, the fortunate and the unfortunate. In this world, evidently the vestibule of another, there are no fortunate. The real human division is this, the luminous and the shady. To diminish the number of the shady, to augment the number of the luminous, that is the object. That is why we cry, education. Science. To teach reading, means to light the fire. Every syllable spelled out sparkles. However, he who says light does not, necessarily, say joy. People suffer in the light, excess burns. The flame is the enemy of the wing. To burn without ceasing to fly, therein lies the marvel of genius. When you shall have learned to know, and to love, you will still suffer. The day is born in tears. The luminous weep, if only over those in darkness. Chapter 2 Roots. Slang is the tongue of those who sit in darkness. Thought is moved in its most somber depths. Social philosophy is bidden to its most poignant meditations, in the presence of that enigmatic dialect at once so blighted and rebellious. Therein lies chastisement made visible. Every syllable has an air of being marked. The words of the vulgar tongue appear therein wrinkled and shriveled, as it were, beneath the hot iron of the executioner. Some seem to be still smoking. Such and such a phrase produces upon you the effect of the shoulder of a thief branded with the fleur-de-lis, which has suddenly been laid bare. Ideas almost refuse to be expressed in these substantives which are fugitives from justice. Metaphor is sometimes so shameless, that one feels that it has worn the iron neck fetter. Moreover, in spite of all this, and because of all this strange dialect has by rights, its own compartment in that great impartial case of pigeonholes where there is room for the rusty farthing as well as for the gold medal, and which is called literature. Slang, whether the public admit the fact or not, has its syntax and its poetry. It is a language. Yes, by the deformity of certain terms, we recognize the fact that it was chewed by Mandarin, and by the splendor of certain metonymies, we feel that Villant spoke it. That exquisite and celebrated verse, "May I zusent lane ages Dunton?" But where are the snows of years gone by? Is a verse of slang. Antamantianum is a word of Thune's slang, which signified the past year, and by extension, formerly. 35 years ago, at the epoch of the departure of the great chain gang, there could be read in one of the cells at Bicetre, this maxim engraved with a nail on the wall by a king of Thunes condemned to the galleys, laid absdant and trimeant siem pour la pierre du coisera. This means kings in days gone by always went and had themselves anointed. In the opinion of that king, anointment meant the galleys. The word dégarade, which expresses the departure of heavy vehicles at a gallop, is attributed to Villon, and it is worthy of him. This word, which strikes fire with all four of its feet, sums up in a masterly onomatopoeia the whole of La Fontaine's admirable verse: 6 forts chevauxed and cock. 6 stout horses drew a coach. From a purely literary point of view, few studies would prove more curious and fruitful than the study of slang. It is a whole language within a language, a sort of sickly excrescence, an unhealthy graft which has produced a vegetation, a parasite which has its roots in the old Gallic trunk, and whose sinister foliage crawls all over one side of the language. This is what may be called the first, the vulgar aspect of slang. But, for those who study the tongue as it should be studied, that is to say, as geologists study the earth, slang appears like a veritable alluvial deposit. According as one digs a longer or shorter distance into it, one finds in slang, below the old popular French, Provençal, Spanish, Italian, Levantine, that language of the Mediterranean ports, English and German. The Romance language in its 3 varieties, French, Italian, and Romance, Latin, and finally Basque and Celtic. A profound and unique formation. A subterranean edifice erected in common by all the miserable. Each accursed race has deposited its layer, each suffering has dropped its stone there, each heart has contributed its pebble. A throng of evil, base, or irritated souls, who have traversed life and have vanished into eternity, linger there almost entirely visible still beneath the form of some monstrous word. Do you want Spanish? The old Gothic slang abounded in it. Here is boffete, a box on the ear, which is derived from bofton, vantan, window, later on vantan, which comes from vantana, gat, cat, which comes from gato, acite, oil, which comes from usite. Do you want Italian? Here is spade, sword, which comes from spada, carvel, boat, which comes from carovla. Do you want English? Here is bigot, which comes from bishop, rail, spy, which comes from rascal, rascalian, pilk, a case, which comes from pilcher, a sheath. Do you want German? Here is the Keller, the waiter, Kellner, the Hers, the master, Herzog, Duke. Do you want Latin? Here is Frana, to break, Frangier, a Führer, to steal, Fur, Cadin, chain, Katana. There is one word which crops up in every language of the continent, with a sort of mysterious power and authority. It is the word Magnus. The Scotchman makes of it his Mac, which designates the chief of the clan, Macfarlane, Macallumore, the Great Farlane, the Great Callumore 41. Slang turns it into Mech and later Lameg, that is to say, God. Would you like Basque? Here is Gahisto, the devil, which comes from Gaztoa, evil, Sorgaban, good night, which comes from Gabon, good evening. Do you want Celtic? Here is Blavin, a handkerchief, which comes from Blavit, gushing water, menace, a woman, in a bad sense, which comes from Mayonek, full of stones, Barant, brook, from Baranton, fountain, Goff, locksmith, from Goff, blacksmith, Kdus, death, which comes from Gendu, black-white. Finally, would you like history? Slang calls crowns lame altzes, a souvenir of the coin in circulation on the galleys of Malta. In addition to the philological origins just indicated, slang possesses other and still more natural roots, which spring, so to speak, from the mind of man itself. In the first place, the direct creation of words. Therein lies the mystery of tongues. To paint with words, which contains figures one knows not how or why, is the primitive foundation of all human languages, what may be called the granite. Slang abounds in words of this description, immediate words, words created instantaneously no one knows either where or by whom, without etymology, without analogies, without derivatives, solitary, barbarous, sometimes hideous words, which at times possess a singular power of expression and which live. The executioner, la tour, the forest, la sabri, fear, flight, daff. The lackey, la labin, the mineral, the prefect. The minister, pharos, the devil, la rabin. Nothing is stranger than these words which both mask and reveal. Some, la rabin, for example, are at the same time grotesque and terrible, and produce on you the effect of a cyclopean grimace. In the second place, metaphor. The peculiarity of a language which is desirous of saying all yet concealing all is that it is rich in figures. Metaphor is an enigma, wherein the thief who is plotting a stroke, the prisoner who is arranging an escape, take refuge. No idiom is more metaphorical than slang, to viscera cocoa, to unscrew the nut, to twist the neck, tortilla, to wriggle, to eat, eatra jerby, to be tried, a rat, a bread thief, il lansquine, it rains, a striking, ancient figure which partly bears its date about it, which assimilates long oblique lines of rain, with the dense and slanting pikes of the lancers, and which compresses into a single word the popular expression, it rains halberds. Sometimes, in proportion as slang progresses from the first epoch to the second, words pass from the primitive and savage sense to the metaphorical sense. The devil ceases to be la rabin, and becomes la boulana, the baker, who puts the bread into the oven. This is more witty, but less grand, something like Racine after Corneille, like Euripides after Aeschylus. Certain slang phrases which participate in the two epochs and have at once the barbaric character and the metaphorical character resemble phantasmagories. Les sorgueurs vont solliciter des gales à la lune. The prowlers are going to steal horses by night. This passes before the mind like a group of spectres. One knows not what one sees. In the third place, the expedient. Slang lives on the language. It uses it in accordance with its fancy, it dips into it haphazard, and it often confines itself, when occasion arises, to alter it in a gross and summary fashion. Occasionally, with the ordinary words thus deformed and complicated with words of pure slang, picturesque phrases are formed, in which there can be felt the mixture of the two preceding elements, the direct creation and the metaphor. Le cab jaspine, je maran que la roulotte de pantin trime dans le sabri, the dog is barking, I suspect that the diligence for Paris is passing through the woods. La dabist sinve, la de bourgist merle ousier, la fiest bative, the bourgeois is stupid, the bourgeoise is cunning, the daughter is pretty. Generally, to throw listeners off the track, slang confines itself to adding to all the words of the language without distinction, an ignoble tale, a termination in ale, in augu, in neagu, or in uck. Thus, vous augue trouvé bonagus gigot much? Do you think that leg of mutton good? A phrase addressed by Cartouche to a turnkey in order to find out whether the sum offered for his escape suited him. The termination in ma has been added recently. Slang, being the dialect of corruption, quickly becomes corrupted itself. Besides this, as it is always seeking concealment, as soon as it feels that it is understood, it changes its form. Contrary to what happens with every other vegetation, every ray of light which falls upon it kills whatever it touches. Thus slang is in constant process of decomposition and recomposition, an obscure and rapid work which never pauses. It passes over more ground in 10 years than a language in 10 centuries. Thus le latin, bread, becomes le latif, le gale, horse, becomes le gay, la fertinch, straw, becomes la fertit, le momignard, brat, le momok, le fix, duds, frusks, lachik, the church, le grugeoya, le colaba, neck, le colas. The devil is at first, gahisto, then la rabin, then the baker. The priest is a ratigan, then the boar, le sanglia. The dagger is la vinctor. 22, then azurin, then la linga. The police are rails, then rousins, then rouses, then marchands de lacids, dealers in stay laces, then coquas, then cogns. The executioner is la tool, then charlotte, latage, then la biquilade. In the 17th century, to fight was to give each other snuff, in the 19th it is to chew each other's throats. There have been 20 different phrases between these two extremes. Cartouche's talk would have been Hebrew to lace and air. All the words of this language are perpetually engaged in flight like the men who utter them. Still, from time to time, and in consequence of this very movement, the ancient slang crops up again and becomes new once more. It has its headquarters where it maintains its sway. The temple preserved the slang of the 17th century, Bicetra, when it was a prison, preserved the slang of Thunes. There one could hear the termination in anch of the old Thunes. Boyanches to, boys to, do you drink? But perpetual movement remains its law. Nevertheless, if the philosopher succeeds in fixing, for a moment, for purposes of observation, this language which is incessantly evaporating, he falls into doleful and useful meditation. No study is more efficacious and more fecund in instruction. There is not a metaphor, not an analogy, in slang, which does not contain a lesson. Among these men, to beat means to feign, one beats a malady, ruse is their strength, for them. The idea of the man is not separated from the idea of darkness. The night is called lasorgu, man, lorgu. Man is a derivative of the night. They have taken up the practice of considering society in the light of an atmosphere which kills them, of a fatal force, and they speak of their liberty as one would speak of his health. A man under arrest is a sick man, one who is condemned is a dead man. The most terrible thing for the prisoner within the four walls in which he is buried, is a sort of glacial chastity, and he calls the dungeon the castis. In that funereal place, life outside always presents itself under its most smiling aspect. The prisoner has irons on his feet. You think, perhaps, that his thought is that it is with the feet that one walks. No, he is thinking that it is with the feet that one dances. So, when he has succeeded in severing his fetters, his first idea is that now he can dance, and he calls the saw the bastring, public house ball. A name is a center, profound assimilation. The ruffian has two heads, one of which reasons out his actions and leads him all his life long, and the other which he was upon his shoulders on the day of his death. He calls the head which counsels him in crime la Sorbonne, and the head which expiates it la Tronc. When a man has no longer anything but rags upon his body and vices in his heart, when he has arrived at that double moral and material degradation which the word blackguard characterizes in its two acceptations, he is ripe for crime. He is like a well-whetted knife, he has two cutting edges, his distress and his malice. So slang does not say a blackguard, it says unrigs. What are the galleys? A brazier of damnation, a hell. The convict calls himself a fagot. And finally, what name do malefactors give to their prison? The college. A whole penitentiary system can be evolved from that word. Does the reader wish to know where the majority of the songs of the galleys, those refrains called in the special vocabulary l'enfer, have had their birth? Let him listen to what follows: There existed at the Châtelet in Paris a large and long cellar. This cellar was 8 feet below the level of the Seine. It had neither windows nor air holes, its only aperture was the door. Men could enter there, air could not. This vaulted for ceiling a vault of stone, and for floor 10 inches of mud. It was flagged, but the pavement had rotted and cracked under the oozing of the water. 8 feet above the floor, a long and massive beam traversed this subterranean excavation from side to side. From this beam hung, at short distances apart, chains 3 feet long, and at the end of these chains there were rings for the neck. In this vault, men who had been condemned to the galleys were incarcerated until the day of their departure for Toulon. They were thrust under this beam, where each one found his fetters swinging in the darkness and waiting for him. The chains, those pendant arms, and the necklets, those open hands, caught the unhappy wretches by the throat. They were riveted and left there. As the chain was too short, they could not lie down. They remained motionless in that cavern, in that night. Beneath that beam, almost hanging, forced to unheard of efforts to reach their bread jug, or their vault overhead, mud even to mid-leg, filth flowing to their very calves, broken asunder with fatigue, with thighs and knees giving way, clinging fast to the chain with their hands in order to obtain some rest, unable to sleep except when standing erect, and awakened every moment by the strangling of the collar. Some woke no more. In order to eat, they pushed the bread, which was flung to them in the mud, along their leg with their heel until it reached their hand. How long did they remain thus? 1 month, 2 months, 6 months sometimes, one stayed a year. It was the antechamber of the galleys. Men were put there for stealing a hair from the king. In this sepulchre hell, what did they do? What man can do in a sepulchre? They went through the agonies of death, and what can man do in hell? They sang, for song lingers where there is no longer any hope. In the waters of Malta, when a galley was approaching, the song could be heard before the sound of the oars. Poor Sir Vincent, the poacher, who had gone through the prison cellar of the Chatelet, said, "It was the rhymes that kept me up." Uselessness of poetry. What is the good of rhyme? It is in this cellar that nearly all the slang songs had their birth. It is from the dungeon of the Grand Chatelet of Paris that comes the melancholy refrain of the Montgomery galley, Timel Missen. The majority of these, Icicle list la theatre here is the theatre du petit ardent. Of the little archer, Cupid, do what you will, you cannot annihilate that eternal relic in the heart of man, love. In this world of dismal deeds, people keep their secrets. The secret is the thing above all others. The secret, in the eyes of these wretches, is unity which serves as a base of union. To betray a secret is to tear from each member of this fierce community something of his own personality. To inform against, in the energetic slang dialect, is called, to eat the bit. As though the informer drew to himself a little of the substance of all and nourished himself on a bit of each one's flesh, what does it signify to receive a box on the ear? Commonplace metaphor replies, it is to see 36 candles. Here slang intervenes and takes it up, candle, camoufle. Thereupon, the ordinary tongue gives camouflet 42, as the synonym for soufflet. Thus, by a sort of infiltration from below upwards, with the aid of metaphor, that incalculable trajectory slang mounts from the cavern to the academy, and Poulet saying, "I light my camoufle," causes Voltaire to write, "L'Anglevielle labuma deserves 100 camouflets." Researches in slang mean discoveries at every step. Study and investigation of this strange idiom lead to the mysterious point of intersection of regular society with society which is accursed. The thief also has his food for cannon, stealable matter, you, I, whoever passes by, Lepanter. Pan, everybody. Slang is language turned convict. That the thinking principle of man be thrust down ever so low, that it can be dragged and pinioned by obscure tyrannies of fatality, that it can be bound by no one knows what fetters in that abyss, is sufficient to create consternation. Oh, poor thought of miserable wretches, alas! Will no one come to the succor of the human soul in that darkness? Is it her destiny there to await forever the mind, the liberator, the immense rider of Pegasi and hippogriffs, the combatant of heroes of the dawn who shall descend from the azure between two wings, the radiant night of the future? Will she forever summon in vain to her assistance the lance of light of the ideal? Is she condemned to hear the fearful approach of evil through the density of the gulf, and to catch glimpses, nearer and nearer at hand, beneath the hideous water of that dragon's head, that maw streaked with foam, and that writhing undulation of claws, swellings, and rings? Must it remain there, without a gleam of light, without hope, given over to that terrible approach, vaguely scented out by the monster, shuddering, dishevelled, wringing its arms, forever chained to the rock of night, a sombre Andromeda white and naked amid the shadows? Chapter 3 Slang which weeps and slang which laughs. As the reader perceives, slang in its entirety, slang of 400 years ago, like the slang of today, is permeated with that sombre, symbolical spirit which gives to all words a meaning which is now mournful, now menacing. One feels in it the wild and ancient sadness of those vagrants of the court of miracles who played at cards with packs of their own, some of which have come down to us. The 8 of clubs, for instance, represented a huge tree bearing 8 enormous trefoil leaves, a sort of fantastic personification of the forest. At the foot of this tree a fire was burning, over which 3 hares were roasting a huntsman on a spit, and behind him, on another fire, hung a steaming pot, when submerged the head of a dog. Nothing can be more melancholy than these reprisals in painting, by a pack of cards, in the presence of stakes for the roasting of smugglers and of the cauldron for the boiling of counterfeiters. The diverse forms assumed by thought in the realm of slang, even song, even raillery, even menace, all partook of this powerless and dejected character. All the songs, the melodies of some of which have been collected, were humble and lamentable to the point of evoking tears. The pegra is always the poor pegra, and he is always the hare in hiding, the fugitive mouse, the flying bird. He hardly complains. He contents himself with sighing. One of his moans has come down to us: I do not understand how God, the Father of men, can torture his children and his grandchildren and hear them cry, without himself suffering torture. 43. The wretch, whenever he has time to think, makes himself small before the low, and frail in the presence of society. He lies down flat on his face, he entreats, he appeals to the side of compassion. We feel that he is conscious of his guilt. Towards the middle of the last century a change took place. Prison songs and thieves' returnals assumed, so to speak, an insolent and jovial mien. The plaintive malheur was replaced by the larifla. We find in the 18th century, in nearly all the songs of the galleys and prisons, a diabolical and enigmatical gaiety. We hear this strident and lilting refrain which we should say had been lighted up by a phosphorescent gleam, and which seems to have been flung into the forest by a will-o'-the-wisp playing the fife colon. Myra labis lababo merlit on ribon ribet surlababi merlababo merlit on ribon ribbo. This was sung in a cellar or in a nook of the forest while cutting a man's throat, a serious symptom. In the 18th century, the ancient melancholy of the dejected classes vanishes. They began to laugh. They rally the Grand Meg and the Grand Dab. Given Louis XV. They call the King of France le Marquis de Pantin. And behold, they are almost gay. A sort of gleam proceeds from these miserable wretches, as though their consciences were not heavy within them any more. These lamentable tribes of darkness have no longer merely the desperate audacity of actions, they possess the heedless audacity of mind. A sign that they are losing the sense of their criminality, and that they feel, even among thinkers and dreamers, some indefinable support which the latter themselves know not of. A sign that theft and pillage are beginning to filter into doctrines and sophisms, in such a way as to lose somewhat of their ugliness, while communicating much of it to sophisms and doctrines. A sign, in short, of some outbreak which is prodigious and near unless some diversion shall arise. Let us pause a moment. Whom are we accusing here? Is it the 18th century? Is it philosophy? Certainly not. The work of the 18th century is healthy and good and wholesome. The encyclopedists, Diderot at their head, the physiocrits, Turgot at their head, the philosophers, Voltaire at their head, the utopians, Rousseau at their head, these are four sacred legions. Humanity's immense advance towards the light is due to them. They are the four vanguards of the human race, marching towards the four cardinal points of progress. Diderot towards the beautiful, Turgot towards the useful, Voltaire towards the true, Rousseau towards the just. But by the side of and above the philosophers, there were the sophists, a venomous vegetation mingled with a healthy growth, hemlock in a virgin forest. While the executioner was burning the great books of the liberators of the century on the grand staircase of the courthouse, writers now forgotten were publishing, with the king's sanction, no one knows what strangely disorganizing writings, which were eagerly read by the unfortunate. Some of these publications, odd to say, which were patronized by a prince, are to be found in the secret library. These facts, significant but unknown, were imperceptible on the surface. Sometimes, in the very obscurity of a fact lurks its danger. It is obscure because it is underhand. Of all these writers, the one who probably then excavated in the masses the most unhealthy gallery was Restif de la Bretonne. This work, peculiar to the whole of Europe, effected more ravages in Germany than anywhere else. In Germany, during a given period, summed up by Schiller in his famous drama The Robbers, theft and pillage rose up in protest against property and labor, assimilated certain specious and false elementary ideas, which, though just in appearance, were absurd in reality, enveloped themselves in these ideas, disappeared within them, after a fashion, assumed an abstract name, passed into the state of theory, and in that shape circulated among the laborious, suffering, and honest masses, unknown even to the imprudent chemists who had prepared the mixture, unknown even to the masses who accepted it. Whenever a fact of this sort presents itself, the case is grave. Suffering engenders wrath, and while the prosperous classes blind themselves or fall asleep, which is the same thing as shutting one's eyes, the hatred of the unfortunate classes lights its torch at some aggrieved or ill-made spirit which dreams in a corner, and sets itself to the scrutiny of society. The scrutiny of hatred is a terrible thing. Hence, if the ill fortune of the times so wills it, those fearful commotions which were formerly called jacqueries, beside which purely political agitations are the merest child's play, which are no longer the conflict of the oppressed and the oppressor, but the revolt of discomfort against comfort. Then everything crumbles. Jacqueries are earthquakes of the people. It is this peril, possibly imminent towards the close of the 18th century, which the French Revolution, that immense act of probity, cut short. The French Revolution, which is nothing else than the idea armed with the sword, rose erect, and, with the same abrupt movement, closed the door of ill and opened the door of good. It put a stop to torture, promulgated the truth, expelled miasma, rendered the century healthy, crowned the populace. It may be said of it that it created man a second time, by giving him a second soul, the right. The 19th century has inherited and profited by its work, and today, the social catastrophe to which we lately alluded is simply impossible. Blind is he who announces it. Foolish is he who fears it. Revolution is the vaccine of jacquerie. Thanks to the revolution, social conditions have changed. Feudal and the monarchical maladies no longer run in our blood. There is no more of the Middle Ages in our constitution. We no longer live in the days when terrible swarms within made eruptions, when one heard beneath his feet the obscure course of a dull rumble, when indescribable elevations from mole-like tunnels appeared on the surface of civilization, where the soil cracked open, where the roofs of caverns yawned, and where one suddenly beheld monstrous heads emerging from the earth. The revolutionary sense is a moral sense. The sentiment of right, once develops the sentiment of duty. The law of all is liberty, which ends where the liberty of others begins, according to Robespierre's admirable definition. Since '89, the whole people has been dilating into a sublime individual. There is not a poor man, who, possessing his right, has not his ray of sun. The die of hunger feels within him the honesty of France. The dignity of the citizen is an internal armor. He who is free is scrupulous, he who votes reigns. Hence incorruptibility, hence the miscarriage of unhealthy lusts, hence eyes heroically lowered before temptations. The revolutionary wholesomeness is such, that on a day of deliverance, a 14th of July, a 10th of August, there is no longer any populace. The first cry of the enlightened and increasing throngs is, death to thieves. Progress is an honest man. The ideal and the absolute do not filch pocket handkerchiefs. By whom were the wagons containing the wealth of the Tuileries escorted in 1848? By the rag pickers of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Rags mounted guard over the treasure. Virtue rendered these tattered malions resplendent. In those wagons in chests, hardly closed, and some, even, half open, amid 100 dazzling caskets, was that ancient crown of France, studded with diamonds, surmounted by the carbuncle of royalty. By the Regent diamond, which was worth 30 millions. Barefooted, they guarded that crown. Hence, no more jacquerie. I regret it for the sake of the skillful. The old fear has produced its last effects in that quarter, and henceforth it can no longer be employed in politics. The principal spring of the red spectre is broken. Everyone knows it now. The scarecrow scares no longer. The birds take liberties with the mannequin, foul creatures alight upon it, the bourgeois laugh at it. Chapter 4 The Two Duties, to watch and to hope. This being the case, is all social danger dispelled? Certainly not. There is no jacquerie, society may rest assured on that point. Blood will no longer rush to its head. But let society take heed to the manner in which it breathes. Apoplexy is no longer to be feared, but phthisis is there. Social phthisis is called misery. One can perish from being undermined as well as from being struck by lightning. Let us not weary of repeating, and sympathetic souls must not forget that this is the first of fraternal obligations, and selfish hearts must understand that the first of political necessities consists in thinking first of all of the disinherited and sorrowing throngs, in solacing, airing, enlightening, loving them, in enlarging their horizon to a magnificent extent, in lavishing upon them education in every form, in offering them the example of labor, never the example of idleness, in diminishing the individual burden by enlarging the notion of the universal aim, in setting a limit to poverty without setting a limit to wealth, in creating vast fields of public and popular activity, in having, like Briarus, 100 hands to extend in all directions to the oppressed and the feeble, in employing the collective power for that grand duty of opening workshops for all arms, schools for all aptitudes, and laboratories for all degrees of intelligence, in augmenting salaries, diminishing trouble, balancing what should be and what is, that is to say, in proportioning enjoyment to effort and a glut to need, in a word, in evolving from the social apparatus more light and more comfort for the benefit of those who suffer and those who are ignorant. And, let us say it, all this is but the beginning. The true question is this: labor cannot be a law without being a right. We will not insist upon this point. This is not the proper place for that. If nature calls itself providence, society should call itself foresight. Intellectual and moral growth is no less indispensable than material improvement. To know is a sacrament, to think is the prime necessity, truth is nourishment as well as grain. A reason which fasts from science and wisdom grows thin. Let us enter equal complaint against stomachs and minds which do not eat. If there is anything more heartbreaking than a body perishing for lack of bread, it is a soul which is dying from hunger for the light. The whole of progress tends in the direction of solution. Some day we shall be amazed. As the human race mounts upward, the deep layers emerge naturally from the zone of distress. The obliteration of misery will be accomplished by a simple elevation of level. We should do wrong were we to doubt this blessed consummation. The past is very strong, it is true, at the present moment. It censures. This rejuvenation of a corpse is surprising. Behold, it is walking and advancing. It seems a victor, this dead body is a conqueror. He arrives with his legions, superstitions, with his sword, despotism, with his banner, ignorance. A while ago, he won 10 battles. He advances. He threatens, he laughs, he is at our doors. Let us not despair, on our side. Let us sell the field on which Hannibal is encamped. What have we to fear, we who believe? No such thing as a backflow of ideas exists any more than there exists a return of a river on its course. But let those who do not desire a future reflect on this matter. When they say no to progress, it is not the future but themselves that they are condemning. They are giving themselves a sad malady, they are inoculating themselves with the past. There is but one way of rejecting tomorrow, and that is to die, now, no death, that of the body as late as possible, that of the soul never. This is what we desire. Yes, the enigma will utter its word. The Sphinx will speak. The problem will be solved. Yes, the people, sketched out by the 18th century, will be finished by the 19th. He who doubts this is an idiot. The future blossoming, the near blossoming forth of universal well-being, is a divinely fatal phenomenon. Immense combined propulsions direct human affairs and conduct them within a given time to a logical state, that is to say, to a state of equilibrium, that is to say, to equity. A force composed of earth and heaven results from humanity and governs it. This force is a worker of miracles. Marvelous issues are no more difficult to it than extraordinary vicissitudes. Aided by science, which comes from one man, and by the event, which comes from another, it is not greatly alarmed by these contradictions in the attitude of problems, which seem impossibilities to the vulgar herd. It is no less skillful at causing a solution to spring forth from the reconciliation of ideas, than a lesson from the reconciliation of facts, and we may expect anything from that mysterious power of progress, which brought the Orient and the Occident face to face one fine day, in the depths of a sepulchre, and made the Imams converse with Bonaparte in the interior of the Great Pyramid. In the meantime, let there be no halt, no hesitation, no pause in the grandiose onward march of minds. Social philosophy consists essentially in science and peace. Its object is, and its result must be, to dissolve wrath by the study of antagonisms. It examines, it scrutinizes, it analyzes, then it puts together once more, it proceeds by means of reduction, discarding all hatred. More than once, a society has been seen to give way before the wind which is let loose upon mankind. History is full of the shipwrecks of nations and empires, manners, customs, laws, religions, and some fine day that unknown force, the hurricane, passes by and bears them all away. The civilizations of India, of Chaldea, of Persia, of Syria, of Egypt, have disappeared one after the other. Why? We know not. What are the causes of these disasters? We do not know. Could these societies have been saved? Was it their fault? Did they persist in the fatal vice which destroyed them? What is the amount of suicide in these terrible deaths of a nation and a race? Questions to which there exists no reply. Darkness enwraps condemned civilizations. They sprung a leak, then they sank. We have nothing more to say, and it is with a sort of terror that we look on, at the bottom of that sea which is called the past, behind those colossal waves, at the shipwreck of those immense vessels, Babylon, Nineveh, Tarsus, Thebes, Rome, beneath the fearful gusts which emerge from all the mouths of the shadows. But shadows are there, and light is here. We are not acquainted with the maladies of these ancient civilizations, we do not know the infirmities of our own. Everywhere upon it we have the right of light, we contemplate its beauties, we lay bare its defects. Where it is ill, we probe, and the sickness once diagnosed, the study of the cause leads to the discovery of the remedy. Our civilization, the work of 20 centuries, is its law and its prodigy. It is worth the trouble of saving. It will be saved. It is already much to have solaced it. Its enlightenment is yet another point. All the labors of modern social philosophies must converge towards this point. The thinker of today has a great duty to auscultate civilization. We repeat, that this auscultation brings encouragement. It is by this persistence in encouragement that we wish to conclude these pages, an austere interlude in a mournful drama. Beneath the social mortality, we feel human imperishableness. The globe does not perish, because it has these wounds, craters, eruptions, sulfur pits, here and there, nor because of a volcano which ejects its pus. The maladies of the people do not kill man, and yet, anyone who follows the course of social clinics shakes his head at times. The strongest, the tenderest, the most logical have their hours of weakness. Will the future arrive? It seems as though we might almost put this question, when we behold so much terrible darkness. Melancholy face-to-face encounter of selfish and wretched. On the part of the selfish, the prejudices, shadows of costly education, appetite increasing through intoxication, a giddiness of prosperity which dulls, a fear of suffering which, in some, goes as far as an aversion for the suffering, an implacable satisfaction, the eye so swollen that it bars the soul. On the side of the wretched, covetousness, envy, hatred of seeing others enjoy, the profound impulses of the human beast towards assuaging its desires, hearts full of mist, sadness, need, fatality, impure and simple ignorance. Shall we continue to raise our eyes to heaven? Is the luminous point which we distinguish the one of those which vanish? The ideal is frightful to behold, thus lost in the depths, small, isolated, imperceptible, brilliant, but surrounded by those great, black menaces, monstrously heaped around it, yet no more in danger than a star in the maw of the clouds. Part 32, Enchantments and Desolations, Chapter 1. Full Light. The reader has probably understood that Eponine, having recognized through the gate, the inhabitant of that rue Plumet whither Magnon had sent her, had begun by keeping the ruffians away from the rue Plumet, and had then conducted Marius thither, and that, after many days spent in ecstasy before that gate, Marius, drawn on by that force which draws the iron to the magnet and a lover towards the stones of which is built the house of her whom he loves, had finally entered Cosette's garden as Romeo entered the garden of Juliet. This had even proved easier for him than for Romeo. Romeo was obliged to scale a wall. Marius had only to use a little force on one of the bars of the decrepit gate which vacillated in its rusty recess, after the fashion of old people's teeth. Marius was slender and readily passed through, as there was never anyone in the street, and as Marius never entered the garden except at night, he ran no risk of being seen. Beginning with that blessed and holy hour when a kiss betrothed these two souls, Marius was there every evening. If, at that period of her existence, Cosette had fallen in love with a man in the least unscrupulous or debauched, she would have been lost, for there are generous natures which yield themselves, and Cosette was one of them. One of woman's magnanimities is to yield. Love, at the height where it is absolute, is complicated with some indescribably celestial blindness of modesty. But what dangers you run, O noble souls! Often you give the heart, and we take the body. Your heart remains with you, you gaze upon it in the gloom with a shudder. Love has no middle course, it either ruins or it saves. All human destiny lies in this dilemma. This dilemma, ruin, or safety, is set forth no more inexorably by any fatality than by love. Love is life, if it is not death. Cradle, also coffin. The same sentiment says yes and no in the human heart. Of all the things that God has made, the human heart is the one which sheds the most light, alas, and the most darkness. God willed that Cosette's love should encounter one of the loves which save. Throughout the whole of the month of May of that year 1832, there were in every night, in that poor, neglected garden, beneath that thicket which grew thicker and the more fragrant day by day, two beings composed of all chastity, all innocence, overflowing with all the felicity of heaven, nearer to the archangels than to mankind, pure, honest, intoxicated, radiant, who shone for each other amid the shadows. It seemed to Cosette that Marius had a crown, and to Marius that Cosette had a nimbus. They touched each other, they gazed at each other, they clasped each other's hands. They pressed close to each other, but there was a distance which they did not pass. Not that they respected it, they did not know of its existence. Marius was conscious of a barrier, Cosette's innocence, and Cosette of a support, Marius' loyalty. The first kiss had also been the last. Marius, since that time, had not gone further than to touch Cosette's hand, or her kerchief, or a lock of her hair, with his lips. For him, Cosette was a perfume and not a woman. He inhaled her. She refused nothing, and he asked nothing. Cosette was happy, and Marius was satisfied. They lived in this ecstatic state which can be described as the dazzling of one soul by another soul. It was the ineffable first embrace of two maiden souls in the ideal. Two swans meeting on the Jungfrau. At that hour of love, an hour when voluptuousness is absolutely mute. Beneath the omnipotence of ecstasy, Marius, the pure and seraphic Marius, would rather have gone to a woman of the town than have raised Cosette's robe to the height of her ankle. Once, in the moonlight, Cosette stooped to pick up something on the ground, her bodice fell apart and permitted a glimpse of the beginning of her throat. Marius turned away his eyes. What took place between these two beings? Nothing. They adored each other. At night, when they were there, that garden seemed a living and a sacred spot. All flowers unfolded around them and sent them incense, and they opened their souls and scattered them over the flowers. The wanton and vigorous vegetation quivered, full of strength and intoxication, around these two innocents, and they uttered words of love which set the trees to trembling. What words were these? Breaths. Nothing more. These breaths sufficed to trouble and to touch all nature round about. Magic power which we should find it difficult to understand were we to read in a book these conversations which are made to be borne away and dispersed like smoke wreaths by the breeze beneath the leaves. Take from those murmurs of two lovers that melody which proceeds from the soul and which accompanies them like a lyre, and what remains is nothing more than a shade. You say, what? Is that all? Yes, childish prattle, repetitions, laughter at nothing, nonsense, everything that is deepest and most sublime in the world. The only things which are worth the trouble of saying and hearing. The man who has never heard, the man who has never uttered these absurdities, these paltry remarks, is an imbecile and a malicious fellow. Cosette said to Marius: Dost thou know ? In all this and athwart this celestial maidenliness, and without either of them being able to say how it had come about, they had begun to call each other thou. Dost thou know? My name is Euphrasie. Euphrasie? Why, no, thy name is Cosette. Oh. Cosette is a very ugly name that was given to me when I was a little thing. But my real name is Euphrasie. Dost thou like that name Euphrasie? Yes. But Cosette is not ugly. Do you like it better than Euphrasie? Why, yes, then I like it better too. Truly, it is pretty, Cosette. Call me Cosette. And the smile that she added made of this dialogue an idyll worthy of a grove situated in heaven. On another occasion she gazed intently at him and exclaimed: Monsieur, you are handsome, you are good-looking, you are witty, you are not at all stupid, you are much more learned than I am. But I bid you defiance with this word, I love you. And Marius, in the very heavens, thought he heard a strain sung by a star. Or she bestowed on him a gentle tap because he coughed, and she said to him: Don't cough, sir, I will not have people cough on my domain without my permission. It's very naughty to cough and to disturb me. I want you to be well, because, in the first place, if you were not well, I should be very unhappy. What should I do then? And this was simply divine. Once Marius said to Cosette: Just imagine, I thought at one time that your name was Ursule. This made both of them laugh the whole evening. In the middle of another conversation, he chanced to exclaim: Oh! One day, at the Luxembourg, I had a good mind to finish breaking up a veteran. But he stopped short, and went no further. He would have been obliged to speak to Cosette of her garter, and that it was impossible. This bordered on a strange theme, the flesh, before which that immense and innocent love recoiled with a sort of sacred fright. Marius pictured life with Cosette to himself like this, without anything else, to come every evening to the Rue Plumet, to displace the old and accommodating bar of the Chief Justice's gate, to sit elbow to elbow on that bench, to gaze through the trees at the scintillation of the oncoming night, to fit a fold of the knee of his trousers into the ample fall of Cosette's gown, to caress her thumbnail, to call her thou, to smell of the same flower, one after the other, forever, indefinitely. During this time, clouds passed above their heads. Every time that the wind blows it bears with it more of the dreams of men than of the clouds of heaven. This chaste, almost shy love was not devoid of gallantry, by any means. To pay compliments to the woman whom a man loves is the first method of bestowing caresses, and he is half audacious who tries it. A compliment is something like a kiss through a veil. Voluptuousness mingles there with its sweet tiny point, while it hides itself. The heart draws back before voluptuousness only to love the more. Marius' blandishments, all saturated with fancy, were, so to speak, of azure hue. The birds when they fly up yonder, in the direction of the angels, must hear such words. There were mingled with them, nevertheless, life, humanity, all the positiveness of which Marius was capable. It was what is said in the bower, a prelude to what will be said in the chamber, a lyrical effusion, strophe and sonnet intermingled, pleasing hyperboles of cooing, all the refinements of adoration arranged in a bouquet and exhaling a celestial perfume, an ineffable twitter of heart to heart. "Oh," murmured Marius, "how beautiful you are! I dare not look at you. It is all over with me when I contemplate you. You are a grace. I know not what is the matter with me. The hem of your gown, when the tip of your shoe peeps from beneath, upsets me. And then, what an enchanted gleam when you open your thought even but a little. You talk astonishingly good sense. It seems to me at times that you are a dream. Speak, I listen, I admire. Oh Cosette, how strange it is and how charming. I am really beside myself. You are adorable, mademoiselle. I study your feet with the microscope and your soul with the telescope." And Cosette answered: "I have been loving a little more all the time that has passed since this morning." Questions and replies took care of themselves in this dialogue, which always turned with mutual consent upon love, as the little pith figures always turn on their peg. Cosette's whole person was ingenuousness, ingenuity, transparency, whiteness, candor, radiance. It might have been said of Cosette that she was clear. She produced on those who saw her the sensation of April and dawn. There was dew in her eyes. Cosette was a condensation of the auroral light in the form of a woman. It was quite simple that Marius should admire her, since he adored her. But the truth is, that this little schoolgirl, fresh from the convent, talked with exquisite penetration and uttered, at times, all sorts of true and delicate sayings. Her prattle was conversation. She never made a mistake about anything, and she saw things justly. The woman feels and speaks with the tender instinct of the heart, which is infallible. No one understands so well as a woman, how to say things that are, at once, both sweet and deep. Sweetness and depth, they are the whole of woman, in them lies the whole of heaven. In this full felicity, tears welled up to their eyes every instant. A crushed ladybug, a feather fallen from the nest, a branch of hawthorn broken, aroused their pity, and their ecstasy, sweetly mingled with melancholy, seemed to ask nothing better than to weep. The most sovereign symptom of love is a tenderness that is, at times, almost unbearable. And, in addition to this, all these contradictions of the lightning play of love, they were fond of laughing. They laughed readily and with a delicious freedom, and so familiarly that they sometimes presented the air of two boys. Still, though unknown to hearts intoxicated with purity, nature is always present and will not be forgotten. She is there with her brutal and sublime object, and however great may be the innocence of souls, one feels in the most modest private interview, the adorable and mysterious shade which separates a couple of lovers from a pair of friends. They idolized each other. The permanent and the immutable are persistent. People live. They smile, they laugh, they make little grimaces with the tips of their lips, they interlace their fingers, they call each other thou, and that does not prevent eternity. Two lovers hide themselves in the evening, in the twilight, in an invisible, with the birds, with the roses. They fascinate each other in the darkness with their hearts which they throw into their eyes. They murmur, they whisper, and in the meantime, immense librations of the planets fill the infinite universe. Chapter 2: The Bewilderment of Perfect Happiness. They existed vaguely, frightened at their happiness. They did not notice the cholera which decimated Paris precisely during that very month. They had confided in each other as far as possible, but this had not extended much further than their names. Marius had told Cosette that he was an orphan, that his name was Marius Pontmercy, that he was a lawyer, that he lived by writing things for publishers, that his father had been a colonel, that the latter had been a hero, and that he, Marius, was on bad terms with his grandfather who was rich. He had also hinted at being a baron, but this had produced no effect on Cosette. She did not know the meaning of the word. Marius was Marius. On her side, she had confided to him that she had been brought up at the Petit Picpus convent, that her mother, like his own, was dead, that her father's name was M. Fauchelevent, that he was very good, that he gave a great deal to the poor, but that he was poor himself, and that he denied himself everything though he denied her nothing. Strange to say, in the sort of symphony which Marius had lived since he had been in the habit of seeing Cosette, the past, even the most recent past, has become so confused and distant to him, that what Cosette told him satisfied him completely. It did not even occur to him to tell her about the nocturnal adventure in the hovel, about the nadir, about the burn, and about the strange attitude and singular flight of her father. Marius had momentarily forgotten all this, In the evening he did not even know that there had been a morning, what he had done, where he had breakfasted, nor who had spoken to him. He had songs in his ears which rendered him deaf to every other thought. He only existed at the hours when he saw Cosette. Then, as he was in heaven, it was quite natural that he should forget earth. Both bore anguidly the indefinable burden of immaterial pleasures. Thus lived these somnambulists who are called lovers. Alas! Who is there who has not felt all these things? Why does there come an hour when one emerges from this azure, and why does life go on afterwards? Loving almost takes the place of thinking. Love is an ardent forgetfulness of all the rest. Then ask logic of passion if you will. There is no more absolute logical sequence in the human heart than there is a perfect geometrical figure in the celestial mechanism. For Cosette and Marius nothing existed except Marius and Cosette. The universe around them had fallen into a hole. They lived in a golden minute. There was nothing before them, nothing behind. It hardly occurred to Marius that Cosette had a father. His brain was dazzled and obliterated. Of what did these lovers talk then? We have seen, of the flowers, and the swallows, the setting sun and the rising moon, and all sorts of important things. They had told each other everything except everything. The everything of lovers is nothing. But the father, the realities, that lair, the ruffians, that adventure, to what purpose? And was he very sure that this nightmare had actually existed? They were two, and they adored each other, and beyond that there was nothing. Nothing else existed. It is probable that this vanishing of hell in our rear is inherent to the arrival of paradise. Have we beheld demons? Are there any? Have we trembled? Have we suffered? We no longer know. A rosy cloud hangs over it, so these two beings lived in this manner, high aloft, with all that improbability which is in nature, neither at the nadir nor at the zenith, between man and seraphim, above the mire, below the ether, in the clouds, hardly flesh and blood, soul and ecstasy from head to foot, already too sublime to walk the earth, still too heavily charged with humanity to disappear in the blue, suspended like atoms which are waiting to be precipitated, apparently beyond the bounds of destiny, ignorant of that rut, yesterday, today, tomorrow, amazed, rapturous, floating, soaring, at times so light that they could take their flight out into the infinite, almost prepared to soar away to all eternity. They slept wide awake, thus sweetly lulled. Oh! Splendid lethargy of the real overwhelmed by the ideal. Sometimes, beautiful as Cosette was, Marius shut his eyes in her presence. The best way to look at the soul is through closed eyes. Marius and Cosette never asked themselves whether this was to lead them. They considered that they had already arrived. It is a strange claim on man's part to wish that love should lead to something. Chapter 3 The Beginning of Shadow. Jean Valjean suspected nothing. Cosette, who was rather less dreamy than Marius, was gay, and that sufficed for Jean Valjean's happiness. The thoughts which Cosette cherished, her tender preoccupations, Marius' image which filled her heart, took away nothing from the incomparable purity of her beautiful, chaste, and smiling brow. She was at the age when the Virgin bears her love as the angel his lily. So Jean Valjean was at ease. And then, when two lovers have come to an understanding, things always go well. The third party who might disturb their love is kept in a state of perfect blindness by a restricted number of precautions which are always the same in the case of all lovers. Thus, Cosette never objected to any of Jean Valjean's proposals. Did she want to take a walk? Yes, dear little father. Did she want to stay at home? Very good. Did he wish to pass the evening with Cosette? She was delighted. As he always went to bed at 10 o'clock, Marius did not come to the garden on such occasions until after that hour, when, from the street, he heard Cosette open the long glass door on the veranda. Of course, no one ever met Marius in the daytime. Jean Valjean never even dreamed any longer that Marius was in existence. Only once, one morning, he chanced to say to Cosette, "Why, you have whitewash on your back." On the previous evening, Marius, in a transport, had pushed Cosette against the wall. Old Toussaint, who retired early, thought of nothing but her sleep, and was as ignorant of the whole matter as Jean Valjean. Marius never set foot in the house. When he was with Cosette, they hid themselves in a recess near the steps, in order that they might neither be seen nor heard from the street. And there they sat, frequently contenting themselves, by way of conversation, with pressing each other's hands 20 times a minute as they gazed at the branches of the trees. At such times, a thunderbolt might have fallen 30 paces from them, and they would not have noticed it, so deeply was the reverie of the one absorbed and sunk in the reverie of the other. Limpid purity. Ours wholly white, almost all alike. This sort of love is a recollection of lily petals and the plumage of the dove. The whole extent of the garden lay between them and the street. Every time that Marius entered and left, he carefully adjusted the bar of the gate in such a manner that no displacement was visible. He usually went away about midnight, and returned to Courfeyrac's lodgings. Courfeyrac said to Bahorel: "Would you believe it? Marius comes home nowadays at 1 o'clock in the morning." Bahorel replied: "What do you expect? There's always a petard in a seminary fellow." At times, Courfeyrac folded his arms, assumed a serious air, and said to Marius: "You are getting irregular in your habits, young man." Courfeyrac, being a practical man, did not take in good part this reflection of an invisible paradise upon Marius. He was not much in the habit of concealed passions. It made him impatient, and now and then he called upon Marius to come back to reality. One morning, he threw him this admonition: "My dear fellow, you produce upon me the effect of being located in the moon, the realm of dreams, the province of illusions, capital, soap bubble. Come, be a good boy." "What's her name?" But nothing could induce Marius to talk. They might have torn out his nails before one of the two sacred syllables of which that ineffable name, Cosette, was composed. True love is as luminous as the dawn and as silent as the tomb. Only, Courfeyrac saw this change in Marius, that his taciturnity was of the beaming order. During this sweet month of May, Marius and Cosette learned to know these immense delights. To dispute and to say you for thou, simply that they might say thou the better afterwards. To talk at great length with very minute details, of persons in whom they took not the slightest interest in the world, another proof that in that ravishing opera called love, the libretto counts for almost nothing. For Marius, to listen to Cosette discussing finery. For Cosette, to listen to Marius talk in politics. To listen, knee pressed to knee, to the carriages rolling along the Rue de Babylone. To gaze upon the same planet in space, or at the same glowworm gleaming in the grass. To hold their peace together, a still greater delight than conversation. Etc., etc. In the meantime, divers complications were approaching. One evening, Marius was on his way to the rendezvous, by way of the Boulevard des Invalides. He habitually walked with drooping head. As he was on the point of turning the corner of the Rue Plumet, he heard someone quite close to him say: "Good evening, Monsieur Marius." He raised his head and recognized Eponine. This produced a singular effect upon him. He had not thought of that girl a single time since the day when she had conducted him to the Rue Plumet. He had not seen her again, and she had gone completely out of his mind. He had no reasons for anything but gratitude towards her. He owed her his happiness, and yet, it was embarrassing to him to meet her. It is an error to think that passion, when it is pure and happy, leads man to a state of perfection. It simply leads him, as we have noted, to a state of oblivion. In this situation, man forgets to be bad, but he also forgets to be good. Gratitude, duty, matters essential and important to be remembered, vanish. At any other time, Marius would have behaved quite differently to Eponine. Absorbed in Cosette, he had not even clearly put it to himself that this Eponine was named Eponine Nadia, and that she bore the name inscribed in his father's will, that name, for which, but a few months before, he would have so ardently sacrificed himself. We show Marius as he was. His father himself was fading out of his soul to some extent, under the splendor of his love. He replied with some embarrassment: "Ah. So it's you, Eponine. Why do you call me you? Have I done anything to you?" "No," he answered. Certainly, he had nothing against her. Far from it. Only, he felt that he could not do otherwise, now that he used thou to Cosette, than say you to Eponine. As he remained silent, she exclaimed: "Say." Then she paused. It seemed as though words failed that creature formerly so heedless and so bold. She tried to smile and could not. Then she resumed: "Well?" Then she paused again, and remained with downcast eyes. "Good evening, Mr. Marius," said she suddenly and abruptly, and away she went. Chapter 4. A cab runs in English and barks in slang. The following day was the 3d of June, 1832, a date which it is necessary to indicate on account of the grave events which at that epoch hung on the horizon of Paris in a state of lightning-charged clouds. Marius, at nightfall, was pursuing the same road as on the preceding evening, with the same thoughts of delight in his heart, when he caught sight of Eponine approaching, through the trees of the boulevard. 2 days in succession this was too much. He turned hastily aside, quitted the boulevard, changed his course and went to the Rue Plumet through the Rue Monsieur. This caused Eponine to follow him to the Rue Plumet, a thing which she had not yet done. Up to that time, she had contented herself with watching him on his passage along the boulevard without ever seeking to encounter him. It was only on the evening before that she had attempted to address him, so Eponine followed him, without his suspecting the fact. She saw him displace the bar and slip into the garden. She approached the railing, felt of the bars one after the other, and readily recognized the one which Marius had moved. She murmured in a low voice and in gloomy accents: "None of that, Lysette." She seated herself on the underpinning of the railing, close beside the bar, as though she were guarding it. It was precisely at the point where the railing touched the neighboring wall. There was a dim nook there, in which Eponine was entirely concealed. She remained thus for more than an hour, without stirring and without breathing, a prey to her thoughts. Towards 10 o'clock in the evening, one of the 2 or 3 persons who passed through the Rue Plumet, an old, belated bourgeois who was making haste to escape from this deserted spot of evil repute, as he skirted the garden railings and reached the angle which it made with the wall, heard a dull and threatening voice saying: "I'm no longer surprised that he comes here every evening." The passerby cast a glance around him, saw no one, dared not peer into the black niche, and was greatly alarmed. He redoubled his pace. This passerby had reason to make haste, for a very few instants later, 6 men, who were marching separately and at some distance from each other, along the wall, and who might have been taken for a grey patrol, entered the Rue Plumet. The first to arrive at the garden railing halted, and waited for the others. A second later, all 6 were reunited. These men began to talk in a low voice. "This is the place," said one of them. "Is there a cab, dog, in the garden?" asked another. "I don't know. In any case, I have fetched a ball that we'll make him eat. Have you some putty to break the pane with?" "Yes, the railing is old," interpolated a fifth, who had the voice of a ventriloquist. "So much the better," said the second who had spoken. "It won't screech under the saw, and it won't be hard to cut." The sixth, who had not yet opened his lips, now began to inspect the gate, as Eponine had done an hour earlier, grasping each bar in succession, and shaking them cautiously. Thus he came to the bar which Marius had loosened. As he was on the point of grasping this bar, a hand emerged abruptly from the darkness, fell upon his arm. He felt himself vigorously thrust aside by a push in the middle of his breast, and a hoarse voice said to him, but not loudly: "There's a dog." At the same moment, he perceived a pale girl standing before him. The man underwent that shock which the unexpected always brings. He bristled up in hideous wise. Nothing is so formidable to behold as ferocious beasts who are uneasy. Their terrified air evokes terror. He recoiled and stammered: "What jade is this, your daughter?" It was, in fact, Eponine, who had addressed Nadia. At the apparition of Eponine, the other 5, that is to say, Claxus, Galima, Babette, Brujon, and Montparnasse had noiselessly drawn near, without precipitation, without uttering a word, with the sinister slowness peculiar to these men of the night. Some indescribable but hideous tools were visible in their hands. Galima held one of those pairs of curved pincers which prowlers call falchions. "Ah, see here, what are you about there? What do you want with us? Are you crazy?" exclaimed Nadia, as loudly as one can exclaim and still speak low. "What have you come here to hinder our work for?" Eponine burst out laughing, and threw herself on his neck. "I'm here, little father, because I'm here. Isn't a person allowed to sit on the stones nowadays? It's you who ought not to be here. What have you come here for, since it's a biscuit? I told Magnon so. There's nothing to be done here. But embrace me, my good little father. It's a long time since I've seen you. So you're out?" Nadia tried to disentangle himself from Eponine's arms, and grumbled: "That's good. You've embraced me. Yes, I'm out. I'm not in. Now, get away with you." But Eponine did not release her hold, and redoubled her caresses. "But how did you manage it, little pa? You must have been very clever to get out of that. Tell me about it. And my mother? Where is mother? Tell me about Mama." Nadia replied: "She's well. I don't know. Let me alone, and be off, I tell you." "I won't go, so there now," pouted Eponine like a spoiled child. "You send me off, and it's 4 months since I saw you, and I've hardly had time to kiss you." And she caught her father round the neck again. "Come, now, this is stupid," said Babette. "Make haste," said Galima. "The cops may pass." The ventriloquist's voice repeated his distich: "Nous en sommes pas le jour de l'an. This isn't New Year's Day abico to papa, maman. To peck at pa and ma." Eponine turned to the 5 ruffians. "Why, it's Monsieur Brujon. Good day, Monsieur Babette. Good day, Monsieur Claxus. Don't you know me, Monsieur Galima? How goes it, Montparnasse?" "Yes, they know you," ejaculated Nadia. "But good day, good evening, sheer off. Leave us alone, it's the hour for foxes, not for chickens," said Montparnasse. You see the job we have on hand here, added Babette. Eponine caught Montparnasse's hand. Take care, said he, you'll cut yourself. I've a knife open. My little Montparnasse, responded Eponine very gently, you must have confidence in people. I am the daughter of my father, perhaps. Monsieur Babette, Monsieur Galima, I'm the person who was charged to investigate this matter. It is remarkable that Eponine did not talk slang. That frightful tongue had become impossible to her since she had known Marius. She pressed in her hand, small, bony, and feeble as that of a skeleton, Galima's huge, coarse fingers, and continued: You know well that I'm no fool. Ordinarily, I'm believed. I have rendered you service on various occasions. Well, I have made inquiries. You will expose yourselves to no purpose, you see. I swear to you that there is nothing in this house. There are lone women, said Galima. No. The persons have moved away. The candles haven't, anyway. Ejaculated Babette. And he pointed out to Eponine, across the tops of the trees, a light which was wandering about in the mansard roof of the pavilion. It was Toussaint, who had stayed up to spread out some linen to dry. Eponine made a final effort. Well, said she, they're very poor folks, and it's a hovel where there isn't a sou. Go to the devil, cried Nadia. When we've turned the house upside down and put the cellar at the top and the attic below, we'll tell you what there is inside, and whether it's francs or sous or half-farthings. And he pushed her aside with the intention of entering. My good friend, Mr. Montparnasse, said Eponine, I entreat you, you are a good fellow, don't enter. Take care, you'll cut yourself, replied Montparnasse. Nadia resumed in his decided tone: Decamp, my girl, and leave men to their own affairs. Eponine released Montparnasse's hand, which she had grasped again, and said: So you mean to enter this house? Rather, grinned the ventriloquist. Then she set her back against the gate, faced the 6 ruffians who were armed to the teeth, and to whom the night lent the visages of demons, and said in a firm, low voice: Well, I don't mean that you shall. They halted in amazement. The ventriloquist, however, finished his grin. She went on: Friends, listen well. This is not what you want. Now I'm talking. In the first place, if you enter this garden, if you lay a hand on this gate, I'll scream, I'll beat on the door, I'll rouse everybody, I'll have the whole 6 of you seized, I'll call the police. She'd do it, too, said Nadia in a low tone to Brujon and the ventriloquist. She shook her head and added: Beginning with my father. Nadia stepped nearer. Not so close, my good man, said she. He retreated, growling between his teeth: Why, what's the matter with her? And he added: Bitch. She began to laugh in a terrible way: As you like. But you shall not enter here. I'm not the daughter of a dog, since I'm the daughter of a wolf. There are 6 of you, what matters that to me? You are men. Well, I'm a woman. You don't frighten me. I tell you that you shan't enter this house, because it doesn't suit me. If you approach, I'll bark. I told you, I'm the dog, and I don't care a straw for you. Go your way, you bore me. Go where you please, but don't come here, I forbid it. You can use your knives. I'll use kicks, it's all the same to me. Come on. She advanced a pace nearer the ruffians. She was terrible. She burst out laughing: Pardine. I'm not afraid. I shall be hungry this summer, and I shall be cold this winter. Aren't they ridiculous, these ninnies of men, to think they can scare a girl? What? Scare? Oh, yes, much. Because you have finical poppets of mistresses who hide under the bed when you put on a big voice, forsooth. I ain't afraid of anything, that I ain't. She fastened her intent gaze upon Nadia and said: Not even of you, father. Then she continued, as she cast her bloodshot, spectre-like eyes upon the ruffians in turn: What do I care if I'm picked up tomorrow morning on the pavement of the Rue Plumet, killed by the blows of my father's club, or whether I'm found a year from now in the nets at St. Cloud or the Isle of Swans in the midst of rotten old corks and drowned dogs? She was forced to pause. She was seized by a dry cough. Her breath came from her weak and narrow chest like the death rattle. She resumed: I have only to cry out, and people will come, and then slap, bang. There are 6 of you, I represent the whole world. Nadia made a movement towards her. Don't approach, she cried. He halted, and said gently: Well, no, I won't approach, but don't speak so loud. So you intend to hinder us in our work, my daughter? But we must earn our living all the same. Have you no longer any kind feeling for your father? You bother me, said Eponine. But we must live, we must eat, burst. So saying, she seated herself on the underpinning of the fence and hummed: Man brass si dodu, my arm so plump, ma jambian fate my leg well formed, et la temps bedu. And time wasted. She had set her elbow on her knee and her chin in her hand, and she swung her foot with an air of indifference. Her tattered gown permitted a view of her thin shoulder blades. The neighboring street lantern illuminated her profile and her attitude. Nothing more resolute and more surprising could be seen. The 6 rascals, speechless and gloomy at being held in check by a girl, retreated beneath the shadow cast by the lantern, and held counsel with furious and humiliated shrugs. In the meantime she stared at them with a stern but peaceful air. "There's something the matter with her," said Babette. "A reason? Is she in love with a dog? It's a shame to miss this, anyway. 2 women, an old fellow who lodges in the backyard, and curtains that ain't so bad at the windows. The old cove must be a Jew. I think the job's a good one." "Well, go in, then, the rest of you," exclaimed Montparnasse. "Do the job. I'll stay here with the girl, and if she fails us," he flashed the knife, which he held open in his hand, in the light of the lantern. Thénardier said not a word, and seemed ready for whatever the rest pleased. Brujon, who was somewhat of an oracle, and who had, as the reader knows, put up the job, had not as yet spoken. He seemed thoughtful. He had the reputation of not sticking at anything, and it was known that he had plundered a police post simply out of bravado. Besides this he made verses and songs, which gave him great authority. Babette interrogated him: "You say nothing, Brujon?" Brujon remained silent an instant longer, then he shook his head in various ways, and finally concluded to speak: "See here, this morning I came across 2 sparrows fighting, this evening I jostled a woman who was quarreling. All that's bad. Let's quit." They went away. As they went, Montparnasse muttered: "Never mind. If they had wanted, I'd have cut her throat." Babette responded: "I wouldn't. I don't hit a lady." At the corner of the street they halted and exchanged the following enigmatical dialogue in a low tone: "Where shall we go to sleep tonight? Under Pantin, Paris. Have you the key to the gate, Thénardier?" "Pardy." Éponine, who never took her eyes off of them, saw them retreat by the road by which they had come. She rose and began to creep after them along the walls and the houses. She followed them thus as far as the boulevard. That they parted, and she saw these 6 men plunge into the gloom, where they appeared to melt away. Chapter 5 Things of the Night. After the departure of the ruffians, the Rue Plumet resumed its tranquil, nocturnal aspect. That which had just taken place in this street would not have astonished a forest. The lofty trees, the copses, the heaths, the branches rudely interlaced, the tall grass, exist in a somber manner, the savage swarming that catches glimpses of sudden apparitions of the invisible. That which is below man distinguishes, through the mists, that which is beyond man, and the things of which we living beings are ignorant that meet face to face in the night. Nature, bristling and wild, takes alarm at certain approaches in which she fancies that she feels the supernatural. The forces of the gloom know each other, and are strangely balanced by each other. Teeth and claws fear what they cannot grasp. Blood-drinking bestiality, voracious appetites, hunger in search of prey, the armed instincts of nails and jaws which have for source and aim the belly, glare and smell out uneasily the impassive spectral forms straying beneath a shroud, erect in its vague and shuddering robe, and which seem to them to live with a dead and terrible life. These brutalities, which are only matter, entertain a confused fear of having to deal with the immense obscurity condensed into an unknown being. A black figure barring the way stops the wild beast short. That which emerges from the cemetery intimidates and disconcerts that which emerges from the cave. The ferocious fear the sinister. Wolves recoil when they encounter a ghoul. Chapter 6 Marius becomes practical once more to the extent of giving Cosette his address. While this sort of a dog with a human face was mounting guard over the gate, and while the 6 ruffians were yielding to a girl, Marius was by Cosette's side. Never had the sky been more studded with stars and more charming. The trees more trembling, the odor of the grass more penetrating. Never had the birds fallen asleep among the leaves with a sweeter noise. Never had all the harmonies of universal serenity responded more thoroughly to the inward music of love. Never had Marius been more captivated, more happy, more ecstatic. But he had found Cosette sad. Cosette had been weeping. Her eyes were red. This was the first cloud in that wonderful dream. Marius' first word had been, "What is the matter?" And she had replied, "This." Then she had seated herself on the bench near the steps, and while he tremblingly took his place beside her, she had continued: "My father told me this morning to hold myself in readiness, because he has business, and we may go away from here." Marius shivered from head to foot. When one is at the end of one's life, to die means to go away. When one is at the beginning of it, to go away means to die. For the last 6 weeks, Marius had little by little, slowly, by degrees, taken possession of Cosette each day. As we have already explained, in the case of first love, the soul is taken long before the body. Later on, one takes the body long before the soul. Sometimes one does not take the soul at all. The formless and the prudhoms add, because there is none, but the sarcasm is, fortunately, a blasphemy. So Marius possessed Cosette, as spirits possess, but he enveloped her with all his soul, and seized her jealously with incredible conviction. He possessed her smile, her breath, her perfume, the profound radiance of her blue eyes, the sweetness of her skin when he touched her hand, the charming mark which she had on her neck, all her thoughts. Therefore, he possessed all Cosette's dreams. He incessantly gazed at, and he sometimes touched lightly with his breath, the short locks on the nape of her neck, and he declared to himself that there was not one of those short hairs which did not belong to him, Marius. He gazed upon and adored the things that she wore, her knot of ribbon, her gloves, her sleeves, her shoes, her cuffs, as sacred objects of which he was the master. He dreamed that he was the lord of those pretty shell combs which she wore in her hair, and he even said to himself, in confused and suppressed stammerings of voluptuousness which did not make their way to the light, that there was not a ribbon of her gown, not a mesh in her stockings, not a fold in her bodice, which was not his. Beside Cosette he felt himself beside his own property, his own thing, his own despot and his slave. It seemed as though they had so intermingled their souls, that it would have been impossible to tell them apart had they wished to take them back again. This is mine. No, it is mine. I assure you that you are mistaken. This is my property. What you are taking as your own is myself. Marius was something that made a part of Cosette, and Cosette was something which made a part of Marius. Marius felt Cosette within him. To have Cosette, to possess Cosette, this, to him, was not to be distinguished from breathing. It was in the midst of this faith, of this intoxication, of this virgin possession, unprecedented and absolute, of this sovereignty, that these words, "We are going away," fell suddenly, at a blow, and that the harsh voice of reality cried to him, "Cosette is not yours." Marius awoke. For 6 weeks Marius had been living, as we have said, outside of life. Those words, "going away," caused him to re-enter it harshly. He found not a word to say. Cosette merely felt that his hand was very cold. She said to him in her turn, "What is the matter?" He replied in so low a tone that Cosette hardly heard him. "I did not understand what you said," she began again. "This morning my father told me to settle all my little affairs and to hold myself in readiness, that he would give me his linen to put in a trunk, that he was obliged to go on a journey, that we were to go away, that it is necessary to have a large trunk for me and a small one for him, and that all is to be ready in a week from now, and that we might go to England. But this is outrageous," exclaimed Marius. It is certain, that, at that moment, no abuse of power, no violence, not one of the abominations of the worst tyrants, no action of Busiris, of Tiberius, or of Henry VIII, could have equaled this in atrocity, in the opinion of Marius, M. Fauchelevent taking his daughter off to England because he had business there. He demanded in a weak voice: "And when do you start?" He did not say when. "And when shall you return?" He did not say when. Marius rose and said coldly: "Cosette, shall you go?" Cosette turned toward him her beautiful eyes, all filled with anguish, and replied in a sort of bewilderment: "Where? To England." "Shall you go? Why do you say you to me? I ask you whether you will go. What do you expect me to do?" She said, clasping her hands, "So, you will go? If my father goes, so, you will go?" Cosette took Marius' hand, and pressed it without replying. "Very well," said Marius, "then I will go elsewhere." Cosette felt rather than understood the meaning of these words. She turned so pale that her face shone white through the gloom. She stammered: "What do you mean?" Marius looked at her, then raised his eyes to heaven, and answered, "Nothing." When his eyes fell again, he saw Cosette smiling at him. The smile of a woman whom one loves possesses a visible radiance, even at night. How silly we are. "Marius, I have an idea." "What is it?" "If we go away, do you go too?" "I will tell you where. Come and join me wherever I am." Marius was now a thoroughly roused man. He had fallen back into reality. He cried to Cosette: "Go away with you. Are you mad?" "Why, I should have to have money, and I have none." "Go to England?" "But I am in debt now. I don't know how much, more than 10 louis to Courfeyrac, one of my friends with whom you are not acquainted. I have an old hat which is not worth 3 francs, I have a coat which lacks buttons in front, my shirt is all ragged, My elbows are torn, my boots let in the water. For the last 6 weeks I have not thought about it, and I have not told you about it. You only see me at night, and you give me your love. If you were to see me in the daytime, you would give me a sou. Go to England. I haven't enough to pay for a passport. He threw himself against a tree which was close at hand, erect, his brow pressed close to the bark, feeling neither the wood which flayed his skin, nor the fever which was throbbing in his temples. And there he stood motionless, on the point of falling, like the statue of despair. He remained a long time thus. One could remain for eternity in such abysses. At last he turned round. He heard behind him a faint stifled noise, which was sweet yet sad. It was Cosette sobbing. She had been weeping for more than 2 hours beside Marius as he meditated. He came to her, fell at her knees, and slowly prostrating himself, he took the tip of her foot which peeped out from beneath her robe, and kissed it. She let him have his way in silence. There are moments when a woman accepts, like a somber and resigned goddess, the religion of love. Do not weep, he said. She murmured : Not when I may be going away, and you cannot come. He went on : Do you love me? She replied, sobbing, by that word from paradise which is never more charming than amid tears : I adore you. He continued in a tone which was an indescribable caress : Do not weep. Tell me, will you do this for me, and cease to weep? Do you love me? Said she. He took her hand. Cosette, I have never given my word of honor to anyone, because my word of honor terrifies me. I feel that my father is by my side. Well, I give you my most sacred word of honor, that if you go away I shall die. In the tone with which he uttered these words there lay a melancholy so solemn and so tranquil, that Cosette trembled. She felt that chill which is produced by a true and gloomy thing as it passes by. The shock made her cease weeping. Now, listen, said he, do not expect me tomorrow. Why? Do not expect me until the day after tomorrow. Oh. Why? You will see, a day without seeing you. But that is impossible. Let us sacrifice one day in order to gain our whole lives, perhaps. And Marius added in a low tone and in an aside: He is a man who never changes his habits, and he has never received anyone except in the evening. Of what man are you speaking? Asked Cosette. I said nothing. What do you hope, then? Wait until the day after tomorrow. You wish it? Yes, Cosette. She took his head in both her hands, raising herself on tiptoe in order to be on a level with him, and tried to read his hope in his eyes. Marius resumed: Now that I think of it, you ought to know my address. Something might happen, one never knows. I live with that friend named Courfeyrac, Rue de la Verrerie, number 16. He searched in his pocket, pulled out his penknife, and with the blade he wrote on the plaster of the wall: 16 Rue de la Verrerie. In the meantime, Cosette had begun to gaze into his eyes once more. Tell me your thought, Marius, you have some idea. Tell it to me. Oh. Tell me, so that I may pass a pleasant night. This is my idea, that it is impossible that God should mean to part us. Wait, expect me the day after tomorrow. What shall I do until then? Said Cosette. You are outside, you go, and come. How happy men are. I shall remain entirely alone. Oh. How sad I shall be. What is it that you are going to do tomorrow evening? Tell me. I am going to try something. Then I will pray to God and I will think of you here, so that you may be successful. I will question you no further, since you do not wish it. You are my master. I shall pass the evening tomorrow in singing that music from Urian that you love, and that you came one evening to listen to, outside my shutters. But day after tomorrow you will come early. I shall expect you at dusk, at 9 o'clock precisely, I warn you. Mon Dieu. How sad it is that the days are so long. On the stroke of 9, do you understand, I shall be in the garden, and I also, and without having uttered it, moved by the same thought, impelled by those electric currents which place lovers in continual communication, both being intoxicated with delight even in their sorrow, they fell into each other's arms, without perceiving that their lips met while their uplifted eyes, overflowing with rapture and full of tears, gazed upon the stars. When Marius went forth, the street was deserted. This was the moment when Eponine was following the ruffians to the boulevard, while Marius had been dreaming with his head pressed to the tree. An idea had crossed his mind, an idea, alas, that he himself judged to be senseless and impossible. He had come to a desperate decision. Chapter 7 The old heart and the young heart in the presence of each other. At that epoch, Father Gillenormand was well past his 91st birthday. He still lived with Mademoiselle Gillenormand in the Rue des Fils du Calvaire, number 6, in the old house which he owned. He was, as the reader will remember, one of those antique old men who await death perfectly erect, whom age bears down without bending, and whom even sorrow cannot curve. Still, his daughter had been saying for some time, "My father is sinking." He no longer boxed the maid's ears, he no longer thumped the landing place so vigorously with his cane when Busk was slow in opening the door. The revolution of July had exasperated him for the space of barely 6 months. He had viewed, almost tranquilly, that coupling of words, in the Moniteur, M. Humblet Conti, peer of France. The fact is, that the old man was deeply dejected. He did not bend. He did not yield. This was no more a characteristic of his physical than of his moral nature, but he felt himself giving way internally. For 4 years he had been waiting for Marius, with his foot firmly planted, that is the exact word, in the conviction that that good-for-nothing young scamp would ring at his door some day or other. Now he had reached the point, where, at certain gloomy hours, he said to himself, that if Marius made him wait much longer it was not death that was insupportable to him, it was the idea that perhaps he should never see Marius again. The idea of never seeing Marius again had never entered his brain until that day. Now the thought began to recur to him, and it chilled him. Absence, as is always the case in genuine and natural sentiments, had only served to augment the grandfather's love for the ungrateful child, who had gone off like a flash. It is during December nights, when the cold stands at 10 degrees, that one thinks oftenest of the sun. M. Gillenormand was, or thought himself, above all things, incapable of taking a single step, he the grandfather, towards his grandson. "I would die rather," he said to himself. He did not consider himself as the least to blame, but he thought of Marius only with profound tenderness, and the mute despair of an elderly, kindly old man who is about to vanish in the dark. He began to lose his teeth, which added to his sadness. M. Gillenormand, without however acknowledging it to himself, for it would have rendered him furious and ashamed, had never loved a mistress as he loved Marius. He had placed in his chamber, opposite the head of his bed, so that it should be the first thing on which his eyes fell on waking, an old portrait of his other daughter, who was dead, Madame Pontmercy, a portrait which had been taken when she was 18. He gazed incessantly at that portrait. One day, he happened to say, as he gazed upon it: "I think the likeness is strong." "To my sister?" inquired Mademoiselle Gillenormand. "Yes, certainly," the old man added: "and to him also." Once as he sat with his knees pressed together, and his eyes almost closed, in a despondent attitude, his daughter ventured to say to him: "Father, are you as angry with him as ever?" She paused, not daring to proceed further. "With whom?" he demanded. "With that poor Marius." He raised his aged head, laid his withered and emaciated fist on the table, and exclaimed in his most irritated and vibrating tone: "Poor Marius, do you say? That gentleman is a knave, a wretched scoundrel, a vain little ingrate, a heartless, soulless, haughty, and wicked man." And he turned away so that his daughter might not see the tear that stood in his eye. 3 days later he broke a silence which had lasted 4 hours, to say to his daughter point blank: "I had the honor to ask Mademoiselle Gillenormand never to mention him to me." Aunt Gillenormand renounced every effort, and pronounced this acute diagnosis: "My father never cared very much for my sister after her folly. It is clear that he detests Marius." After her folly meant, after she had married the colonel. However, as the reader has been able to conjecture, Mademoiselle Gillenormand had failed in her attempt to substitute her favorite, the officer of Lancers, for Marius. The substitute, Theodule, had not been a success. M. Gillenormand had not accepted the quid pro quo. A vacancy in the heart does not accommodate itself to a stopgap. Theodule, on his side, though he scented the inheritance, was disgusted at the task of pleasing. The goodman bored the Lancer, and the Lancer shocked the goodman. Lieutenant Theodule was gay, no doubt, but a chatterbox, frivolous, a vulgar, a high liver, but a frequenter of bad company. He had mistresses, it is true, and he had a great deal to say about them, it is true also, but he talked badly. All his good qualities had a defect. M. Gillenormand was worn out with hearing him tell about the love affairs that he had in the vicinity of the barracks in the Rue de Babylone. And then, Lieutenant Gillenormand sometimes came in his uniform, with the tricolored cockade. This rendered him downright intolerable. Finally, Father Gillenormand had said to his daughter, "I've had enough of that Theodule. I haven't much taste for warriors in time of peace. Receive him if you choose. I don't know, but I prefer slashers to fellows that drag their swords. The clash of blades in battle is less dismal, after all, than the clank of the scabbard on the pavement. And then, throwing out your chest like a bully and lacing yourself like a girl, with stays under your cuirass, is doubly ridiculous. When one is a veritable man, one holds equally aloof from swagger and from affected airs. He is neither a blusterer nor a finicky-hearted man. Keep your Theodule for yourself. It was in vain that his daughter said to him, but he is your grandnephew. Nevertheless, it turned out that M. Gillenormand, who was a grandfather to the very fingertips, was not in the least a granduncle. In fact, as he had good sense, and as he had compared the two, Theodule had only served to make him regret Marius all the more. One evening, it was the 24th of June, which did not prevent Father Gillenormand having a rousing fire on the hearth. He had dismissed his daughter, who was sewing in a neighboring apartment. He was alone in his chamber, amid its pastoral scenes, with his feet propped on the andirons, half enveloped in his huge screen of coromandel lacquer, with its 9 leaves, with his elbow resting on a table where burned 2 candles under a green shade, engulfed in his tapestry armchair, and in his hand a book which he was not reading. He was dressed, according to his wont, like an incroyable, and resembled an antique portrait by Garat. This would have made people run after him in the street, had not his daughter covered him up, whenever he went out, in a vast bishop's wadded cloak, which concealed his attire. At home, he never wore a dressing gown, except when he rose and retired. "It gives one a look of age," said he. Father Gillenormand was thinking of Marius lovingly and bitterly, and, as usual, bitterness predominated. His tenderness, once soured, always ended by boiling and turning to indignation. He had reached the point where a man tries to make up his mind and to accept that which rends his heart. He was explaining to himself that there was no longer any reason why Marius should return, that if he intended to return, he should have done it long ago, that he must renounce the idea. He was trying to accustom himself to the thought that all was over, and that he should die without having beheld that gentleman again. But his whole nature revolted. His aged paternity would not consent to this. "Well," said he, this was his doleful refrain, "he will not return." His bald head had fallen upon his breast, and he fixed a melancholy and irritated gaze upon the ashes on his hearth. In the very midst of his reverie, his old servant Basque entered, and inquired, "Can Monsieur receive M. Marius?" The old man sat up erect, pallid, and like a corpse which rises under the influence of a galvanic shock. All his blood had retreated to his heart. He stammered, "M. Marius what? I don't know," replied Basque, intimidated and put out of countenance by his master's air. "I have not seen him. Nicolette came in and said to me, 'There's a young man here, say that it is M. Marius.'" Father Gillenormand stammered in a low voice, "Show him in," and he remained in the same attitude, with shaking head, and his eyes fixed on the door. It opened once more. A young man entered. It was Marius. Marius halted at the door, as though waiting to be bidden to enter. His almost squalid attire was not perceptible in the obscurity caused by the shade. Nothing could be seen but his calm, grave, but strangely sad face. It was several minutes before Father Gillenormand, dulled with amazement and joy, could see anything except a brightness as when one is in the presence of an apparition. He was on the point of swooning. He saw Marius through a dazzling light. It certainly was he, it certainly was Marius, at last. After the lapse of 4 years. He grasped him entire, so to speak, in a single glance. He found him noble, handsome, distinguished, well-grown, a complete man, with a suitable mien and a charming air. He felt a desire to open his arms, to call him, to fling himself forward. His heart melted with rapture, affectionate words swelled and overflowed his breast. At length all his tenderness came to the light and reached his lips, and, by a contrast which constituted the very foundation of his nature, what came forth was harshness. He said abruptly, "What have you come here for?" Marius replied with embarrassment, "Monsieur." M. Gillenormand would have liked to have Marius throw himself into his arms. He was displeased with Marius and with himself. He was conscious that he was brusque, and that Marius was cold. It caused the goodman unendurable and irritating anxiety to feel so tender and forlorn within, and only to be able to be hard outside. Bitterness returned. He interrupted Marius in a peevish tone, "Then why did you come?" That then signified, "If you do not come to embrace me." Marius looked at his grandfather, whose pallor gave him a face of marble. "Monsieur, have you come to beg my pardon? Do you acknowledge your faults?" He thought he was putting Marius on the right road, and that the child would yield. Marius shivered. It was the denial of his father that was required of him. He dropped his eyes and replied, "No, sir." "Then," exclaimed the old man impetuously, with a grief that was poignant and full of wrath, "what do you want of me?" Marius clasped his hands, advanced a step, and said in a feeble and trembling voice, "Sir, have pity on me." These words touched M. Gillenormand, uttered a little sooner, they would have rendered him tender, but they came too late. The grandfather rose. He supported himself with both hands on his cane, his lips were white, his brow wavered, but his lofty form towered above Marius as he bowed. "Pity on you, sir. It is youth demanding pity of the old man of 91. You're entering into life, I am leaving it. You go to the play, to balls, to the cafe, to the billiard hall. You have wit, you please the women, you are a handsome fellow. As for me, I spit on my brands in the heart of summer. You are rich with the only riches that are really such. I possess all the poverty of age, infirmity, isolation. You have your 32 teeth, a good digestion, bright eyes, strength, appetite, health, gaiety, a forest of black hair. I have no longer even white hair. I have lost my teeth. I am losing my legs. I am losing my memory. There are 3 names of streets that I confound incessantly: the Rue Charlotte, the Rue du Chaume, and the Rue Saint Claude. That is what I have come to. You have before you the whole future, full of sunshine, and I am beginning to lose my sight. So far am I advancing into the night. You are in love, that is a matter of course. I am beloved by no one in all the world, and you ask pity of me. Parbleu! Molière forgot that. If that is the way you jest at the courthouse, messieurs the lawyers, I sincerely compliment you. You are droll. And the octogenarian went on in a grave and angry voice: "Come, now, what do you want of me, sir?" said Marius. "I know that my presence is displeasing to you, but I have come merely to ask one thing of you, and then I shall go away immediately." "You are a fool," said the old man. "Who said that you were to go away?" This was the translation of the tender words which lay at the bottom of his heart: "Ask my pardon. Throw yourself on my neck." Gillenormand felt that Marius would leave him in a few moments, that his harsh reception had repelled the lad, that his hardness was driving him away. He said all this to himself, and it augmented his grief, and as his grief was straightway converted into wrath, it increased his harshness. He would have liked to have Marius understand, and Marius did not understand, which made the goodman furious. He began again: "What? You deserted me, your grandfather, you left my house to go no one knows whither, you drove your aunt to despair, you went off, it is easily guessed, to lead a bachelor life. It's more convenient, to play the dandy, to come in at all hours, to amuse yourself. You have given me no signs of life, you have contracted debts without even telling me to pay them, you have become a smasher of windows and a blusterer, and, at the end of 4 years, you come to me, and that is all you have to say to me." This violent fashion of driving a grandson to tenderness was productive only of silence on the part of Marius. Gillenormand folded his arms, a gesture which with him was peculiarly imperious, and apostrophized Marius bitterly: "Let us make an end of this. You have come to ask something of me, you say? Well, what? What is it? Speak, sir," said Marius, with the look of a man who feels that he is falling over a precipice. "I have come to ask your permission to marry." Gillenormand rang the bell. Basque opened the door halfway. "Call my daughter." A second later, the door was opened once more. Mademoiselle Gillenormand did not enter, but showed herself. Marius was standing, mute, with pendant arms and the face of a criminal. Gillenormand was pacing back and forth in the room. He turned to his daughter and said to her: "Nothing. It is Monsieur Marius. Say good day to him. Monsieur wishes to marry. That's all. Go away." The curt, hoarse sound of the old man's voice announced a strange degree of excitement. The aunt gazed at Marius with a frightened air, hardly appeared to recognize him, did not allow a gesture or a syllable to escape her, and disappeared at her father's breath more swiftly than a straw before the hurricane. In the meantime, Father Gillenormand had returned and placed his back against the chimney-piece once more. "You marry? At 21? You have arranged that? You have only a permission to ask? A formality? Sit down, sir. Well, you have had a revolution since I had the honor to see you last. The Jacobins got the upper hand. You must have been delighted. Are you not Republican since you are a baron? You can make that agree. The Republic makes a good source for the barony. Are you one of those decorated by July? Have you taken the Louvre at all, sir? Quite near here, in the Rue Saint-Antoine, opposite the Rue des Nonamdiers, there is a cannon ball encrusted in the wall of the 3rd story of a house with this inscription: July 28, 1830. Go take a look at that. It produces a good effect. Ah, those friends of yours do pretty things. By the way, aren't they erecting a fountain in the place of the monument of Le Duc de Berry? So you want to marry? Whom? Can one inquire without indiscretion? He paused, and, Before Marius had time to answer, he added violently: Come now, you have a profession. A fortune made? How much do you earn at your trade of lawyer? Nothing, said Marius, with a sort of firmness and resolution that was almost fierce. Nothing? Then all that you have to live upon is the 1,200 livres that I allow you? Marius did not reply. M. Gillenormand continued: Then I understand the girl is rich, as rich as I am. What? No dowry? No expectations? I think not. Utterly naked. What's the father? I don't know. And what's her name? Mademoiselle Fauchelevent. Fauch what? Fauchelevent, pttt. Ejaculated the old gentleman. Sir! Exclaimed Marius. M. Gillenormand interrupted him with the tone of a man who is speaking to himself: That's right, 21 years of age, no profession, 1,200 livres a year. Madame la Baronne de Pontmercy will go and purchase a couple of sous worth of parsley from the fruiterer. Sir, repeated Marius, in the despair at the last hope, which was vanishing, I entreat you. I conjure you in the name of heaven, with clasped hands, sir, I throw myself at your feet, permit me to marry her. The old man burst into a shout of strident and mournful laughter, coughing and laughing at the same time. Ah! 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 You said to yourself, Pardine. I'll go hunt up that old blockhead, that absurd numbskull. What a shame that I'm not 25. How I'd treat him to a nice respectful summons. How nicely I'd get along without him. It's nothing to me, I'd say to him, you're only too happy to see me, you old idiot. I want to marry, I desire to wed Mademoiselle no matter whom. Daughter of Monsieur no matter what. I have no shoes, she has no chemise, that just suits. I want to throw my career, my future, my youth, my life to the dogs. I wish to take a plunge into wretchedness with a woman around my neck. That's an idea, and you must consent to it. And the old fossil will consent. Go, my lad, do as you like, attach your paving stone, marry your Pauselvent, your Couplevent. Never, sir, never, father, never. At the tone in which that never was uttered, Marius lost all hope. He traversed the chamber with slow steps, with bowed head, tottering and more like a dying man than like one merely taking his departure. M. Gillenormand followed him with his eyes, and at the moment when the door opened, and Marius was on the point of going out, he advanced 4 paces, with the senile vivacity of impetuous and spoiled old gentlemen, seized Marius by the collar, brought him back energetically into the room, flung him into an armchair and said to him: Tell me all about it. It was that single word father which had effected this revolution. Marius stared at him in bewilderment. M. Gillenormand's mobile face was no longer expressive of anything but rough and ineffable good nature. The grandsire had given way before the grandfather. Come, see here, speak, tell me about your love affairs, jabber, tell me everything. Sapristi. How stupid young folks are, father, repeated Marius. The old man's entire countenance lighted up with indescribable radiance. Yes, that's right, call me father, and you'll see. There was now something so kind, so gentle, so open-hearted, and so paternal in this brusqueness, that Marius, in the sudden transition from discouragement to hope, was stunned and intoxicated by it, as it were. He was seated near the table, the light from the candles brought out the dilapidation of his costume, which Father Gillenormand regarded with amazement. Well, father, said Marius. Ah, by the way, interrupted M. Gillenormand, you really have not a penny then? You are dressed like a pickpocket. He rummaged in a drawer, drew forth a purse, which he laid on the table. Here are 100 louis, buy yourself a hat. Father, pursued Marius, my good father, if you only knew. I love her. You cannot imagine it. The first time I saw her was at the Luxembourg. She came there. In the beginning, I did not pay much heed to her, and then, I don't know how it came about, I fell in love with her. Oh, how unhappy that made me. Now, at last, I see her every day, at her own home. Her father does not know it. Just fancy, they are going away. It is in the garden that we meet, in the evening. Her father means to take her to England. Then I said to myself, I'll go and see my grandfather and tell him all about the affair. I should go mad first, I should die, I should fall ill, I should throw myself into the water. I absolutely must marry her, since I should go mad otherwise. This is the whole truth, and I do not think that I have omitted anything. She lives in a garden with an iron fence, in the Rue Plumet. It is in the neighborhood of the Invalides. Father Gillenormand had seated himself, with a beaming countenance, beside Marius. As he listened to him and drank in the sound of his voice, he enjoyed at the same time a protracted pinch of snuff. At the words Rue Plumet he interrupted his inhalation and allowed the remainder of his snuff to fall upon his knees. The Rue Plumet, did you say ? Let us see ! Are there not barracks in that vicinity ? Why, yes, that's it. Your cousin Theodule has spoken to me about it. The Lancer, the officer. A gay girl, my good friend, a gay girl! Party, yes, the Rue Plumet. It is what used to be called the Rue Blomet. It all comes back to me now. I have heard of that little girl of the iron railing in the Rue Plumet. In a garden, a Pamela. Your taste is not bad. She is said to be a very tidy creature. Between ourselves, I think that simpleton of a Lancer has been courting her a bit. I don't know where he did it. However, that's not to the purpose. Besides, he is not to be believed. He brags, Marius. I think it quite proper that a young man like you should be in love. It's the right thing at your age. I like you better as a lover than as a Jacobin. I like you better in love with a petticoat, sapristi. With 20 petticoats, than with M. de Robespierre. For my part, I will do myself the justice to say, that in the line of sans-culottes, I have never loved anyone but women. Pretty girls are pretty girls, the deuce. There's no objection to that. As for the little one, she receives you without her father's knowledge. That's in the established order of things. I have had adventures of that same sort myself. More than one. Do you know what is done then? One does not take the matter ferociously, one does not precipitate himself into the tragic, one does not make one's mind to marriage and Le Maire with his scarf. One simply behaves like a fellow of spirit. One shows good sense. Slip along, mortals, don't marry. You come and look up your grandfather, who is a good-natured fellow at bottom, and who always has a few rolls of louis in an old drawer. You say to him, see here, grandfather. And the grandfather says, that's a simple matter. Youth must amuse itself, and old age must wear out. I have been young, you will be old. Come, my boy, you shall pass it on to your grandson. Here are 200 pistoles. Amuse yourself, deuce take it. Nothing better. That's the way the affair should be treated. You don't marry, but that does no harm. You understand me, Marius, petrified and incapable of uttering a syllable, made a sign with his head that he did not. The old man burst out laughing, winked his aged eye, gave him a slap on the knee, stared him full in the face with a mysterious and beaming air, and said to him, with the tenderest of shrugs of the shoulder: Booby. Make her your mistress. Marius turned pale. He had understood nothing of what his grandfather had just said. This twaddle about the Rue Blomet, Pamela, the barracks, the Lancer, had passed before Marius like a dissolving view. Nothing of all that could bear any reference to Cosette, who was a lily. The good man was wandering in his mind. But this wandering terminated in words which Marius did understand, and which were a mortal insult to Cosette. Those words, make her your mistress, entered the heart of the strict young man like a sword. He rose, picked up his hat which lay on the floor, and walked to the door with a firm, assured step. Then he turned round, bowed deeply to his grandfather, raised his head erect again, and said: 5 years ago you insulted my father, today you have insulted my wife. I ask nothing more of you, sir. Farewell. Father Gillenormand, utterly confounded, opened his mouth, extended his arms, tried to rise, and before he could utter a word, the door closed once more, and Marius had disappeared. The old man remained for several minutes motionless and as though struck by lightning, without the power to speak or breathe, as though a clenched fist grasped his throat. At last he tore himself from his armchair, ran, so far as a man can run at 91, to the door, opened it, and cried: Help! Help! His daughter made her appearance, then the domestics. He began again, with a pitiful rattle, run after him. Bring him back. What have I done to him? He is mad. He is going away. Ah! My God! Ah! My God! This time he will not come back. He went to the window which looked out on the street, threw it open with his aged and palsied hands, leaned out more than halfway, while Basque and Nicolette held him behind, and shouted: Marius! 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 But Marius could no longer hear him, for at that moment he was turning the corner of the Rue Saint Louis. The octogenarian raised his hands to his temples 2 or 3 times with an expression of anguish, recoiled stuttering, and fell back into an armchair, pulseless, voiceless, tearless, with quivering head and lips which moved with a stupid air, with nothing in his eyes and nothing any longer in his heart except a gloomy and profound something which resembled night. Part 33. Whither are they going? Chapter 1 Jean Valjean. That same day, towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jean Valjean was sitting alone on the backside of one of the most solitary slopes in the Champ de Mars. Either from prudence, or from a desire to meditate, or simply in consequence of one of those insensible changes of habit which gradually introduce themselves into the existence of everyone, he now rarely went out with Cosette. He had on his workman's waistcoat, and trousers of grey linen, and his long visored cap concealed his countenance. He was calm and happy now beside Cosette. That which had, for a time, alarmed and troubled him had been dissipated, but for the last week or two, anxieties of another nature had come up. One day, while walking on the boulevard, he had caught sight of Nadia, thanks to his disguise. Nadia had not recognized him. But since that day, Jean Valjean had seen him repeatedly, and he was now certain that Nadia was prowling about in their neighborhood. This had been sufficient to make him come to a decision. Moreover, Paris was not tranquil. Political troubles presented this inconvenient feature, for anyone who had anything to conceal in his life, that the police had grown very uneasy and very suspicious, and that while seeking to ferret out a man like Pepin or Moret, they might very readily discover a man like Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean had made up his mind to quit Paris, and even France, and go over to England. He had warned Cosette. He wished to set out before the end of the week. He had seated himself on the slope in the Champ de Mars, turning over all sorts of thoughts in his mind, the Nadia, the police, the journey, and the difficulty of procuring a passport. He was troubled from all these points of view. Last of all, an inexplicable circumstance which had just attracted his attention, and from which he had not yet recovered, had added to his state of alarm. On the morning of that very day, when he alone of the household was stirring, while strolling in the garden before Cosette's shutters were open, he had suddenly perceived on the wall the following line, engraved, probably with a nail: 16 Rue de Lane Verrerie. This was perfectly fresh. The grooves in the ancient black mortar were white. A tuft of nettles at the foot of the wall was powdered with a fine, fresh plaster. This had probably been written on the preceding night. What was this? A signal for others? A warning for himself? In any case, it was evident that the garden had been violated, and that strangers had made their way into it. He recalled the odd incidents which had already alarmed the household. His mind was now filling in this canvas. He took good care not to speak to Cosette of the line written on the wall, for fear of alarming her. In the midst of his preoccupations, he perceived, from a shadow cast by the sun, that someone had halted on the crest of the slope immediately behind him. He was on the point of turning round, when a paper folded in four fell upon his knees as though a hand had dropped it over his head. He took the paper, unfolded it, and read these words written in large characters, with a pencil: "Move away from your house." Jean Valjean sprang hastily to his feet. There was no one on the slope. He gazed all around him and perceived a creature larger than a child, not so large as a man, clad in a grey blouse and trousers of dust-colored cotton velvet, who was jumping over the parapet and who slipped into the moat of the Champ de Mars. Jean Valjean returned home at once, in a very thoughtful mood. Chapter 2 Marius. Marius had left M. Gillenormand in despair. He had entered the house with very little hope, and quitted it with immense despair, however, and those who have observed the depths of the human heart will understand this. The officer, the lancer, the ninny, cousin Theodule, had left no trace in his mind. Not the slightest. The dramatic poet might, apparently, expect some complications from this revelation made point-blank by the grandfather to the grandson. But what the drama would gain thereby, truth would lose. Marius was at an age when one believes nothing in the line of evil. Later on comes the age when one believes everything. Suspicions are nothing else than wrinkles. Early youth has none of them. That which overwhelmed Othello glides innocuous over Candide. Suspect Cosette. There are hosts of crimes which Marius could sooner have committed. He began to wander about the streets, the resource of those who suffer. He thought of nothing, so far as he could afterwards remember. At 2 o'clock in the morning he returned to Courfeyrac's quarters and flung himself, without undressing, on his mattress. The sun was shining brightly when he sank into that frightful leaden slumber which permits ideas to go and come in the brain. When he awoke, he saw Courfeyrac, Enjolras, Philly, and Combeferre standing in the room with their hats on and all ready to go out. Courfeyrac said to him: "Are you coming to General Lamarck's funeral?" It seemed to him that Courfeyrac was speaking Chinese. He went out some time after them. He put in his pocket the pistols which Javert had given him at the time of the adventure on the 3d of February, and which had remained in his hands. These pistols were still loaded. It would be difficult to say what vague thought he had in his mind when he took them with him. All day long he prowled about, without knowing where he was going. It rained at times, He did not perceive it. For his dinner, he purchased a penny roll at a baker's, put it in his pocket and forgot it. It appears that he took a bath in the Seine without being aware of it. There are moments when a man has a furnace within his skull. Marius was passing through one of those moments. He no longer hoped for anything. This step he had taken since the preceding evening. He waited for night with feverish impatience. He had but one idea clearly before his mind. This was, that at 9 o'clock he should see Cosette. This last happiness now constituted his whole future. After that, gloom. At intervals, as he roamed through the most deserted boulevards, it seemed to him that he heard strange noises in Paris. He thrust his head out of his reverie and said, "Is there fighting on hand?" At nightfall, at 9 o'clock precisely, as he had promised Cosette, he was in the Rue Plumet. When he approached the grating he forgot everything. It was 48 hours since he had seen Cosette. He was about to behold her once more. Every other thought was effaced, and he felt only a profound and unheard-of joy. Those minutes in which one lives centuries always have this sovereign and wonderful property, that at the moment when they are passing they fill the heart completely. Marius displaced the bar, and rushed headlong into the garden. Cosette was not at the spot where she ordinarily waited for him. He traversed the thicket, and approached the recess near the flight of steps. "She is waiting for me there," said he. Cosette was not there. He raised his eyes, and saw that the shutters of the house were closed. He made the tour of the garden. The garden was deserted. Then he returned to the house, and, rendered senseless by love, intoxicated, terrified, exasperated with grief and uneasiness, like a master who returns home at an evil hour, he tapped on the shutters. He knocked and knocked again, at the risk of seeing the window open, and her father's gloomy face make its appearance, and demand, "What do you want?" This was nothing in comparison with what he dimly caught a glimpse of. When he had rapped, he lifted up his voice and called Cosette. Cosette. He cried, "Cosette." He repeated imperiously. There was no reply. All was over. No one in the garden, no one in the house. Marius fixed his despairing eyes on that dismal house, which was as black and as silent as a tomb and far more empty. He gazed at the stone seat on which he had passed so many adorable hours with Cosette. Then he seated himself on the flight of steps, his heart filled with sweetness and resolution. He blessed his love in the depths of his thought, and he said to himself that, since Cosette was gone, all that there was left for him was to die. All at once he heard a voice which seemed to proceed from the street, and which was calling to him through the trees: "Mr. Marius." He started to his feet. "Hey?" said he. "Mr. Marius, are you there?" "Yes, Mr. Marius," went on the voice, "your friends are waiting for you at the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie." This voice was not wholly unfamiliar to him. It resembled the hoarse, rough voice of Apennine. Marius hastened to the gate, thrust aside the movable bar, passed his head through the aperture, and saw someone who appeared to him to be a young man, disappearing at a run into the gloom. Chapter 3. Mabeuf. Jean Valjean's purse was of no use to Mabeuf. Mabeuf, in his venerable, infantile austerity, had not accepted the gift of the stars. He had not admitted that a star could coin itself into louis d'or. He had not divined that what had fallen from heaven had come from Gavroche. He had taken the purse to the police commissioner of the quarter, as a lost article placed by the finder at the disposal of claimants. The purse was actually lost. It is unnecessary to say that no one claimed it, and that it did not succor Mabeuf. Moreover, Mabeuf had continued his downward course. His experiments on indigo had been no more successful in the Jardin des Plantes than in his garden at Austerlitz. The year before he had owed his housekeeper's wages. Now, as we have seen, he owed 3/4 of his rent. The pawnshop had sold the plates of his flora after the expiration of 13 months. Some coppersmith had made stewpans of them. His copper plates gone, and being unable to complete even the incomplete copies of his flora which were in his possession, he had disposed of the text, at a miserable price, as waste paper, to a second-hand bookseller. Nothing now remained to him of his life's work. He set to work to eat up the money for these copies. When he saw that this wretched resource was becoming exhausted, he gave up his garden and allowed it to run to waste. Before this, a long time before, he had given up his 2 eggs and the morsel of beef which he ate from time to time. He dined on bread and potatoes. He had sold the last of his furniture, then all duplicates of his bedding, his clothing and his blankets, then his herbariums and prints, but he still retained his most precious books, many of which were of the greatest rarity, among others, Les Quadrans Historiques de la Bible, edition of 1560, La Concordance des Bibles, by Pierre de Besse, Les Marguerites de la Marguerite, of Jean de la Haye, with a dedication to the Queen of Navarre. The book de la Chargette d'Ignite de l'Ambassadeur, by the Sieur de Villiers-Hotman, a Florilegium Rabbinicum of 1644, a Tibullus of 1567, with this magnificent inscription, Veneties, in Edibus Manutiones, and lastly, a Diogenes Laertius, printed at Lyon in 1644, which contained the famous variant of the manuscript 411, 13th century, of the Vatican, and those of the two manuscripts of Venice, 393 and 394, consulted with such fruitful results by Henri Eschine, and all the passages in Doric dialect which are only found in the celebrated manuscript of the 12th century belonging to the Naples Library. Mabeuf never had any fire in his chamber, and went to bed at sundown, in order not to consume any candles. It seemed as though he had no longer any neighbors. People avoided him when he went out. He perceived the fact. The wretchedness of a child interests a mother, the wretchedness of a young man interests a young girl, the wretchedness of an old man interests no one. It is, of all distresses, the coldest. Still, Father Mabeuf had not entirely lost his childlike serenity. His eyes acquired some vivacity when they rested on his books, and he smiled when he gazed at the Diogenes Laertius, which was a unique copy. His bookcase with glass doors was the only piece of furniture which he had kept beyond what was strictly indispensable. One day, Mother Plutarch said to him, I have no money to buy any dinner. What she called dinner was a loaf of bread and 4 or 5 potatoes, on credit. Suggested Mabeuf, you know well that people refuse me. Mabeuf opened his bookcase, took a long look at all his books, one after another, as a father obliged to decimate his children would gaze upon them before making a choice, then seized one hastily, put it in under his arm and went out. He returned 2 hours later, without anything under his arm, laid 30 sous on the table, and said, You will get something for dinner. From that moment forth, Mother Plutarch saw a somber veil, which was never more lifted, descend over the old man's candid face. On the following day, on the day after, and on the day after that, it had to be done again. Mabeuf went out with a book and returned with the coin. As the second-hand dealers perceived that he was forced to sell, they purchased of him for 20 sous that for which he had paid 20 francs, sometimes at those very shops. Volume by volume, the whole library went the same road. He said at times, but I am 80, as though he cherished some secret hope that he should arrive at the end of his days before reaching the end of his books. His melancholy increased. Once, however, he had a pleasure. He had gone out with a Robert Eschine, which he had sold for 35 sous under the Quai Malaquais, and he returned with an Aldous which he had bought for 40 sous in the Rue des Grès. 5 sous, he said, beaming on Mother Plutarch. That day he had no dinner. He belonged to the Horticultural Society. His destitution became known there. The president of the society came to see him, promised to speak to the Minister of Agriculture and Commerce about him, and did so. Why, what? Exclaimed the minister, I should think so. An old savant. A botanist. An inoffensive man. Something must be done for him. On the following day, Mabeuf received an invitation to dine with the minister. Trembling with joy, he showed the letter to Mother Plutarch. We are saved, said he. On the day appointed, he went to the minister's house. He perceived that his ragged cravat, his long, square coat, and his waxed shoes astonished the ushers. No one spoke to him, not even the minister. About 10 o'clock in the evening, while he was still waiting for a word, he heard the minister's wife, a beautiful woman in a low-necked gown whom he had not ventured to approach, inquire, Who is that old gentleman? He returned home on foot at midnight, in a driving rainstorm. He had sold an Elsvoet to pay for a carriage in which to go thither. He had acquired the habit of reading a few pages in his Diogenes Laertius every night, before he went to bed. He knew enough Greek to enjoy the peculiarities of the text which he owned. He had now no other enjoyment. Several weeks passed. All at once, Mother Plutarch fell ill. There is one thing sadder than having no money with which to bite bread at the baker's, and that is having no money to purchase drugs at the apothecary's. One evening, the doctor had ordered a very expensive potion, and the malady was growing worse. A nurse was required. Mabeuf opened his bookcase. There was nothing there. The last volume had taken its departure. All that was left to him was Diogenes Laertius. He put this unique copy under his arm, and went out. It was the 4th of June, 1832, he went to the Porte Saint-Jacques, to Royal's successor, and returned with 100 francs. He laid the pile of 5-franc pieces on the old serving woman's nightstand, and returned to his chamber without saying a word. On the following morning, at dawn, he seated himself on the overturned post in his garden, and he could be seen over the top of the hedge, sitting the whole morning motionless, with drooping head, his eyes vaguely fixed on the withered flower beds. It rained at intervals. The old man did not seem to perceive the fact. In the afternoon, extraordinary noises broke out in Paris. They resembled shots and the clamors of a multitude. Father Mabeuf raised his head. He saw a gardener passing, and inquired, "What is it?" The gardener, spade on back, replied in the most unconcerned tone, "It is the riots." "What riots?" "Yes, they are fighting." "Why are they fighting?" "Ah, good heavens!" ejaculated the gardener. "In what direction?" went on Mabeuf. "In the neighborhood of the arsenal." Father Mabeuf went to his room, took his hat, mechanically sought for a book to place under his arm, found none, said, "Ah, truly," and went off with a bewildered air. Part 34, the 5th of June, 1832, Chapter 1. The surface of the question. Of what is revolt composed? Of nothing and of everything. Of an electricity disengaged, little by little, of a flame suddenly darting forth, of a wandering force, of a passing breath. This breath encounters heads which speak, brains which dream, souls which suffer, passions which burn, wretchedness which howls, and bears them away, whither, at random. Athwart the state, the laws, athwart prosperity and the insolence of others. Irritated convictions, embittered enthusiasms, agitated indignations, instincts of war which have been repressed, youthful courage which has been exalted, generous blindness, curiosity, the taste for change, the thirst for the unexpected, the sentiment which causes one to take pleasure in reading the posters for the new play, and love, the prompter's whistle, at the theatre, the vague hatreds, rancors, disappointments, every vanity which thinks that destiny has bankrupted it, discomfort, empty dreams, ambitious that are hedged about, whoever hopes for a downfall, some outcome, in short, at the very bottom, the rabble, that mud which catches fire, such are the elements of revolt. That which is grandest and that which is basest, the beings who prowl outside of all bounds, awaiting an occasion, bohemians, vagrants, vagabonds of the crossroads, those who sleep at night in a desert of houses with no other roof than the cold clouds of heaven, those who, each day, demand their bread from chance and not from toil, the unknown of poverty and nothingness, the bare-armed, the barefooted, belong to revolt. Whoever cherishes in his soul a secret revolt against any deed whatever on the part of the state, of life or of fate, is ripe for riot, and, as soon as it makes its appearance, he begins to quiver, and to feel himself borne away with the whirlwind. Revolt is a sort of waterspout in the social atmosphere which forms suddenly in certain conditions of temperature, and which, as it eddies about, mounts, descends, thunders, tears, raises, crushes, demolishes, uproots, bearing with it great natures and small, the strong man and the feeble mind, the tree trunk and the stalk of straw. Woe to him whom it bears away as well as to him whom it strikes. It breaks the one against the other. It communicates to those whom it seizes an indescribable and extraordinary power. It fills the first comer with the force of events. It converts everything into projectiles. It makes a cannonball of a rough stone, and a general of a porter. If we are to believe certain oracles of crafty political views, a little revolt is desirable from the point of view of power. System. Revolt strengthens those governments which it does not overthrow. It puts the army to the test, it consecrates the bourgeoisie, it draws out the muscles of the police, it demonstrates the force of the social framework. It is an exercise in gymnastics, it is almost hygiene. Power is in better health after a revolt, as a man is after a good rubbing down. Revolt, 30 years ago, was regarded from still other points of view. There is for everything a theory, which proclaims itself good sense, philanters against Alcestis, mediation offered between the false and the true, explanation, admonition, rather haughty extenuation which, because it is mingled with blame and excuse, thinks itself wisdom, and is often only pedantry. A whole political school called the Golden Mean has been the outcome of this. As between cold water and hot water, it is the lukewarm water party. This school with its false depth, all on the surface, which dissects effects without going back to first causes, chides from its height of a demi-science, the agitation of the public square. If we listen to this school, the riots which complicated the affair of 1830 deprived that great event of a portion of its purity. The Revolution of July had been a fine popular gale, abruptly followed by blue sky. They made the cloudy sky reappear. They caused that revolution, at first so remarkable for its unanimity, to degenerate into a quarrel. In the Revolution of July, as in all progress accomplished by fits and starts, there had been secret fractures. These riots rendered them perceptible. It might have been said, this is broken. After the Revolution of July, one was sensible only of deliverance. After the riots, one was conscious of a catastrophe. All revolt closes the shops, depresses the funds, throws the exchange into consternation, suspends commerce, clogs business, precipitates failures, no more money, private fortunes rendered uneasy, public credit shaken, industry disconcerted, capital withdrawing, work at a discount, fear everywhere, counter-shocks in every town. Hence gulfs. It has been calculated that the first day of a riot costs France 20 millions, the second day 40, the third 60, a 3 days uprising costs 120 millions, that is to say, if only the financial result be taken into consideration, it is equivalent to a disaster, a shipwreck or a lost battle, which should annihilate a fleet of 60 ships of the line. No doubt, historically, uprisings have their beauty. The war of the pavements is no less grandiose, and no less pathetic, than the war of thickets. In the one there is the soul of forests, in the other the heart of cities. The one has Jinchuan, the other has a Jean. Revolts have illuminated with a red glare all the most original points of the Parisian character: generosity, devotion, stormy gaiety, students proving that bravery forms part of intelligence, the National Guard invincible, bivouacs of shopkeepers, fortresses of street urchins, contempt of death on the part of passers-by. Schools and legions clashed together. After all, between the combatants, there was only a difference of age. The race is the same. It is the same stoical men who died at the age of 20 for their ideas, at 40 for their families. The army, always a sad thing in civil wars, opposed prudence to audacity. Uprisings, while proving popular intrepidity, also educated the courage of the bourgeois. This is well. But is all this worth the bloodshed? And to the bloodshed add the future darkness, progress compromised, uneasiness among the best men, honest liberals in despair, foreign absolutism happy in these wounds dealt a revolution by its own hand, the vanquished of 1830 triumphing and saying, "We told you so." Add Paris enlarged, possibly, but France most assuredly diminished. Add, for all must needs be told, the massacres which have too often dishonored the victory of order grown ferocious over liberty gone mad. To sum up all, uprisings have been disastrous. Thus speaks that approximation to wisdom with which the bourgeoisie, that approximation to the people, so willingly contents itself. For our parts, we reject this word uprisings as too large, and consequently as too convenient. We make a distinction between one popular movement and another popular movement. We do not inquire whether an uprising costs as much as a battle. Why a battle, in the first place? Here the question of war comes up. Is war less of a scourge than an uprising is of a calamity? And then, are all uprisings calamities? And what if the revolt of July did cost 120 millions? The establishment of Philip V. in Spain cost France 2 milliards. Even at the same price, we should prefer the 14th of July. However, we reject these figures, which appear to be reasons and which are only words. An uprising being given, we examine it by itself. In all that is said by the doctrinarian objection above presented, there is no question of anything but effect. We seek the cause. We will be explicit. Chapter 2: The root of the matter. There is such a thing as an uprising, and there is such a thing as insurrection. These are two separate phases of wrath. One is in the wrong, the other is in the right. In democratic states, the only ones which are founded on justice, it sometimes happens that the fraction usurps, then the whole rises and the necessary claim of its rights may proceed as far as resort to arms. In all questions which result from collective sovereignty, the war of the whole against the fraction is insurrection. The attack of the fraction against the whole is revolt, according as the Tuileries contain a king or the Convention. They are justly or unjustly attacked. The same cannon, pointed against the populace, is wrong on the 10th of August, and right on the 14th of Vendémiaire. Alike in appearance, fundamentally different in reality, the Swiss defend the false, Bonaparte defends the true. That which universal suffrage has effected in its liberty and in its sovereignty cannot be undone by the street. It is the same in things pertaining purely to civilization. The instinct of the masses, clear-sighted today, may be troubled tomorrow. The same fury legitimate when directed against terror and absurd when directed against turgor. The destruction of machines, the pillage of warehouses, the breaking of rails, the demolition of docks, the false roots of multitudes, the refusal by the people of justice to progress, Ramus assassinated by students, Rousseau driven out of Switzerland and stoned, that is revolt. Israel against Moses, Athens against Phocion, Rome against Cicero, that is an uprising, Paris against the Bastille, that is insurrection. The soldiers against Alexander, the sailors against Christopher Columbus, this is the same revolt, impious revolt. Why? Because Alexander is doing for Asia with the sword that which Christopher Columbus is doing for America with the compass. Alexander, like Columbus, is finding a world. These gifts of a world to civilization are such augmentations of light, that all resistance in that case is culpable. Sometimes the populace counterfeits fidelity to itself. The masses are traitors to the people. Is there, for example, anything stranger than that long and bloody protest of dealers in contraband salt, a legitimate chronic revolt, which, at the decisive moment, on the day of salvation, at the very hour of popular victory, espouses the throne, turns into chouannery, and, from having been an insurrection against, becomes an uprising for, somber masterpieces of ignorance. The contraband salt dealer escapes the royal gibbets, and with a rope sent round his neck, mounts the white cockade. Death to the salt duties, brings forth, long live the king. The assassins of Saint Barthélemy, the cutthroats of September, the manslaughterers of Avignon, the assassins of Coligny, the assassins of Madame Lamballe, the assassins of Brune, Michelets, Verdits, Cadenets, the companions of Joe, the chevaliers of Brassard, behold an uprising. La Vendée is a grand, Catholic uprising. The sound of right in movement is recognizable. It does not always proceed from the trembling of excited masses. There are mad rages, there are cracked bells. All tocsins do not give out the sound of bronze. The brawl of passions and ignorances is quite another thing from the shock of progress. Show me in what direction you are going. Rise, if you will, but let it be that you may grow great. There is no insurrection except in a forward direction. Any other sort of rising is bad. Every violent step towards the rear is a revolt. To retreat is to commit a deed of violence against the human race. Insurrection is a fit of rage on the part of truth. The pavements which the uprising disturbs give forth the spark of right. These pavements bequeath to the uprising only their mud. Danton against Louis XIV is insurrection. Hebert against Danton is revolt. Hence it results that if insurrection in given cases may be, as Lafayette says, the most holy of duties, an uprising may be the most fatal of crimes. There is also a difference in the intensity of heat. Insurrection is often a volcano, revolt is often only a fire of straw. Revolt, as we have said, is sometimes found among those in power. Polignac is a rioter, Camille Desmoulins is one of the governing powers. Insurrection is sometimes resurrection. The solution of everything by universal suffrage being an absolutely modern fact, and all history anterior to this fact being, for the space of 4,000 years, filled with violated right, and the suffering of peoples, each epoch of history brings with it that protest of which it is capable. Under the Caesars, there was no insurrection, but there was juvenile. The facit indignatio replaces the Gracchi. Under the Caesars, there is the exile to Syene, there is also the man of the annals. We do not speak of the immense exile of Patmos who, on his part also, overwhelms the real world with a protest in the name of the ideal world, who makes of his vision an enormous satire and casts on Rome Nineveh, on Rome Babylon, on Rome Sodom, the flaming reflection of the apocalypse. John on his rock is the Sphinx on its pedestal. We may understand him, he is a Jew, and it is Hebrew, but the man who writes the annals is of the Latin race. Let us rather say he is a Roman. As the Neros reign in a black way, they should be painted to match. The work of the graving tool alone would be too pale. There must be poured into the channel a concentrated prose which bites. Despots count for something in the question of philosophers. A word that is chained is a terrible word. The writer doubles and trebles his style when silence is imposed on a nation by its master. From this silence there arises a certain mysterious plenitude which filters into thought and there congeals into bronze. The compression of history produces conciseness in the historian. The granite solidity of such and such a celebrated prose is nothing but the accumulation effected by the tyrant. Tyranny constrains the writer to conditions of diameter which are augmentations of force. The Ciceronian period, which hardly sufficed for Vers, would be blunted on Caligula. The less spread of sail in the phrase, the more intensity in the blow. Tacitus thinks with all his might. The honesty of a great heart, condensed in justice and truth, overwhelms us with lightning. Be it remarked, in passing, that Tacitus is not historically superposed upon Caesar. The Tiberii were reserved for him. Caesar and Tacitus are two successive phenomena, a meeting between whom seems to be mysteriously avoided. By the one who, when he sets the centuries on the stage, regulates the entrances and the exits. Caesar is great, Tacitus is great, God spares these two greatnesses by not allowing them to clash with one another. The guardian of justice, in striking Caesar, might strike too hard and be unjust. God does not will it. The great wars of Africa and Spain, the pirates of Sicily destroyed, civilization introduced into Gaul, into Britanny, into Germany, all this glory covers the Rubicon. There is here a sort of delicacy of the divine justice, hesitating to let loose upon the illustrious usurper the formidable historian, sparing Caesar Tacitus, and according extenuating circumstances to genius. Certainly, despotism remains despotism, even under the despot of genius. There is corruption under all illustrious tyrants, but the moral pest is still more hideous under infamous tyrants. In such reigns, nothing veils the shame, and those who make examples, Tacitus as well as Juvenal, slap this ignominy which cannot reply, in the face, more usefully in the presence of all humanity. Rome smells worse under Vitellius than under Sylla. Under Claudius and under Domitian, there is a deformity of baseness corresponding to the repulsiveness of the tyrant. The villainy of slaves is a direct product of the despot. A miasma exhales from these cowering consciences wherein the master is reflected. Public powers are unclean, hearts are small, consciences are dull, souls are like vermin. Thus it is under Caracalla, thus it is under Commodus, thus it is under Heliogabalus, while, from the Roman Senate, under Caesar, there comes nothing but the odor of the dung which is peculiar to the eyries of the eagles. Hence the advent, apparently tardy, of the Tacituses and the Juvenals. It is in the hour for evidence, that the demonstrator makes his appearance, but Juvenal and Tacitus, like Isaiah in biblical times, like Dante in the Middle Ages, is man. Riot and insurrection are the multitude, which is sometimes right and sometimes wrong. In the majority of cases, riot proceeds from a material fact, insurrection is always a moral phenomenon. Riot is Masaniello, insurrection, Spartacus. Insurrection borders on mind, riot on the stomach. Gaster grows irritated, but Gaster, assuredly, is not always in the wrong. In questions of famine, riot, Buzzncase, for example, holds a true, pathetic, and just point of departure. Nevertheless, it remains a riot. Why? It is because, right at bottom, it was wrong in form. Shy although in the right, violent although strong, it struck at random, it walked like a blind elephant, it left behind it the corpses of old men, of women, and of children, it wished the blood of inoffensive and innocent persons without knowing why. The nourishment of the people is a good object, to massacre them is a bad means. All armed protests, even the most legitimate, even that of the 10th of August, even that of July 14th, begin with the same troubles. Before the right gets set free, there is foam and tumult. In the beginning, the insurrection is a riot, just as a river is a torrent. Ordinarily it ends in that ocean, revolution. Sometimes, however, coming from those lofty mountains which dominate the moral horizon, justice, wisdom, reason, right, formed of the pure snow of the ideal, after a long fall from rock to rock, after having reflected the sky in its transparency and increased by 100 affluents in the majestic mien of triumph, insurrection is suddenly lost in some quagmire, as the Rhine is in a swamp. All this is of the past, the future is another thing. Universal suffrage has this admirable property, that it dissolves riot in its inception, and, by giving the vote to insurrection, it deprives it of its arms. The disappearance of wars, of street wars as well as of wars on the frontiers, such is the inevitable progression. Whatever today may be, tomorrow will be peace. However, insurrection, riot, and points of difference between the former and the latter, the bourgeois, properly speaking, knows nothing of such shades. In his mind, all is sedition, rebellion pure and simple, the revolt of the dog against his master, an attempt to bite who must be punished by the chain and the kennel, barking, snapping, until such day as the head of the dog, suddenly enlarged, is outlined vaguely in the gloom face to face with the lion. Then the bourgeois shouts, "Long live the people!" This explanation given, what does the movement of June, 1832, signify, so far as history is concerned? Is it a revolt? Is it an insurrection? It may happen to us, in placing this formidable event on the stage, to say revolt now and then, but merely to distinguish superficial facts, and always preserving the distinction between revolt, the form, and insurrection, the foundation. This movement of 1832 had, in its rapid outbreak and in its melancholy extinction, so much grandeur, that even those who see in it only an uprising, never refer to it otherwise than with respect. For them, it is like a relic of 1830. Excited imaginations, say they, and not to be calmed in a day. A revolution cannot be cut off short. It must needs undergo some undulations before it returns to a state of rest, like a mountain sinking into the plain. There are no Alps without their Jura, nor Pyrenees without the Asturias. This pathetic crisis of contemporary history, which the memory of Parisians calls the epoch of the riots, is certainly a characteristic hour amid the stormy hours of this century. A last word, before we enter on the recital. The facts which we are about to relate belong to that dramatic and living reality, which the historian sometimes neglects for lack of time and space. There, nevertheless, we insist upon it, is life, palpitation, human tremor. Petty details, as we think we have already said, are, so to speak, the foliage of great events, and are lost in the distance of history. The epoch, surnamed of the riots, abounds in details of this nature. Judicial inquiries have not revealed, and perhaps have not sounded the depths, for another reason than history. We shall therefore bring to light, among the known and published peculiarities, things which have not heretofore been known, about facts over which have passed the forgetfulness of some, and the death of others. The majority of the actors in these gigantic scenes have disappeared, beginning with the very next day they held their peace, but of what we shall relate, we shall be able to say, we have seen this. We alter a few names, for history relates and does not inform against, but the deed which we shall paint will be genuine. In accordance with the conditions of the book which we are now writing, we shall show only one side in one episode, and certainly, the least known at that, of the 2 days, the 5th and the 6th of June, 1832, but we shall do it in such wise that the reader may catch a glimpse, beneath the gloomy veil which we are about to lift, of the real form of this frightful public adventure. Chapter 3: A Burial, an Occasion to be Born Again. In the spring of 1832, although the cholera had been chilling all minds for the last 3 months and had cast over their agitation an indescribable and gloomy pacification, Paris had already long been ripe for commotion. As we have said, the great city resembles a piece of artillery. When it is loaded, it suffices for a spark to fall, and the shot is discharged. In June, 1832, the spark was the death of General Lamarck. Lamarck was a man of renown and of action. He had had in succession, under the Empire and under the Restoration, the sorts of bravery requisite for the 2 epochs, the bravery of the battlefield and the bravery of the tribune. He was as eloquent as he had been valiant, a sword was discernible in his speech. Like Foy, his predecessor, after upholding the command, he upheld liberty. He sat between the left and the extreme left, beloved of the people because he accepted the chances of the future, beloved of the populace because he had served the emperor well. He was, in company with Comtes Gerard and Drouet, one of Napoleon's marshals in petto. The treaties of 1815 removed him as a personal offence. He hated Wellington with a downright hatred which pleased the multitude, and, for 17 years, he majestically preserved the sadness of Waterloo, paying hardly any attention to intervening events. In his death agony, at his last hour, he clasped to his breast a sword which had been presented to him by the officers of the 100 Days. Napoleon had died uttering the word army, Lamarck uttering the word country. His death, which was expected, was dreaded by the people as a loss, and by the government as an occasion. This death was an affliction. Like everything that is bitter, affliction may turn to revolt. This is what took place. On the preceding evening, and on the morning of the 5th of June, the day appointed for Lamarck's burial, the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, which the procession was to touch at, assumed a formidable aspect. This tumultuous network of streets was filled with rumours. They armed themselves as best they might. Joiners carried off doorweights of their establishment to break down doors. One of them had made himself a dagger of a stocking weaver's hook by breaking off the hook and sharpening the stump. Another, who was in a fever to attack, slept wholly dressed for 3 days. A carpenter named Lombier met a comrade, who asked him, "Whither are you going?" "Well, I have no weapons." "What then?" "I'm going to my timber yard to get my compasses." "What for?" "I don't know," said Lombier. A certain Jacqueline, an expeditious man, accosted some passing artisans. "Come here, you." He treated them to 10 sous worth of wine and said, "Have you work?" "No." "Go to Phil's Pier, between the Barrière Charon and the Barrière Montreal, and you will find work." At Phil's Piers they found cartridges and arms. Certain well-known leaders were going the rounds, that is to say, running from one house to another, to collect their men. At Barthélemy's, near the Barrière du Trône, at Capel's, near the Petit Chap, the drinkers accosted each other with a grave air. They were heard to say, "Have you your pistol?" "Under my blouse." "And you?" "Under my shirt." In the Rue Traversière, in front of the Bland workshop, and in the yard of the Maison Brûlée, In front of toolmaker Berniers, groups whispered together. Among them was observed a certain Mavot, who never remained more than a week in one shop, as the masters always discharged him because they were obliged to dispute with him every day. Mavot was killed on the following day at the barricade of the Rue Menilmontant. Pretot, who was destined to perish also in the struggle, seconded Mavot, and to the question, "What is your object?" he replied, "Insurrection." Workmen assembled at the corner of the Rue de Bercy, waited for a certain Lemerin, the revolutionary agent for the Faubourg Saint-Marceau. Watchwords were exchanged almost publicly. On the 5th of June, accordingly, a day of mingled rain and sun, General Lamarck's funeral procession traversed Paris with official military pomp, somewhat augmented through proportion. 2 battalions, with draped drums and reversed arms, 10,000 National Guards, with their swords at their sides, escorted the coffin. The hearse was drawn by young men. The officers of the Invalides came immediately behind it, bearing laurel branches. Then came an innumerable, strange, agitated multitude, the sectionaries of the Friends of the People, the law school, the medical school, refugees of all nationalities, and Spanish, Italian, German, and Polish flags, tricolored horizontal banners, every possible sort of banner, children waving green boughs, stone cutters and carpenters who were on strike at the moment, printers who were recognizable by their paper caps, marching 2 by 2, 3 by 3, uttering cries, nearly all of them brandishing sticks, some brandishing sabers, without order and yet with a single soul, now a tumultuous rout, again a column. Squads chose themselves leaders. A man armed with a pair of pistols in full view, seemed to pass the host in review, and the files separated before him. On the side alleys of the boulevards, in the branches of the trees, on balconies, in windows, on the roofs, swarmed the heads of men, women, and children. All eyes were filled with anxiety. An armed throng was passing, and a terrified throng looked on. The government, on its side, was taking observations. It observed with its hand on its sword. 4 squadrons of carabineers could be seen in the Place Louis XV. In their saddles, with their trumpets at their head, cartridge boxes filled and muskets loaded, all in readiness to march, in the Latin country and at the Jardin des Plantes. The municipal guard décolonned from street to street. At the Halle aux Vins, a squadron of dragoons, at the Grève half of the 12th Light Infantry, the other half being at the Bastille, the 6th Dragoons at the Celestins, and the courtyard of the Louvre full of artillery. The remainder of the troops were confined to their barracks, without reckoning the regiments of the environs of Paris. Power being uneasy, held suspended over the menacing multitude 24,000 soldiers in the city and 30,000 in the banlieue. Divers reports were in circulation in the cortege. Legitimist tricks were hinted at. They spoke of the Duc de Reichstadt, whom God has marked out for death at that very moment when the populace were designating him for the empire. One personage, whose name has remained unknown, announced that at a given hour 2 overseers who had been won over, would throw open the doors of a factory of arms to the people. That which predominated on the uncovered brows of the majority of those present was enthusiasm mingled with dejection. Here and there, also, in that multitude given over to such violent but noble emotions, there were visible genuine visages of criminals and ignoble mouths which said, "Let us plunder." There are certain agitations which stir up the bottoms of marshes and make clouds of mud rise through the water. A phenomenon to which well-drilled policemen are no strangers. The procession proceeded, with feverish slowness, from the house of the deceased, by way of the boulevards as far as the Bastille. It rained from time to time. The rain mattered nothing to that throng. Many incidents, the coffin borne round the Vendôme column, stones thrown at the Duc de Fitzjames, who was seen on a balcony with his hat on his head, the Gallic cock torn from a popular flag and dragged in the mire, a policeman wounded with a blow from a sword at the Porte Saint-Martin, an officer of the 12th Light Infantry saying aloud, "I am a Republican," the Polytechnic School coming up unexpectedly against orders to remain at home, the shouts of, "Long live the Polytechnique! Long live the Republic!" marked the passage of the funeral train. At the Bastille, long files of curious and formidable people who descended from the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, effected a junction with the procession, and a certain terrible seething began to agitate the throng. One man was heard to say to another, "Do you see that fellow with a red beard? He's the one who will give the word when we are to fire." It appears that this red beard was present at another riot, the Quenesset affair, entrusted with the same function. The hearse passed the Bastille, traversed the small bridge, and reached the esplanade of the Bridge of Austerlitz. There it halted. The crowd, surveyed at that moment with a bird's-eye view, would have presented the aspect of a comet whose head was on the esplanade and whose tail spread out over the Quaidon, covered the Bastille, and was prolonged on the boulevard as far as the Porte Saint-Martin. A circle was traced around the hearse. The vast rout held their peace. Lafayette spoke and bade Lamarck farewell. This was a touching and august instant. All heads uncovered, all hearts beat high. All at once, a man on horseback, clad in black, made his appearance in the middle of the group with a red flag, others say, with a pike surmounted with a red liberty cap. Lafayette turned aside his head. Ixelmans quitted the procession. This red flag raised a storm, and disappeared in the midst of it. From the boulevard Pétain to the bridge of Austerlitz, one of those clamors which resemble billows stirred the multitude. Two prodigious shouts went up, Lamarck to the Pantheon, Lafayette to the town hall. Some young men, amid the declamations of the throng, harnessed themselves and began to drag Lamarck in the hearse across the bridge of Austerlitz and Lafayette in a hackney coach along the Quai Morland. In the crowd which surrounded and cheered Lafayette, it was noticed that a German showed himself named Ludwig Snyder, who died a centenarian afterwards, who had also been in the War of 1776, and who had fought at Trenton under Washington, and at Brandywine under Lafayette. In the meantime, the municipal cavalry on the left bank had been set in motion, and came to bar the bridge. On the right bank the dragoons emerged from the Celestins and deployed along the Quai Morland. The men who were dragging Lafayette suddenly caught sight of them at the corner of the quay and shouted, "The dragoons!" The dragoons advanced at a walk, in silence, with their pistols in their holsters, their swords in their scabbards, their guns slung in their leather sockets. With an air of gloomy expectation, they halted 200 paces from the little bridge. The carriage in which sat Lafayette advanced to them. Their ranks opened and allowed it to pass, and then closed behind it. At that moment the dragoons and the crowd touched. The women fled in terror. What took place during that fatal minute? No one can say. It is the dark moment when two clouds come together. Some declare that a blast of trumpets sounding the charge was heard in the direction of the arsenal, others that a blow from a dagger was given by a child to a dragoon. The fact is, that 3 shots were suddenly discharged. The first killed Killet, chief of the squadron. The second killed an old deaf woman who was in the act of closing her window. The third singed the shoulder of an officer. A woman screamed, "They are beginning too soon." And all at once, a squadron of dragoons which had remained in the barracks up to this time, was seen to debouch at a gallop with bared swords, through the Rue Bassompierre and the Boulevard Pétain, sweeping all before them. Then all is said. The tempest is loosed, stones rain down, a fusillade breaks forth, many precipitate themselves to the bottom of the bank, and pass the small arm of the Seine, now filled in. The timber yards of the Île Louviers, that vast citadel ready to hand, bristle with combatants, stakes are torn up, pistol shots fired, a barricade begun, the young men who are thrust back pass the Austerlitz bridge with the hearse at a run, and the municipal guard. The carabineers rush up. The dragoons ply their swords, the crowd disperses in all directions, a rumor of war flies to all 4 quarters of Paris, men shout, "To arms!" They run, tumble down, flee, resist. Wrath spreads abroad, the riot as wind spreads a fire. Chapter 4 The Abolitions of Former Days. Nothing is more extraordinary than the first breaking out of a riot. Everything bursts forth everywhere at once. Was it foreseen? Yes. Was it prepared? No. Whence comes it? From the pavements. Whence falls it? From the clouds. Here insurrection assumes the character of a plot, there of an improvisation. The first comer seizes a current of the throng and leads it whither he wills. A beginning full of terror, in which is mingled a sort of formidable gaiety. First come clamors, the shops are closed, the displays of the merchants disappear, then come isolated shots, people flee, blows from gun stocks beat against porte-coquilles, servants can be heard laughing in the courtyards of houses and saying, "There's going to be a row." A quarter of an hour had not elapsed when this is what was taking place at 20 different spots in Paris at once. In the Rue Saint-Croix de la Breterie, 20 young men, bearded and with long hair, entered a dram shop and emerged a moment later, carrying a horizontal tricolored flag covered with crape, and having at their head 3 men armed, one with a sword, one with a gun, and the third with a pike. In the Rue des Nonnes-Indiers, a very well-dressed bourgeois, who had a prominent belly, a sonorous voice, a bald head, a lofty brow, a black beard, and one of these stiff moustaches which will not lie flat, offered cartridges publicly to passers-by. In the Rue Saint-Pierre Montmartre, men with bare arms carried about a black flag, on which could be read in white letters this inscription, "Republic or Death." In the Rue des Dunes, Rue du Cadran, Rue Montague, Rue Mandat, groups appeared waving flags on which could be distinguished in gold letters, the word section with a number. One of these flags was red and blue with an almost imperceptible stripe of white between. They pillaged a factory of small arms on the Boulevard Saint Martin, and 3 armorers' shops, the first in the Rue Bourbon, the second in the Rue Michel Lecomte, the other in the Rue du Temple. In a few minutes, the 1,000 hands of the crowd had seized and carried off 230 guns, nearly all double-barreled, 64 swords, and 83 pistols. In order to provide more arms, one man took the gun, the other the bayonet. Opposite the Quai de la Grève, young men armed with muskets installed themselves in the houses of some women for the purpose of firing. One of them had a flintlock. They rang, entered, and set about making cartridges. One of these women relates, "I did not know what cartridges were, it was my husband who told me." One cluster broke into a curiosity shop in the Rue des Vieilles and seized yataghans and Turkish arms. The body of a mason who had been killed by a gunshot lay in the Rue de la Pole, and then on the right bank, the left bank, on the quays, on the boulevards, in the Latin country, in the quarter of the Halles, panting men, artisans, students, members of sections read proclamations and shouted, "To arms!" Broke street lanterns, unharnessed carriages, unpaved the streets, broke in the doors of houses, uprooted trees, rummaged cellars, rolled out hogsheads, heaped up paving stones, rough slabs, furniture and planks, and made barricades. They forced the bourgeois to assist them in this. They entered the dwellings of women. They forced them to hand over the swords and guns of their absent husbands, and they wrote on the door, with whiting, "The arms have been delivered." Some signed their names to receipts for the guns and swords and said, "Send for them tomorrow at the mayor's office." They disarmed isolated sentinels and National Guardsmen in the streets on their way to the town hall. They tore the epaulets from officers. In the Rue du Cimetière Saint-Nicolas, an officer of the National Guard, on being pursued by a crowd armed with clubs and foils, took refuge with difficulty in a house, whence he was only able to emerge at nightfall and in disguise. In the Quartier Saint-Jacques, the students swarmed out of their hotels and ascended the Rue Saint-Hyacinthe to the Café du Progrès, or descended to the Café des Sept Billards, in the Rue des Mathurins. There, in front of the door, young men mounted on the stone corner posts, distributed arms. They plundered the timber yard in the Rue Transnonain in order to obtain material for barricades. On a single point the inhabitants resisted, at the corner of the Rue Saint-Yvo and the Rue Simon-Franck, where they destroyed the barricade with their own hands. At a single point the insurgents yielded. They abandoned a barricade begun in the Rue du Temple after having fired on a detachment of the National Guard, and fled through the Rue de la Corderie. The detachment picked up in the barricade a red flag, a package of cartridges, and 300 pistol balls. The National Guardsmen tore up the flag, and carried off its tattered remains on the points of their bayonets. All that we are here relating slowly and successively took place simultaneously at all points of the city in the midst of a vast tumult, like a mass of tongues of lightning in one clap of thunder. In less than an hour, 27 barricades sprang out of the earth in the quarter of the Halles alone. In the center was that famous house number 50, which was the fortress of Jeanne and her 600 companions, and which, flanked on the one hand by a barricade at Saint Mary, and on the other by a barricade of the Rue Maubuée, commanded 3 streets, the Rue des Arcis, the Rue Saint Martin, and the Rue Aubray-le-Boucher, which it faced. The barricades at right angles fell back, the one of the Rue Montegueul on the Grand Truanderie, the other of the Rue Geoffroy Langevin on the Rue Saint-Yvo. Without reckoning innumerable barricades in 20 other quarters of Paris, in the Marais, at Montana-Sainte-Geneviève, one in the Rue Menilmontant, where was visible a porte-coquillere torn from its hinges, another near the little bridge of the Hôtel Dieu made with an ecossaise, which had been unharnessed and overthrown, 300 paces from the prefecture of police. At the barricade of the Rue des Ménétriers, a well-dressed man distributed money to the workmen. At the barricade of the Rue Grenatat, a horseman made his appearance and handed to the one who seemed to be the commander of the barricade what had the appearance of a roll of silver. "Here," said he, "this is to pay expenses, wine, etc." A light-haired young man, without a cravat, went from barricade to barricade, carrying passwords. Another, with a naked sword, a blue police cap on his head, placed sentinels. In the interior, beyond the barricades, the wine shops and porters' lodges were converted into guardhouses. Otherwise the riot was conducted after the most scientific military tactics. The narrow, uneven, sinuous streets, full of angles and turns, were admirably chosen, the neighborhood of the Halles, in particular, a network of streets more intricate than a forest. The Society of the Friends of the People had, it was said, undertaken to direct the insurrection in the Quartier Saint-Yvo. A man killed in the Rue du Pont who asserted on his person a plan of Paris. That which had really undertaken the direction of the uprising was a sort of strange impetuosity which was in the air. The insurrection had abruptly built barricades with one hand, and with the other seized nearly all the posts of the garrison. In less than 3 hours, like a train of powder catching fire, the insurgents had invaded and occupied, on the right bank, the arsenal, the mayoralty of the Place Royale, the whole of the Marais, the Popincourt Arms Manufactory, La Galliette, the Château d'Eau, and all the streets near the Halles. On the left bank, the barracks of the veterans, Saint-Hippolyte, the Place Maubat, the powder magazine of the Deux Moulins, and all the barriers. At 5 o'clock in the evening, they were masters of the Bastille, of the Lingerie, of the Blancs-Manques. Their scouts had reached the Place des Victoires, and menaced the bank, the Petit Perez barracks, and the post office. A third of Paris was in the hands of the rioters. The conflict had been begun on a gigantic scale at all points, and, as a result of the disarming domiciliary visits, and armorers' shops hastily invaded, was, that the combat which had begun with the throwing of stones was continued with gunshots. About 6 o'clock in the evening, the Passage du Somme became the field of battle. The uprising was at one end, the troops were at the other. They fired from one gate to the other. An observer, a dreamer, the author of this book, who had gone to get a near view of this volcano, found himself in the passage between the two fires. All that he had to protect him from the bullets was the swell of the two half-columns which separate the shops. He remained in this delicate situation for nearly half an hour. Meanwhile the call to arms was beaten, the National Guard armed in haste, the legions emerged from the mayoralties, the regiments from their barracks. Opposite the passage de l'Ancre a drummer received a blow from a dagger. Another, in the Rue du Cygne, was assailed by 30 young men who broke his instrument, and took away his sword. Another was killed in the Rue Grenier Saint-Lazare. In the Rue Michel Comte, 3 officers fell dead one after the other. Many of the municipal guards, on being wounded, in the Rue des Lombards, retreated. In front of the Cour Batave, a detachment of National Guards found a red flag bearing the following inscription: Republican Revolution, number 127. Was this a revolution, in fact? The insurrection had made of the center of Paris a sort of inextricable, tortuous, colossal citadel. There was the hearth, there, evidently, was the question. All the rest was nothing but skirmishes. The proof that all would be decided lay in the fact that there was no fighting going on there as yet. In some regiments, the soldiers were uncertain, which added to the fearful uncertainty of the crisis. They recalled the popular ovation which had greeted the neutrality of the 53d of the line in July, 1830. 2 intrepid men, tried in great wars, the Marshal Lobau and General Bugt, were in command, Bugt under Lobau. Enormous patrols, composed of battalions of the line, enclosed in entire companies of the National Guard, and preceded by a commissary of police wearing his scarf of office, went to reconnoiter the streets in rebellion. The insurgents, on their side, placed vedettes at the corners of all open spaces, and audaciously sent their patrols outside the barricades. Each side was watching the other. The government, with an army in its hand, hesitated. The night was almost upon them, and the St. Mary tocsin began to make itself heard. The Minister of War at that time, Marshal Soult, who had seen Austerlitz, regarded this with a gloomy air. These old sailors, accustomed to correct maneuvers and having as resource and guide only tactics, that compass of battles, are utterly disconcerted in the presence of that immense foam which is called public wrath. The National Guards of the suburbs rushed up in haste and disorder. A battalion of the 12th Light came at a run from St. Denis, the 14th of the line arrived from Courbevoie, the batteries of the military school had taken up their position on the Carousel, cannons were descending from Vincennes, solitude was formed around the Tuileries. Louis-Philippe was perfectly serene. Chapter 5 Originality of Paris. During the last 2 years, as we have said, Paris had witnessed more than one insurrection. Nothing is, generally, more singularly calm than the physiognomy of Paris during an uprising beyond the bounds of the rebellious quarters. Paris very speedily accustoms herself to anything, it is only a riot, and Paris has so many affairs on hand, that she does not put herself out for so small a matter. These colossal cities alone can offer such spectacles. These immense enclosures alone can contain at the same time civil war and an odd and indescribable tranquility. Ordinarily, when an insurrection commences, when the shopkeeper hears the drum, the call to arms, the general alarm, he contents himself with the remark: there appears to be a squabble in the Rue Saint-Martin, or in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Often he adds carelessly: or somewhere in that direction. Later on, when the heartrending and mournful hubbub of musketry and firing by platoons becomes audible, the shopkeeper says: "It's getting hot. Hello, it's getting hot." A moment later, the riot approaches and gains in force. He shuts up his shop precipitately, hastily dons his uniform, that is to say, he places his merchandise in safety and risks his own person. Men fire in a square, in a passage, in a blind alley. They take and retake the barricade. Blood flows, the grape shot riddles the fronts of the houses, the bulls kill people in their beds, corpses encumber the streets. A few streets away, the shock of billiard balls can be heard in the cafes. The theaters open their doors in present vaudevilles. The curious laugh and chat a couple of paces distant from these streets filled with war. Hackney carriages go their way. Passers-by are going to a dinner somewhere in town. Sometimes in the very quarter where the fighting is going on. In 1831, a fusillade was stopped to allow a wedding party to pass. At the time of the insurrection of 1839, in the Rue Saint-Martin, a little, infirm old man, pushing a handcart surmounted by a tricolor drag, in which he had carafes filled with some sort of liquid, went and came from barricade to troops and from troops to the barricade, offering his glasses of cocoa impartially, now to the government, now to anarchy. Nothing can be stranger, and this is the peculiar character of uprisings in Paris, which cannot be found in any other capital. To this end, two things are requisite: the size of Paris and its gaiety. The city of Voltaire and Napoleon is necessary. On this occasion, however, in the resort to arms of June 25, 1832, the great city felt something which was, perhaps, stronger than itself. It was afraid. Closed doors, windows, and shutters were to be seen everywhere, in the most distant and most disinterested quarters. The courageous took to arms. The poltroons hid. The busy and heedless passer-by disappeared. Many streets were empty at 4 o'clock in the morning. Alarming details were hawked about. Fatal news was disseminated, that they were masters of the banks, that there were 600 of them in the cloister of St. Mary alone, entrenched and embattled in the church, that the line was not to be depended on, that Almond Carroll had been to see Marshal Clausel and that the Marshal had said, "Get a regiment first," that Lafayette was ill, but that he had said to them, "Nevertheless, I am with you. I will follow you wherever there is room for a chair," that one must be on one's guard, that at night there would be people pillaging isolated dwellings in the deserted corners of Paris, that the imagination of the police, that Anne Radcliffe mixed up with the government was recognizable, that a battery had been established in the Rue Aubrey-le-Boucher, that Lobau and Bugged were putting their heads together, and that, at midnight, or at daybreak at latest, 4 columns would march simultaneously on the center of the uprising, the first coming from the Bastille, the second from the Porte Saint-Martin, the third from the Greve, the fourth from the Halles, that perhaps, also, the troops would evacuate Paris and withdraw to the Champ de Mars, that no one knew what would happen, but that this time, it certainly was serious. People busied themselves over Marshal Soult's hesitations. Why did not he attack at once? It is certain that he was profoundly absorbed. The old lion seemed to scent an unknown monster in that gloom. Evening came, the theaters did not open. The patrols circulated with an air of irritation, passers-by were searched, suspicious persons were arrested. By 9 o'clock, more than 800 persons had been arrested. The prefecture of police was encumbered with them, so was the consistory, so was La Force. At the consistory in particular, the long vault which is called the Rue de Paris was littered with trusses of straw upon which lay a heap of prisoners, whom the man of Lyons, Lagrange, harangued valiantly. All that straw rustled by all these men, produced the sound of a heavy shower. Elsewhere prisoners slept in the open air in the meadows, piled on top of each other. Anxiety reigned everywhere, and a certain tremor which was not habitual with Paris. People barricaded themselves in their houses, wives and mothers were uneasy, nothing was to be heard but this, "Ah, my God! He has not come home." There was hardly even the distant rumble of a vehicle to be heard. People listened on their thresholds, to the rumours, the shouts, the tumult, the dull and indistinct sounds, to the things that were said, "It is cavalry," or, "Those are the caissons galloping," to the trumpets, the drums, the firing, and, above all, to that lamentable alarm peal from St. Mary. They waited for the first cannon shot. Men sprang up at the corners of the streets and disappeared, shouting, "Go home." And people made haste to bolt their doors. They said, "How will all this end?" From moment to moment, in proportion as the darkness descended, Paris seemed to take on a more mournful hue from the formidable flaming of the revolt. Part 35. The atom fraternizes with the hurricane. Chapter 1. Some explanations with regard to the origin of Gavroche's poetry. The influence of an academician on this poetry. At the instant when the insurrection, arising from the shock of the populace and the military in front of the arsenal, started a movement in advance and towards the rear in the multitude which was following the hearse and which, through the whole length of the boulevards, weighed, so to speak, on the head of the procession, there arose a frightful ebb. The rout was shaken, their ranks were broken, all ran, fled, made their escape, some with shouts of attack, others with the pallor of flight. The great river which covered the boulevards divided in a twinkling, overflowed to right and left, and spread in torrents over 200 streets at once with the roar of a sewer that is broken loose. At that moment, a ragged child who was coming down through the Rue Menilmontant, holding in his hand a branch of blossoming laburnum which he had just plucked on the heights of Belleville, caught sight of an old holster pistol in the show window of a bric-a-brac merchant's shop. "Mother, what's your name? I'm going to borrow your machine." And off he ran with the pistol. 2 minutes later, a flood of frightened bourgeois who were fleeing through the Rue Milot and the Rue Basse, encountered the lad brandishing his pistol and singing La nuit en voitron, le jour en voitres bien, d'un écrit apocryphe le bourgeois s'ébrive, pratiques la vertu, tutu, chap.2. 44. It was little Gavroche on his way to the wars. On the boulevard he noticed that the pistol had no trigger. Who was the author of that couplet which served to punctuate his march, and of all the other songs which he was fond of singing on occasion? We know not. Who does know? Himself, perhaps. However, Gavroche was well up in all the popular tunes in circulation, and he mingled with them his own chirpings. An observing urchin and a rogue, he made a potpourri of the voices of nature and the voices of Paris. He combined the repertory of the birds with the repertory of the workshops. He was acquainted with thieves, a tribe contiguous to his own. He had, it appears, been for 3 months apprenticed to a printer. He had one day executed a commission for M. Bourlormian, one of the 40. Gavroche was a gamin of letters. Moreover, Gavroche had no suspicion of the fact that when he had offered the hospitality of his elephant to 2 brats on that villainously rainy night, it was to his own brothers that he had played the part of Providence. His brothers in the evening, his father in the morning, that is what his night had been like. On quitting the Rue des Ballets at daybreak, he had returned in haste to the elephant, had artistically extracted from it the 2 brats, had shared with them some sort of breakfast which he had invented, and had then gone away, confiding them to that good mother, the street, who had brought him up, almost entirely. On leaving them, he had appointed to meet them at the same spot in the evening, and had left them this discourse by way of a farewell: "I break a cane, otherwise expressed, I cut my stick, or, as they say at the court, I file off. If you don't find papa and mamma, young uns, come back here this evening. I'll scramble you up some supper, and I'll give you a shakedown." The 2 children, picked up by some policeman and placed in the refuge, or stolen by some mountebank, or having simply strayed off in that immense Chinese puzzle of a Paris, did not return. The lowest depths of the actual social world are full of these lost races. Gavroche did not see them again. 10 or 12 weeks had elapsed since that night. More than once he had scratched the back of his head and said, "Where the devil are my 2 children?" In the meantime, he had arrived, pistol in hand, in the Rue du Pontochu. He noticed that there was but one shop open in that street, and, a matter worthy of reflection, that was a pastry cook's shop. This presented a providential occasion to eat another apple turnover before entering the unknown. Gavroche halted, fumbled in his fob, turned his pocket inside out, found nothing, not even a sou, and began to shout, "Help, it is hard to miss the last cake." Nevertheless, Gavroche pursued his way. 2 minutes later he was in the Rue Saint-Louis. While traversing the Rue du Parc Royal, he felt called upon to make good the loss of the apple turnover which had been impossible, and he indulged himself in the immense delight of tearing down the theatre posters in broad daylight. A little further on catching sight of a group of comfortable-looking persons, who seemed to be landed proprietors, he shrugged his shoulders and spit out at random before him this mouthful of philosophical bile as they passed. "How fat those moneyed men are! They're drunk. They just wallow in good dinners. Ask them what they do with their money. They don't know. They eat it, that's what they do. As much as their bellies will hold." Chapter 2. Gavroche on the march. The brandishing of a triggerless pistol, grasped in one's hand in the open street, is so much of a public function that Gavroche felt his fervor increasing with every moment. Amid the scraps of the Marseillaise which he was singing, he shouted: "All goes well. I suffer a great deal in my left paw, I'm all broken up with rheumatism. But I'm satisfied, citizens. All that the bourgeois have to do is to bear themselves well. I'll sneeze them out subversive couplets. What are the police? Spies? Dogs? and I'd just like to have one of them at the end of my pistol. I'm just from the boulevard, my friends. It's getting hot there, it's getting into a little boil, it's simmering. It's time to skim the pot. Forward march, men. Let an impure blood inundate the furrows. I give my days to my country, I shall never see my concubine more, Ninai. Finished, yes, Ninai. But never mind. Long live joy. Let's fight, Kreble. I've had enough of despotism. At that moment, the horse of a lancer of the National Guard having fallen, Gavrok laid his pistol on the pavement, and picked up the man, then he assisted in raising the horse. After which he picked up his pistol and resumed his way. In the Rue de Thorini, all was peace and silence. This apathy, peculiar to the Marais eyes, presented a contrast with the vast surrounding uproar. Four gossips were chatting in a doorway. Scotland has trios of witches, Paris has quartets of old gossiping hags, and the Thou Shalt Be King could be quite as mournfully hurled at Bonaparte in the car of a bored oyer as at Macbeth on the heath of Armouy. The croak would be almost identical. The gossips of the Rue de Thorini busied themselves only with their own concerns. 3 of them were portresses, and the 4th was a rag picker with her basket on her back. All 4 of them seemed to be standing at the 4 corners of old age, which are decrepitude, decay, ruin, and sadness. The rag picker was humble. In this open-air society, it is the rag picker who salutes and the portress who patronizes. This is caused by the corner for a fuse, which is fat or lean, according to the will of the portresses, and after the fancy of the one who makes the heap. There may be kindness in the broom. This rag picker was a grateful creature, and she smiled, with what a smile. On the 3 portresses. Things of this nature were said : Ah, by the way, is your cat still cross? Good gracious, cats are naturally the enemies of dogs, you know. It's the dogs who complain, and people also. But the fleas from a cat don't go after people. That's not the trouble. Dogs are dangerous. I remember one year when there were so many dogs that it was necessary to put it in the newspapers. That was at the time when there were at the Tuileries great sheep that drew the little carriage of the King of Rome. Do you remember the King of Rome? I liked the Duc de Bourg better. I knew Louis XVIII. I prefer Louis XVIII. Meat is awfully dear, isn't it, Mother Patagon? Ah. Don't mention it. The butcher's shop is a horror. A horrible horror. One can't afford anything but the poor cuts nowadays. Here the rag picker interposed: Ladies, business is dull. The refuse heaps are miserable. No one throws anything away anymore. They eat everything. There are poorer people than you, Lavargoulim. Ah, that's true, replied the rag picker, with deference. I have a profession. A pause succeeded, and the rag picker, yielding to that necessity for boasting which lies at the bottom of man, added: In the morning, on my return home, I pick over my basket, I sort my things. This makes heaps in my room. I put the rags in a basket, the cores and stalks in a bucket, the linen in my cupboard, the woolen stuff in my commode, the old papers in the corner of the window, the things that are good to eat in my bowl, the bits of glass in my fireplace, the old shoes behind my door, and the bones under my bed. Gavrok had stopped behind her and was listening. Old ladies, said he, what do you mean by talking politics? He was assailed by a broadside, composed of a quadruple howl. Here's another rascal. What's that he's got in his paddle? A pistol? Well, I'd like to know what sort of a beggar's brat this is. That sort of animal is never easy unless he's overturning the authorities. Gavrok disdainfully contented himself, by way of reprisal, with elevating the tip of his nose with his thumb and opening his hand wide. The rag picker cried: You malicious, bare-pawed little wretch. The one who answered to the name of Patagon clapped her hands together in horror. There's going to be evil doings, that's certain. The errand boy next door has a little pointed beard. I have seen him pass every day with a young person in a pink bonnet on his arm. Today I saw him pass, and he had a gun on his arm. Mame Batchucks says that last week there was a revolution at where's the calf at Pontoise. And then, do you see him, that horrid scamp, with his pistol? It seems that the Celestines are full of pistols. What do you suppose the government can do with good-for-nothings who don't know how to do anything but contrive ways of upsetting the world, when we had just begun to get a little quiet after all the misfortunes that have happened? Good Lord! To that poor queen whom I saw pass in the tumbril. And all this is going to make tobacco dearer. It's infamous. And I shall certainly go to see him beheaded on the guillotine, the wretch. You've got the sniffles, old lady, said Gavrok. Blow your promontory, and he passed on. When he was in the Rue Pavie, the rag picker occurred to his mind, and he indulged in this soliloquy: You're in the wrong to insult the revolutionists, Mother Dust Heap Corner. This pistol is in your interests. It's so that you may have more good things to eat in your basket." All at once, he heard a shout behind him. It was the portress Patagon who had followed him, and who was shaking her fist at him in the distance and crying, "You're nothing but a bastard." "Oh, come now," said Gavroche, "I don't care a brass farthing for that." Shortly afterwards, he passed the Hotel Lamoignon. There he uttered this appeal: "Forward march to the battle," and he was seized with a fit of melancholy. He gazed at his pistol with an air of reproach which seemed an attempt to appease it. "I'm going off," said he. "But you won't go off. One dog may distract the attention from another dog." 45. A very gaunt poodle came along at the moment. Gavroche felt compassion for him. "My poor doggy," said he, "you must have gone and swallowed a cask, for all the hoops are visible." Then he directed his course towards L'Orme Saint-Gervais. Chapter 3. Just indignation of a hairdresser. The worthy hairdresser who had chased from his shop the two little fellows to whom Gavroche had opened the paternal interior of the elephant was at that moment in his shop engaged in shaving an old soldier of the Legion who had served under the Empire. They were talking. The hairdresser had, naturally, spoken to the veteran of the riot, then of General Lamarck, and from Lamarck they had passed to the Emperor. Thence sprang up a conversation between barber and soldier which Prudhomme, had he been present, would have enriched with arabesques, and which he would have entitled, "Dialogue between the Razor and the Sword." "How did the Emperor ride, sir?" said the barber. "Badly. He did not know how to fall, so he never fell." "Did he have fine horses?" "He must have had fine horses. On the day when he gave me my cross, I noticed his beast. It was a racing mare, perfectly white. Her ears were very wide apart, her saddle deep, a fine head marked with a black star, a very long neck, strongly articulated knees, prominent ribs, oblique shoulders and a powerful crupper. A little more than 15 hands in height, a pretty horse," remarked the hairdresser. "It was His Majesty's beast." The hairdresser felt that after this observation, a short silence would be fitting, so he conformed himself to it, and then went on: "The Emperor was never wounded but once, was he, sir?" The old soldier replied with the calm and sovereign tone of a man who had been in the heel. "At Ratisbonne. I never saw him so well dressed as on that day. He was as neat as a new sou. And you, Mr. Veteran, you must have been often wounded?" "I?" said the soldier. "Ah. Not to amount to anything. At Marengo, I received 2 saber blows on the back of my neck, a bullet in the right arm at Austerlitz, another in the left hip at Jena. At Friedland, a thrust from a bayonet, at the Moscow 7 or 8 lance thrusts, no matter where. At Lutzen a splinter of a shell crushed one of my fingers." "Ah. And then at Waterloo, a ball from a biscuit iron in the thigh. That's all." "How fine that is!" exclaimed the hairdresser, in Pindaric accents, "to die on the field of battle. On my word of honor, rather than die in bed, of an illness, slowly, a bit by bit each day, with drugs, cataplasms, syringes, medicines, I should prefer to receive a cannonball in my belly." "You're not over fastidious," said the soldier. He had hardly spoken when a fearful crash shook the shop. The show window had suddenly been fractured. The wig-maker turned pale. "Ah, good God!" he exclaimed, "it's one of them." "What? A cannonball?" "Here it is," said the soldier. And he picked up something that was rolling about the floor. It was a pebble. The hairdresser ran to the broken window and beheld Gavroche fleeing at the full speed, towards the Marquis Saint-Jean. As he passed the hairdresser's shop, Gavroche, who had the 2 brats still in his mind, had not been able to resist the impulse to say good day to him, and had flung a stone through his panes. "You see," shrieked the hairdresser, who from white had turned blue, "that fellow returns and does mischief for the pure pleasure of it. What has anyone done to that gamin?" Chapter 4. The child is amazed at the old man. In the meantime, in the Marquis Saint-Jean, where the post had already been disarmed, Gavroche had just effected a junction with a band led by Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Combeferre, and Philly. They were armed after a fashion. Bahorel and Jean Prouvaire had found them and swelled the group. Enjolras had a double-barreled hunting gun, Combeferre the gun of a National Guard bearing the number of his legion, and in his belt, 2 pistols which his unbuttoned coat allowed to be seen. Jean Prouvaire an old cavalry musket, Bahorel a rifle, Courfeyrac was brandishing an unsheathed sword cane. Philly, with a naked sword in his hand, marched at their head shouting, "Long live Poland!" They reached the Quai Morland. Cravatless, hatless, breathless, soaked by the rain, with lightning in their eyes. Gavroche accosted them calmly: "Where are we going?" "Come along," said Courfeyrac. Behind Philly marched, or rather bounded, Bahorel, who was like a fish in water in a riot. He wore a scarlet waistcoat, and indulged in the sort of words which break everything. His waistcoat astounded a passerby, who cried in bewilderment: "Here are the Reds, the Reds, the Reds!" retorted Bahorel. "A queer kind of fear, bourgeois. For my part, one don't tremble before a poppy. The little red hat inspires me with no alarm. Take my advice, bourgeois, let's leave fear of the red to horned cattle." He caught sight of the corner of the wall on which was placarded the most peaceable sheet of paper in the world, a permission to eat eggs, a Lenten admonition addressed by the Archbishop of Paris to his flock. Bahorel exclaimed: "Flock, a polite way of saying geese." And he tore the charge from the nail. This conquered Gavroche. From that instant Gavroche set himself to study Bahorel. "Bahorel," observed Enjolras, "you are wrong. You should have let that charge alone. He is not the person with whom we have to deal. You are wasting your oath to no purpose. Take care of your supply. One does not fire out of the ranks with a soul any more than with a gun, each one in his own fashion." "Enjolras," retorted Bahorel, "this bishop's prose shocks me. I want to eat eggs without being permitted. Your style is the hot and cold. I am amusing myself. Besides, I'm not wasting myself, I'm getting a start, and if I tore down that charge, Hercule, 'twas only to whet my appetite." This word, Hercule, struck Gavroche. He sought all occasions for learning, and that tear down of posters possessed his esteem. He inquired of him: "What does Hercule mean?" Bahorel answered: "It means cursed name of a dog, in Latin." Here Bahorel recognized at a window a pale young man with a black beard who was watching them as they passed, probably a friend of the ABC. He shouted to him: "Quick, cartridges, parabellum, a fine man." "That's true," said Gavroche, who now understood Latin. A tumultuous retinue accompanied them: students, artists, young men affiliated to the Cogad of Aix, artisans, longshoremen, armed with clubs and bayonets, some, like Comafre, with pistols thrust into their trousers. An old man, who appeared to be extremely aged, was walking in the band. He had no arms, and he made great haste, so that he might not be left behind, although he had a thoughtful air. Gavroche caught sight of him. "Kekzeka?" said he to Courfeyrac. "He's an old duffer." It was M. Mabeuf. Chapter 5. The Old Man. Let us recount what had taken place. Enjolras and his friends had been on the boulevard Bouton, near the public storehouses, at the moment when the dragoons has made their charge. Enjolras, Courfeyrac, and Comafre were among those who had taken to the Rue Bassompierre, shouting, to the barricades. In the Rue Lestiguiers they had met an old man walking along. What had attracted their attention was that the goodman was walking in a zigzag, as though he were intoxicated. Moreover, he had his hat in his hand, although it had been raining all the morning, and was raining pretty briskly at the very time. Courfeyrac had recognized Father Mabeuf. He knew him through having many times accompanied Marius as far as his door. As he was acquainted with the peaceful and more than timid habits of the old beadle book collector, and was amazed at the sight of him in the midst of that uproar, a couple of paces from the cavalry charges, almost in the midst of a fusillade, hatless in the rain, and strolling about among the bullets. He had accosted him, and the following dialogue had been exchanged between the rioter of fire and the octogenarian: "Mabeuf, go to your home. Why, there's going to be a row." "That's well." Thrusts with the sword and firing. Mabeuf, "That is well." Firing from cannon. "That is good." "Where are the rest of you going?" "We are going to fling the government to the earth." "That is good." And he had set out to follow them. From that moment forth he had not uttered a word. His step had suddenly become firm. Artisans had offered him their arms, he had refused with the sign of the head. He advanced nearly to the front rank of the column, with the movement of a man who is marching and the countenance of a man who is sleeping. "What a fierce old fellow!" muttered the students. The rumor spread through the troop that he was a former member of the Convention, an old regicide. The mob had turned in through the Rue de la Verrerie. Little Gavroche marched in front with that deafening song which made of him a sort of trumpet. He sang, "Voici la lune qui paraît, quaint irons nous dans la forêt. Demandez Charlotte à Charlotte, ta pour chat. Je n'ai qu'un Dieu, qu'un roi, qu'un lied, et qu'un bot, pour avoir de grand matin la rosière mimletum, de moi un accepte en rebot. Zizizit pour passer. Je n'ai qu'un Dieu, qu'un roi, qu'un lied, et qu'un bot, et seize de pauvres petits loups, comme de graves estiens souls, un tigre enriet dans sa grotte, don pour me. Je n'ai qu'un Dieu, qu'un roi, qu'un lied, et qu'un bot, l'ingeret et l'autre sacret. Quaint irons nous dans la forêt. Demandez Charlotte à Charlotte, tin pour pantin. Je n'ai qu'un Dieu, Quan Roi, Quan Liad, et Quan Bot. 46. They directed their course towards St. Mary. Chapter 6 Recruits. The band augmented every moment. Near the Rue des Billettes, a man of lofty stature, whose hair was turning grey, and whose bold and daring mien was remarked by Courfeyrac, Enjolras, and Combeferre, but whom none of them knew, joined them. Gavroche, who was occupied in singing, whistling, humming, running on ahead and pounding on the shutters of the shops with the butt of his triggerless pistol, paid no attention to this man. It chanced that in the Rue de la Verrerie, they passed in front of Courfeyrac's door. "This happens just right," said Courfeyrac. "I have forgotten my purse, and I have lost my hat." He quitted the mob and ran up to his quarters at full speed. He seized an old hat and his purse. He also seized a large square coffer, of the dimensions of a large valise, which was concealed under his soiled linen. As he descended again at a run, the portress hailed him: "Monsieur de Courfeyrac, what's your name, portress?" The portress stood bewildered. "Why, you know perfectly well, I'm the concierge. My name is Mother Vieuvain." "Well, if you call me Monsieur de Courfeyrac again, I shall call you Mother de Vieuvain. Now speak, what's the matter? What do you want?" "There is someone who wants to speak with you." "Who is it?" "I don't know." "Where is he?" "In my lodge." "The devil!" ejaculated Courfeyrac. "But the person has been waiting your return for over an hour," said the portress. At the same time, a sort of pale, thin, small, freckled, and youthful artisan, clad in a tattered blouse and patched trousers of ribbed velvet, and who had rather the air of a girl accoutred as a man than of a man, emerged from the lodge and said to Courfeyrac in a voice which was not the least in the world like a woman's voice: "Monsieur Marius, if you please. He is not here. Will he return this evening?" "I know nothing about it," and Courfeyrac added: "For my part, I shall not return." The young man gazed steadily at him and said: "Why not?" "Because." "Where are you going, then?" "What business is that of yours? Would you like to have me carry your coffer for you?" "I am going to the barricades. Would you like to have me go with you?" "If you like," replied Courfeyrac. "The street is free, the pavements belong to everyone," and he made his escape at a run to join his friends. When he had rejoined them, he gave the coffer to one of them to carry. It was only a quarter of an hour after this that he saw the young man, who had actually followed them. A mob does not go precisely where it intends. We have explained that a gust of wind carries it away. They overshot St. Mary and found themselves, without precisely knowing how, in the Rue Saint Denis. Part 36, Corinth. Chapter 1 History of Corinth from its foundation. The Parisians who nowadays on entering on the Rue Rambuteau at the end near the Halles, notice on their right, opposite the Rue Mondétour, a basket-maker's shop having for its sign a basket in the form of Napoleon the Great with this inscription: "Napoleon is made wholly of willow," have no suspicion of the terrible scenes which this very spot witnessed hardly 30 years ago. It was there that lay the Rue de la Chanvrerie, which ancient deeds spell Chanverrerie, and the celebrated public house called Corinth. The reader will remember all that has been said about the barricade effected at this point, and eclipsed, by the way, by the barricade St. Mary. It was on this famous barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, now fallen into profound obscurity, that we are about to shed a little light. May we be permitted to recur, for the sake of clearness in the recital, to the simple means which we have already employed in the case of Waterloo. Persons who wish to picture to themselves in a tolerably exact manner the constitution of the houses which stood at that epoch near the Pointe Saint-Eustache, at the northeast angle of the Halles of Paris, where today lies the embouchure of the Rue Rambuteau, have only to imagine an end touching the Rue Saint-Denis with its summit and the Halles with its base, and whose two vertical bars should form the Rue de la Grande Truanderie, and the Rue de la Chanvrerie, and whose transverse bar should be formed by the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. The old Rue Mondétour cut the three strokes of the N at the most crooked angles, so that the labyrinthine confusion of these four streets sufficed to form, on a space 3 fathoms square, between the Halles and the Rue Saint-Denis on the one hand, and between the Rue du Cygne and the Rue des Briches on the other, 7 islands of houses, oddly cut up, of varying sizes, placed crosswise and haphazard, and barely separated, like the blocks of stone in a dock, by narrow crannies. We say narrow crannies, and we can give no more just idea of those dark, contracted, many-angled alleys, lined with 8-story buildings. These buildings were so decrepit that, in the Rue de la Chanvrerie and the Rue de la Petite Truanderie, the fronts were shored up with beams running from one house to another. The street was narrow and the gutter broad. The pedestrian there walked on a pavement that was always wet, skirting little stalls resembling cellars, big posts encircled with iron hoops, excessive heaps of refuse, and gates armed with enormous, century-old gratings. The Rue Rambuteau has devastated all that. The name of Munditao paints marvelously well the sinuosities of that whole set of streets. A little further on, they are found still better expressed by the Rue Pirouette, which ran into the Rue Munditao. The passerby who got entangled from the Rue Saint-Denis in the Rue de la Chanvrerie beheld it gradually close in before him as though he had entered an elongated funnel. At the end of this street, which was very short, he found further passage barred in the direction of the Halles by a tall row of houses, and he would have thought himself in a blind alley, had he not perceived on the right and left two dark cuts through which he could make his escape. This was the Rue Munditao, which on one side ran into the Rue de Preach, and on the other into the Rue du Cygne and the Petit Truanderie. At the bottom of this sort of cul-de-sac, at the angle of the cutting on the right, there was to be seen a house which was not so tall as the rest, and which formed a sort of cape in the street. It is in this house, of 2 stories only, that an illustrious wine shop had been merrily installed 300 years before. This tavern created a joyous noise in the very spot which old Theophilus described in the following couplet: La brandle squelette horrible d'un pauvre amant qui se pendit. 47. The situation was good, and tavern keepers succeeded each other there, from father to son. In the time of Mathurin Regnier, this cabaret was called the Pot aux Roses, and as the rebus was then in fashion, it had for its signboard, a post, Pada, painted rose color. In the last century, the worthy Natto Iyer, one of the fantastic masters nowadays despised by the stiff school, having got drunk many times in this wine shop at the very table where Iyer had drunk his fill, had painted, by way of gratitude, a bunch of Corinth grapes on the pink post. The keeper of the cabaret, in his joy, had changed his device and had caused to be placed in gilt letters beneath the bunch these words: at the bunch of Corinth grapes, au raisin de Corinth. Hence the name of Corinth. Nothing is more natural to drunken men than ellipses. The ellipsis is the zigzag of the phrase. Corinth gradually dethroned the Pot aux Roses. The last proprietor of the dynasty, Father Hucheloup, no longer acquainted even with the tradition, had the post painted blue, a room on the ground floor, where the bar was situated, one on the first floor containing a billiard table, a wooden spiral staircase piercing the ceiling, wine on the tables, smoke on the walls, candles in broad daylight. This was the style of this cabaret. A staircase with a trapdoor in the lower room led to the cellar. On the second floor were the lodgings of the Hucheloup family. They were reached by a staircase which was a ladder rather than a staircase, and had for their entrance only a private door in the large room on the first floor. Under the roof, in 2 mansard attics, were the nests for the servants. The kitchen shared the ground floor with the tap room. Father Hucheloup had, possibly, been born a chemist, but the fact is that he was a cook. People did not confine themselves to drinking alone in his wine shop, they also ate there. Hucheloup had invented a capital thing which could be eaten nowhere but in his house, stuffed carps, which he called carpes au gras. These were eaten by the light of a tallow candle or of a lamp of the time of Louis XVI, on tables to which were nailed waxed cloths in lieu of tablecloths. People came thither from a distance. Hucheloup, one fine morning, had seen fit to notify passers-by of this specialty. He had dipped a brush in a pot of black paint, and as he was an orthographer on his own account, as well as a cook after his own fashion, he had improvised on his wall this remarkable inscription: Carpes au gras. One winter, the rainstorms and the showers had taken a fancy to obliterate the S which terminated the first word, and the G which began the third. This is what remained: Carpe horas. Time and rain assisting, a humble gastronomical announcement had become a profound piece of advice. In this way it came about, that though he knew no French, Father Hucheloup understood Latin, that he had evoked philosophy from his kitchen, and that, desirous simply of effacing Lent, he had equalled Horace. And the striking thing about it was, that that also meant, enter my wine shop. Nothing of all this is in existence now. The Munditao labyrinth was disemboweled and widely opened in 1847, and probably no longer exists at the present moment. The Rue de la Chanvrerie and Corinth have disappeared beneath the pavement of the Rue Rambutte. As we have already said, Corinth was the meeting place if not the rallying point, of Courfeyrac and his friends. It was Grantaire who had discovered Corinth. He had entered it on account of the carpe and had returned thither on account of the carpes au gras. There they drank, there they ate, there they shouted. They did not pay much, they paid badly, they did not pay at all, but they were always welcome. Father Hucheloup was a jovial host. Hucheloup, that amiable man, as was just said, was a wine shop keeper with a moustache, an amusing variety. He always had an ill-tempered air, seemed to wish to intimidate his customers, grumbled at the people who entered his establishment, and had rather the mean of seeking a quarrel with them than of serving them with soup. And yet, we insist upon the word, people were always welcome there. This oddity had attracted customers to his shop, and brought him young men, who said to each other, "Come here, Father Hucheloup growl." He had been a fencing master. All of a sudden, he would burst out laughing. A big voice, a good fellow. He had a comic foundation under a tragic exterior. He asked nothing better than to frighten you, very much like those snuff boxes which are in the shape of a pistol. The detonation makes one sneeze. Mother Hucheloup, his wife, was a bearded and a very homely creature. About 1830, Father Hucheloup died. With him disappeared the secret of stuffed carps. His inconsolable widow continued to keep the wine shop. But the cooking deteriorated, and became execrable. The wine, which had always been bad, became fearfully bad. Nevertheless, Courfeyrac and his friends continued to go to Corinth, out of pity, as Bossuet said. The widow Hucheloup was breathless and misshapen and given to rustic recollections. She deprived them of their flatness by her pronunciation. She had a way of her own of saying things, which spiced her reminiscences of the village and of her springtime. It had formerly been her delight, so she affirmed, to hear the loups de gorge, rouges gorges, chanter dans les agrippines, aubépines, to hear the redbreasts sing in the hawthorn trees. The hall on the first floor, where the restaurant was situated, was a large and long apartment encumbered with stools, chairs, benches, and tables, and with a crippled, lame, old billiard table. It was reached by a spiral staircase which terminated in the corner of the room at a square hole like the hatchway of a ship. This room, lighted by a single narrow window, and by a lamp that was always burning, had the air of a garret. All the four-footed furniture comported itself as though it had but three legs. The whitewashed walls had for their only ornament the following quatrain in honor of Mame Hucheloup: Elle est un d'expa, elle épouvantière de, un verrou habite en sunnes hazardux, on tremble chaque instant quel niveau slamouchet quan bonjour sunnes ni tombe dans sa bouche. 48. This was scrawled in charcoal on the wall. Mame Hucheloup, a good likeness, went and came from morning till night before this quatrain with the most perfect tranquillity. Two serving maids, named Matelote and Gibelotte, 49, and who had never been known by any other names, helped Mame Hucheloup to set on the tables the jugs of poor wine, and the various broths which were served to the hungry patrons in earthenware bowls. Matelote, large, plump, red-haired, and noisy, the favorite ex-sultana of the defunct Hucheloup, was homelier than any mythological monster, be it what it may. Still, as it becomes the servant to always keep in the rear of the mistress, she was less homely than Mame Hucheloup. Gibelotte, tall, delicate, white with a lymphatic pallor, with circles round her eyes, and drooping lids, always languid and weary, afflicted with what may be called chronic lassitude, the first up in the house and the last in bed, waited on everyone, even the other maid, silently and gently, smiling through her fatigue with a vague and sleepy smile. Before entering the restaurant room, the visitor read on the door the following line written there in chalk by Courfeyrac: Regale Cita Puxet Mange Citalosis. 50. Chapter 2 Preliminary Gaieties. Audiobooks, as the reader knows, lived more with Jolie than elsewhere. He had a lodging, as a bird has one on a branch. The two friends lived together, ate together, slept together. They had everything in common, even musicita, to some extent. They were, what the subordinate monks who accompany monks are called, bini. On the morning of the 5th of June, they went to Corinth to breakfast. Jolie, who was all stuffed up, had a guitar which Laigle was beginning to share. Laigle's coat was threadbare, but Jolie was well dressed. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning, when they opened the door of Corinth. They ascended to the first floor. Matelote and Gibelotte received them. Oysters, cheese, and ham, said Laigle, and they seated themselves at a table. The wine shop was empty. There was no one there but themselves. Gibelotte, knowing Jolie and Laigle, set a bottle of wine on the table. While they were busy with their first oysters, a head appeared at the hatchway of the staircase, and a voice said: I am passing by. I smell from the street a delicious odor of brie cheese. I enter. It was Grantaire. Grantaire took a stool and drew up to the table. At the sight of Grantaire, Gibelotte placed 2 bottles of wine on the table. That made 3. Are you going to drink those 2 bottles? Laigle inquired of Grantaire. Grantaire replied: All are ingenious, thou alone art ingenuous. 2 bottles never yet astonished a man. The others had begun by eating. Grantaire began by drinking. Half a bottle was rapidly gulped down. So you have a hole in your stomach? Began Laigle again. You have one in your elbow, said Grantaire. And after having emptied his glass, he added: Ah, by the way, Laigle of the funeral oration, your coat is old. I should hope so, retorted Laigle. That's why we get on well together, my coat and I. It has acquired all my folds, it does not bind me anywhere, it is molded on my deformities, it falls in with all my movements, I am only conscious of it because it keeps me warm. Old coats are just like old friends, that's true, ejaculated Jolie, striking into the dialogue. An old goat is an old Abby, a me, friend, especially in the mouth of a man whose head is stuffed up, said Granteur. Granteur, demanded Lagle, have you just come from the boulevard? No. We have just seen the head of the procession pass, Jolie and I. It's a marvelous sight, said Jolie. How quiet this street is, exclaimed Lagle. Who would suspect that Paris was turned upside down? How plainly it is to be seen that in former days there were nothing but convents here. In this neighborhood. Dubril and Sauville give a list of them, and so does the Abbé Labeuf. They were all round here, they fairly swarmed, booted and barefooted, shaven, bearded, grey, black, white, Franciscans, Minims, Capuchins, Carmelites, little Augustines, great Augustines, old Augustines, there was no end of them. Don't let's talk of monks, interrupted Granteur, it makes one want to scratch oneself. Then he exclaimed, Boo. I've just swallowed a bad oyster. Now hypochondria is taking possession of me again. The oysters are spoiled, the servants are ugly. I hate the human race. I just passed through the Rue Richelieu, in front of the big public library. That pile of oyster shells which is called a library is disgusting even to think of. What paper? What ink? What scrawling? And all that has been written. What rascal was it who said that man was a featherless biped? 51, and then, I met a pretty girl of my acquaintance, who is as beautiful as the spring, worthy to be called Florial, and who is delighted, enraptured, as happy as the angels, because a wretch yesterday, a frightful banker all spotted with smallpox, deigned to take a fancy to her. Alas! Woman keeps on the watch for a protector as much as for a lover, cats chase mice as well as birds. 2 months ago that young woman was virtuous in an attic, she adjusted little brass rings in the eyelet holes of corsets, what do you call it? She sewed, she had a camp bed, she dwelt beside a pot of flowers, she was contented. Now here she is a bankeress. This transformation took place last night. I met the victim this morning in high spirits. The hideous point about it is, that the jade is as pretty today as she was yesterday. Her financier did not show in her face. Roses have this advantage or disadvantage over women, that the traces left upon them by caterpillars are visible. Ah! There is no morality on earth. I call to witness the myrtle, the symbol of love, the laurel, the symbol of air, the olive, the ninny, the symbol of peace, the apple tree which came nearest wrangling Adam with its pips, and the fig tree, the grandfather of petticoats. As her right, do you know what right is? The Gauls covet Clusium, Rome protects Clusium, and demands what wrong Clusium has done to them. Brennus answers, the wrong that Alba did to you, the wrong that Phidne did to you, the wrong that the Ix, the Volsci, and the Sabines have done to you. They were your neighbors. The Clusians are ours. We understand neighborliness just as you do. You have stolen Alba, we shall take Clusium. Rome said, you shall not take Clusium. Brennus took Rome. Then he cried, Vi victis. That is what right is. Ah! What beasts of prey there are in this world. What eagles. It makes my flesh creep. He held out his glass to Jolie, who filled it, then he drank and went on, having hardly been interrupted by this glass of wine, of which no one, not even himself, had taken any notice. Brennus, who takes Rome, is an eagle, the banker who takes the grisette is an eagle. There is no more modesty in the one case than in the other. So we believe in nothing. There is but one reality, drink. Whatever your opinion may be in favor of the lean cock, like the canton of Uri, or in favor of the fat cock, like the canton of Glaris, it matters little, drink. You talk to me of the boulevard, of that procession, et cetera, et cetera. Come now, is there going to be another revolution? This poverty of means on the part of the good God astounds me. He has to keep greasing the groove of events every moment. There is a hitch, it won't work. Quick, a revolution. The good God has his hands perpetually black with that cart grease. If I were in his place, I'd be perfectly simple about it. I would not wind up my mechanism every minute. I'd lead the human race in a straightforward way. I'd weave matters mesh by mesh, without breaking the thread. I would have no provisional arrangements. I would have no extraordinary repertory. What the rest of you call progress advances by means of two motors, men and events. But, sad to say, from time to time, the exceptional becomes necessary. The ordinary troop suffices neither for event nor for men. Among men geniuses are acquired, among events revolutions. Great accidents are the law, the order of things cannot do without them, and, judging from the apparition of comets, one would be tempted to think that heaven itself finds actors needed for its performance. At the moment when one expects it the least, God placards a meteor on the wall of the firmament. Some queer star turns up, underlined by an enormous tail. And that causes the death of Caesar. Brutus deals him a blow with a knife, and God a blow with a comet. Crack, and behold an aurora borealis, behold a revolution, behold a great man, 93 in big letters, Napoleon on guard, the comet of 1811 at the head of the poster. Ah! What a beautiful blue theatre all studded with unexpected flashes. Boom. Boom. Extraordinary show. Raise your eyes, boobies. Everything is in disorder, the star as well as the drama. Good God, it is too much and not enough. These resources, gathered from exception, seem magnificence and poverty. My friends, Providence has come down to expedients. What does a revolution prove? That God is in a quandary. He effects a coup d'état because he, God, has not been able to make both ends meet. In fact, this confirms me in my conjectures as to Jehovah's fortune, and when I see so much distress in heaven and on earth, from the bird who has not a grain of millet to myself without 100,000 livres of income, when I see human destiny, which is very badly worn, and even royal destiny, which is threadbare, witness the Prince-stack and hung, when I see winter, which is nothing but a rent in the zenith through which the wind blows, when I see so many rags even in the perfectly new purple of the morning on the crests of hills, when I see the drops of dew, those mock pearls, when I see the frost, that paste, when I see humanity ripped apart and events patched up, and so many spots on the sun and so many holes in the moon, when I see so much misery everywhere, I suspect that God is not rich. The appearance exists, it is true, but I feel that he is hard up. He gives a revolution as a tradesman whose money box is empty gives a ball. God must not be judged from appearances. Beneath the gilding of heaven I perceive a poverty-stricken universe. Creation is bankrupt. That is why I am discontented. Here it is the 4th of June, it is almost night. Ever since this morning I have been waiting for daylight to come. It has not come, and I bet that it won't come all day. This is the inexactness of an ill-paid clerk. Yes, everything is badly arranged, nothing fits anything else. This old world is all warped. I take my stand on the opposition. Everything goes awry. The universe is a tease. It's like children, those who want them have none, and those who don't want them have them. Total, I'm vexed. Besides, Lakeldunks, that bald head, offends my sight. It humiliates me to think that I am at the same age as that baldy. However, I criticize, but I do not insult. The universe is what it is. I speak here without evil intent and to ease my conscience. Receive, Eternal Father, the assurance of my distinguished consideration. Ah! By all the saints of Olympus and by all the gods of paradise, I was not intended to be a Parisian, that is to say, to rebound forever, like a shuttlecock between two battledores, from the group of the loungers to the group of the roisterers. I was made to be a Turk, watching Oriental houris all day long, executing those exquisite Egyptian dances, as sensuous as the dream of a chaste man, or a Buceran peasant, or a Venetian gentleman surrounded by gentlewomen, or a petty German prince, furnishing the half of a foot soldier to the Germanic Confederation, and occupying his leisure with drying his breeches on his hedge, that is to say, his frontier. Those are the positions for which I was born. Yes, I have said a Turk, and I will not retract. I do not understand how people can habitually take Turks in bad part. Muhammad had his good points, respect for the inventor of seraglios with houris and paradises with odalisks. Let us not insult Mohammedanism, the only religion which is ornamented with a hen roost. Now, I insist on a drink. The earth is a great piece of stupidity. And it appears that they are going to fight, all those imbeciles, and to break each other's profiles and to massacre each other in the heart of summer, in the month of June, when they might go off with a creature on their arm, to breathe the immense heaps of new mown hay in the meadows. Really, people do commit altogether too many follies. An old broken lantern which I have just seen at a bric-a-brac merchant's suggests a reflection to my mind. It is time to enlighten the human race. Yes, behold me sad again. That's what comes of swallowing an oyster and a revolution the wrong way. I am growing melancholy once more. Oh! Frightful old world. People strive, turn each other out, prostitute themselves, kill each other, and get used to it, and Grantaire, after this fit of eloquence, had a fit of coughing, which was well earned. Apropos of revolution, said Joly, it is decidedly aberrant that Barrius is in love. Does anyone know with whom? Demanded Legel. Do. No, do. I tell you, Marius' love affairs. Exclaimed Grantaire. I can imagine it. Marius is a fog, and he must have found a vapor. Marius is of the race of poets. He who says poet, says fool, madman, timbrous Apollo. Marius and his Marie, or his Marion, or his Maria, or his Mariette. They must make a queer pair of lovers. I know just what it is like. Ecstasies in which they forget to kiss. Pure on earth, but joined in heaven. They are souls possessed of senses. They lie among the stars. Grantaire was attacking his second bottle and, possibly, his second harangue, when a new personage emerged from the square aperture of the stairs. It was a boy less than 10 years of age, ragged, very small, yellow, with an odd fizz, a vivacious eye, an enormous amount of hair drenched with rain, and wearing a contented air. The child, unhesitatingly making his choice among the three, addressed himself to Legel. Are you Monsieur Bossuet? That is my nickname, replied Legel. What do you want with me? This. A tall blonde fellow on the boulevard said to me. Do you know Mother Hucheloup? I said, yes, Rue Chanvrerie, the old man's widows. He said to me, go there. You will find them. Bossuet. Tell him from me, OBC. It's a joke that they're playing on you, isn't it? He gave me 10 sous. Jolie, lend me 10 sous, said Legel, and, turning to Grantaire, Grantaire, lend me 10 sous. This made 20 sous, which Legel handed to the lad. Thank you, sir, said the urchin. What is your name? Inquired Legel. Navid, Gavroche's friend. Stay with us, said Legel. Breakfast with us, said Grantaire. The child replied, I can't, I belong in the procession. I'm the one to shout down with Polignac. And executing a prolonged scrape of his foot behind him, which is the most respectful of all possible salutes. He took his departure, the child gone. Grantaire took the word : that is the purebred gamin. There are a great many varieties of the gamin species. The notary's gamin is called skip the gutter, the cook's gamin is called a scullion, the baker's gamin is called a mitron. The lackey's gamin is called a groom, the marine gamin is called the cabin boy, the soldier's gamin is called the drummer boy, the painter's gamin is called paint grinder, the tradesman's gamin is called an errand boy, the courtesan gamin is called the minion, the kingly gamin is called the dauphin, the god gamin is called the bambino. In the meantime, Legel was engaged in reflection. He said half aloud: a BC, that is to say, the burial of Lamarck. The tall blonde, remarked Grantaire, is Enjolras, who is sending you a warning. Shall we go? Ejaculated Bossuet. It's raiding, said Jolie. I have sworn to go through fire, but not through water. I don't want to gold. I shall stay here, said Grantaire. I prefer a breakfast to a hearse. Conclusion, we remain, said Legel. Well, then, let us drink. Besides, we might miss the funeral without missing the riot. Ah! The riot, I am with you, cried Jolie. Legel rubbed his hands. Now we're going to touch up the revolution of 1830. As a matter of fact, it does hurt the people along the seams. I don't think much of your revolution, said Grantaire. I don't execrate this government. It is the crown tempered by the cotton nightcap. It is a sceptre ending in an umbrella. In fact, I think that today, with the present weather, Louis Philippe might utilize his royalty in 2 directions. He might extend the tip of the sceptre end against the people, and open the umbrella end against heaven. The room was dark, large clouds had just finished the extinction of daylight. There was no one in the wine shop, or in the street, everyone having gone off to watch events. Is it midday or midnight? Cried Bossuet. You can't see your hand before your face. Gibelotte, fetch a light. Grantaire was drinking in a melancholy way. Enjolras disdains me, he muttered. Enjolras said, Jolie is ill, Grantaire is drunk. It was to Bossuet that he sent Navid. If he had come for me, I would have followed him. So much the worse for Enjolras. I won't go to his funeral. This resolution once arrived at, Bossuet, Jolie, and Grantaire did not stir from the wine shop. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the table at which they sat was covered with empty bottles. 2 candles were burning on it, one in a flat copper candlestick which was perfectly green, the other in the neck of a cracked carafe. Grantaire had seduced Jolie and Bossuet to wine. Bossuet and Jolie had conducted Grantaire back towards cheerfulness. As for Grantaire, he had got beyond wine, that merely moderate inspirer of dreams, ever since midday. Wine enjoys only a conventional popularity with serious drinkers. There is, in fact, in the matter of inebriety, white magic and black magic. Wine is only white magic. Grantaire was a daring drinker of dreams. The blackness of a terrible fit of drunkenness yawning before him, far from arresting him, attracted him. He had abandoned the bottle and taken to the beer glass. The beer glass is the abyss. Having neither opium nor hashish on hand, and being desirous of filling his brain with twilight, he had recourse to that fearful mixture of brandy, stout, absinthe, which produces the most terrible of lethargies. It is of these three vapors, beer, brandy, and absinthe, that the lead of the soul is composed. They are three grooms, the celestial butterfly is drowned in them, and there are formed therein a membranous smoke, vaguely condensed into the wing of the bat, three mute furies, nightmare, night, and death, which hover about the slumbering psyche. Grantaire had not yet reached that lamentable phase, far from it. He was tremendously gay, and Bossuet and Joly retorted. They clinked glasses. Grantaire added to the eccentric accentuation of words and ideas, a peculiarity of gesture. He rested his left fist on his knee with dignity, his arm forming a right angle, and, with cravat untied, seated astride a stool, his full glass in his right hand. He hurled solemn words at the big maidservant Matelote: "Let the doors of the palace be thrown open. Let everyone be a member of the French Academy and have the right to embrace Madame Hucheloup. Let us drink." And turning to Madame Hucheloup, he added: "Woman ancient and consecrated by use, draw near that I may contemplate thee." And Joly exclaimed: "Matelote and Gibelotte. Dot Jib Grantaire anything more to drink? He has already devoured, since this boarding, in wild prodigality, 2 francs and 95 centibes. And Grantaire began again: "Who has been unhooking the stars without my permission, and putting them on the table in the guise of candles?" Bossuet, though very drunk, preserved his equanimity. He was seated on the sill of the open window, wetting his back in the falling rain, and gazing at his two friends. All at once, he heard a tumult behind him, hurried footsteps, cries of "to arms." He turned round and saw in the Rue Saint-Denis, at the end of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, Enjolras passing, gun in hand, and Gavroche with his pistol, Philly with his sword, Courfeyrac with his sword, and Jean Prouvaire with his blunderbuss, Comeff with his gun, Bahorel with his gun, and the whole armed and stormy rabble which was following them. The Rue de la Chanvrerie was not more than a gunshot long. Bossuet improvised a speaking trumpet from his 2 hands placed around his mouth, and shouted: "Courfeyrac! Courfeyrac!" He, Courfeyrac, heard the shout, caught sight of Bossuet, and advanced a few paces into the Rue de la Chanvrerie, shouting: "What do you want?" "Which cross to where are you going?" "To make a barricade," replied Courfeyrac. "Well, here. This is a good place." "Make it here." "That's true, Aigle," said Courfeyrac, and at a signal from Courfeyrac, the mob flung themselves into the Rue de la Chanvrerie. Chapter 3. Night begins to descend upon Grantaire. The spot was, in fact, admirably adapted. The entrance to the street widened out, the other extremity narrowed together into a pocket without exit. Corinth created an obstacle. The Rue Mondétour was easily barricaded on the right and the left. No attack was possible except from the Rue Saint-Denis, that is to say, in front, and in full sight. Bossuet had the comprehensive glance of a fasting Hannibal. Terror had seized on the whole street at the eruption of the mob. There was not a passer-by who did not get out of sight. In the space of a flash of lightning, in the rear, to right and left, shops, stables, area doors, windows, blinds, attic skylights, shutters of every description were closed, from the ground floor to the roof. A terrified old woman fixed a mattress in front of her window on 2 clothes poles for drying linen, in order to deaden the effect of musketry. The wine shop alone remained open, and that for a very good reason, that the mob had rushed into it. "Ah, my God! Ah, my God!" sighed Mame Hucheloup. Bossuet had gone down to meet Courfeyrac. Joly, who had placed himself at the window, exclaimed: "Courfeyrac, you ought to have brought an umbrella. You will catch cold." In the meantime, in the space of a few minutes, 20 iron bars had been wrenched from the grated front of the wine shop, 10 fathoms of street had been unpaved, Gavroche and Bahorel had seized in its passage, and overturned the dray of a lime dealer named Dance. This dray contained 3 barrels of lime, which they placed beneath the piles of paving stones. Enjolras raised the cellar trap, and all the widow Hucheloup's empty casks were used to flank the barrels of lime. Philly, with his fingers skilled in painting the delicate sticks of fans, had backed up the barrels and the dray with 2 massive heaps of blocks of rough stone. Blocks which were improvised like the rest and procured no one knows where. The beams which served as props were torn from the neighboring house fronts and laid on the casks. When Bossuet and Courfeyrac turned round, half the street was already barred with a rampart higher than a man. There is nothing like the hand of the populace for building everything that is built by demolishing. Matelote and Gibelotte had mingled with the workers. Gibelotte went and came loaded with rubbish. Her lassitude helped on the barricade. She served the barricade as she would have served wine, with a sleepy air. An omnibus with 2 white horses passed the end of the street. Bossuet strode over the paving stones, ran to it, stopped the driver, made the passengers alight, offered his hand to the ladies, dismissed the conductor, and returned, leading the vehicle and the horses by the bridle. "Omnibuses," said he, "do not pass the Corinth. Non-licet omnibus ad Corinthum." An instant later, the horses were unharnessed and went off at their will, through the Rue Mondétour, and the omnibus lying on its side completed the bar across the street. Mame Hucheloup, quite upset, had taken refuge in the first story. Her eyes were vague, and stared without seeing anything, and she cried in a low tone. Her terrified shrieks did not dare to emerge from her throat. "The end of the world has come," she muttered. Jolie deposited a kiss on Mame Hucheloup's fat, red, wrinkled neck, and said to Grantaire, "My dear fellow, I have always regarded a woman's neck as an infinitely delicate thing." But Grantaire attained to the highest regions of dithyrambe. Matelote had mounted to the first floor once more. Grantaire seized her round her waist, and gave vent to long bursts of laughter at the window. "Matelote is homely," he cried. "Matelote is of a dream of ugliness. Matelote is a chimera. This is the secret of her birth." A Gothic Pygmalion, who was making gargoyles for cathedrals, fell in love with one of them. The most horrible, one fine morning. He besought love to give it life, and this produced Matelote. Look at her, citizens. She has chromate of lead-colored hair, like Titian's mistress, and she is a good girl. I guarantee that she will fight well. Every good girl contains a hero. As for Mother Hucheloup, she's an old warrior. Look at her moustaches. She inherited them from her husband. A hussar indeed. She will fight too. These two alone will strike terror to the heart of the banlieue. Comrades, we shall overthrow the government as true as there are 15 intermediary acids between margaric acid and formic acid. However, that is a matter of perfect indifference to me. Gentlemen, my father always detested me because I could not understand mathematics. I understand only love and liberty. I am Grantaire, the good fellow. Having never had any money, I never acquired the habit of it, and the result is that I have never lacked it. But, if I had been rich, there would have been no more poor people. You would have seen. Oh, if the kind hearts only had fat purses, how much better things would go. I picture myself Jesus Christ with Rothschild's fortune. How much good he would do. Matelote, embrace me. You are voluptuous and timid. You have cheeks which invite the kiss of a sister, and lips which claim the kiss of a lover. Hold your tongue, you cask," said Courfeyrac. Grantaire retorted: "I am the Capitoul 52, and the master of the floral games." Enjolras, who was standing on the crest of the barricade, gun in hand, raised his beautiful, austere face. Enjolras, as the reader knows, had something of the Spartan and of the Puritan in his composition. He would have perished at Thermopylae with Leonidas, and burned at Drogheda with Cromwell. "Grantaire," he shouted, "go get rid of the fumes of your wine somewhere else than here. This is the place for enthusiasm, not for drunkenness. Don't disgrace the barricade." This angry speech produced a singular effect on Grantaire. One would have said that he had had a glass of cold water flung in his face. He seemed to be rendered suddenly sober. He sat down, put his elbows on a table near the window, looked at Enjolras with indescribable gentleness, and said to him: "Let me sleep here." "Go and sleep somewhere else," cried Enjolras, but Grantaire, still keeping his tender and troubled eyes fixed on him, replied: "Let me sleep here, until I die." Enjolras regarded him with disdainful eyes. "Grantaire, you are incapable of believing, of thinking, of willing, of living, and of dying." Grantaire replied in a grave tone: "You will see." He stammered a few more unintelligible words, then his head fell heavily on the table, and, as is the usual effect of the second period of inebriety, into which Enjolras had roughly and abruptly thrust him, an instant later he had fallen asleep. Chapter 4: An attempt to console the widow Hucheloup. Bahorel, in ecstasies over the barricade, shouted: "Here's the street in its low-necked dress. How well it looks!" Courfeyrac, as he demolished the wine shop to some extent, sought to console the widowed proprietress. "Mother Hucheloup, weren't you complaining the other day because you had had a notice served on you for infringing the law, because Gibelotte shook a counterpane out of your window?" "Yes, my good Monsieur Courfeyrac." "Ah! Good heavens, are you going to put that table of mine in your horror, too?" and it was for the counterpane, and also for a pot of flowers which fell from the attic window into the street, that the government collected a fine of 100 francs. If that isn't an abomination, what is? Well, Mother Hucheloup, we are avenging you. Mother Hucheloup did not appear to understand very clearly the benefit which she was to derive from these reprisals made on her account. She was satisfied after the manner of that Arab woman, who, having received a box on the ear from her husband, went to complain to her father, and cried for vengeance, saying, "Father, you owe my husband affront for affront." The father asked, "On which cheek did you receive the blow?" "On the left cheek." The father slapped her right cheek and said, "Now you are satisfied. Go tell your husband that he boxed my daughter's ears, and that I have accordingly boxed his wife's." The rain had ceased. Recruits had arrived. Workmen had brought under their blouses a barrel of powder, a basket containing bottles of vitriol, 2 or 3 carnival torches, and a basket filled with firepots, left over from the king's festival. This festival was very recent, having taken place on the 1st of May. It was said that these munitions came from a grocer in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine named Pepin. They smashed the only street lantern in the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the lantern corresponding to one in the Rue Saint-Denis, and all the lanterns in the surrounding streets, de Mondétour, du Cygne, des Prêches, and de la Grande and de la Petite Truanderie, Enjolras, Comefre, and Courfeyrac directed everything. 2 barricades were now in process of construction at once, both of them resting on the Corinth house and forming a right angle. The larger shut off the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the other closed the Rue Mondétour, on the side of the Rue de Cygne. This last barricade, which was very narrow, was constructed only of casks and paving stones. There were about 50 workers on it, 30 were armed with guns, for, on their way, they had effected a wholesale loan from an armourer's shop. Nothing could be more bizarre and at the same time more motley than this troop. One had a round jacket, a cavalry sabre, and 2 holster pistols, another was in his shirt sleeves, with a round hat, and a powder horn slung at his side, a third wore a plastron of 9 sheets of grey paper and was armed with a saddler's awl. There was one who was shouting, "Let us exterminate them to the last man and die at the point of our bayonet." This man had no bayonet. Another spread out over his coat the crossbelt and cartridge box of a National Guardsman, the cover of the cartridge box being ornamented with this inscription in red worsted, "Public Order." There were a great many guns bearing the numbers of the legions, few hats, no cravats, many bare arms, some pikes. Add to this, all ages, all sorts of faces, small, pale young men, and bronzed longshoremen. All were in haste, and as they helped each other, they discussed the possible chances. That they would receive succor about 3 o'clock in the morning, that they were sure of one regiment, that Paris would rise. Terrible sayings with which was mingled a sort of cordial joviality. One would have pronounced them brothers, but they did not know each other's names. Great perils have this fine characteristic, that they bring to light the fraternity of strangers. A fire had been lighted in the kitchen, and there they were engaged in moulding into bullets, pewter mugs, spoons, forks, and all the brass tableware of the establishment. In the midst of it all, they drank. Caps and buckshot were mixed pell-mell on the tables with glasses of wine. In the billiard hall, Mame Hucheloup, Matelote, and Gibelotte, variously modified by terror, which had stupefied one, rendered another breathless, and roused the third, were tearing up old dishcloths and making lint. 3 insurgents were assisting them, 3 bushy-haired, jolly blades with beards and moustaches, who plucked away at the linen with the fingers of seamstresses and who made them tremble. The man of lofty stature whom Courfeyrac, Comefre, and Enjolras had observed at the moment when he joined the mob at the corner of the Rue des Billettes, was at work on the smaller barricade and was making himself useful there. Gavroche was working on the larger one. As for the young man who had been waiting for Courfeyrac at his lodgings, and who had inquired for M. Marius, he had disappeared at about the time when the omnibus had been overturned. Gavroche, completely carried away and radiant, had undertaken to get everything in readiness. He went, came, mounted, descended, remounted, whistled, and sparkled. He seemed to be there for the encouragement of all. Had he any incentive? Yes, certainly. His poverty, had he wings? Yes, certainly. His joy. Gavroche was a whirlwind. He was constantly visible, he was incessantly audible. He filled the air, as he was everywhere at once. He was a sort of almost irritating ubiquity, no halt was possible with him. The enormous barricade felt him on its haunches. He troubled the loungers, he excited the idle, he reanimated the weary, he grew impatient over the thoughtful, he inspired gaiety in some, and breath in others, wrath in others, movement in all, now pricking a student, now biting an artisan. He alighted, paused, flew off again, hovered over the tumult, and the effort, sprang from one party to another, murmuring and humming, and harassed the whole company, a fly on the immense revolutionary coach. Perpetual motion was in his little arms and perpetual clamour in his little lungs. Courage. More paving stones. More casks. More machines. Where are you now? A hod of plaster for me to stop this hole with. Your barricade is very small. It must be carried up. Put everything on it, fling everything there, stick it all in. Break down the house. A barricade is Mother Jabu's tea. Hello, here's a glass door. This elicited an exclamation from the workers. A glass door? What do you expect us to do with a glass door, Tubercle? Hercules yourselves, retorted Gavroche. A glass door is an excellent thing in a barricade. It does not prevent an attack, but it prevents the enemy taking it. So you've never prigged apples over a wall where there were broken bottles? A glass door cuts the corns of the National Guard when they try to mount on the barricade. Pardy. Glass is a treacherous thing. Well, you haven't a very wildly lively imagination, comrades. However, he was furious over his triggerless pistol. He went from one to another, demanding, a gun, I want a gun. Why don't you give me a gun? Give you a gun, said Comefort. Come now, said Gavroche, why not? I had one in 1830 when we had a dispute with Charles X. Enjolras shrugged his shoulders. When there are enough for the men, we will give some to the children. Gavroche wheeled round haughtily, and answered: If you are killed before me, I shall take yours, gamin, said Enjolras. Greenhorn, said Gavroche, a dandy who had lost his way and who lounged past the end of the street created a diversion. Gavroche shouted to him: Come with us, young fellow. Well now, don't we do anything for this old country of ours? The dandy fled. Chapter 5 Preparations. The journals of the day which said that nearly impregnable structure, of the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, as they call it, reached to the level of the first floor, were mistaken. The fact is, that it did not exceed an average height of 6 or 7 feet. It was built in such a manner that the combatants could, at their will, either disappear behind it or dominate the barrier and even scale its crest by means of a quadruple row of paving stones placed on top of each other and arranged as steps in the interior. On the outside, the front of the barricade, composed of piles of paving stones and casks bound together by beams and planks, which were entangled in the wheels of Vance's dray and of the overturned omnibus, had a bristling and inextricable aspect. An aperture large enough to allow a man to pass through had been made between the wall of the houses and the extremity of the barricade which was furthest from the wine shop, so that an exit was possible at this point. The pole of the omnibus was placed upright and held up with ropes, and a red flag, fastened to this pole, floated over the barricade. The little Mundita barricade, hidden behind the wine shop building, was not visible. The two barricades united formed a veritable redoubt. Enjolras and Courfeyrac had not thought fit to barricade the other fragment of the Rue Mundita which opens through the Rue des Prêches and issue into the Halles, wishing, no doubt, to preserve a possible communication with the outside, and not entertaining much fear of an attack through the dangerous and difficult street of the Rue des Prêches, with the exception of this issue which was left free, and which constituted what Follard in his strategical style would have termed a branch, and taking into account, also, the narrow cutting arranged on the Rue de la Chanvrerie. The interior of the barricade, where the wine shop formed a salient angle, presented an irregular square, closed on all sides. There existed an interval of 20 paces between the Grand Barrier and the lofty houses which formed the background of the street, so that one might say that the barricade rested on these houses, all inhabited, but closed from top to bottom. All this work was performed without any hindrance, in less than an hour, and without this handful of bold men seeing a single bearskin cap or a single bayonet made their appearance. The very bourgeois who still ventured at this hour of riot to enter the Rue Saint-Denis cast a glance at the Rue de la Chanvrerie, caught sight of the barricade, and redoubled their pace. The two barricades being finished, and the flag run up, a table was dragged out of the wine shop, and Courfeyrac mounted on the table. Enjolras brought the square coffer, and Courfeyrac opened it. This coffer was filled with cartridges. When the mob saw the cartridges, a tremor ran through the bravest, and a momentary silence ensued. Courfeyrac distributed them with a smile. Each one received 30 cartridges. Many had powder, and set about making others with the bullets which they had run. As for the barrel of powder, it stood on a table on one side, near the door, and was held in reserve. The alarm beat which ran through all Paris, did not cease, but it had finally come to be nothing more than a monotonous noise to which they no longer paid any attention. This noise retreated at times, and again drew near, with melancholy undulations. They loaded the guns and carbines, all together, without haste, with solemn gravity. Enjolras went and stationed 3 sentinels outside the barricades, one in the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the second in the Rue des Prêtres, the third at the corner of the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. Then, the barricades having been built, the posts assigned, the guns loaded, the sentinels stationed, they waited, alone in those redoubtable streets through which no one passed any longer, surrounded by those dumb houses which seemed dead and in which no human movement palpitated, enveloped in the deepening shades of twilight which was drawing on, in the midst of that silence through which something could be felt advancing, and which had about it something tragic and terrifying, isolated, armed, determined, and tranquil. Chapter 6. Waiting. During those hours of waiting, what did they do? We must needs tell, since this is a matter of history. While the men made bullets and the women lint, while a large saucepan of melted brass and lead, destined to the bullet mold, smoked over a glowing brazier, while the sentinels watched, weapon in hand, on the barricade, while Enjolras, whom it was impossible to divert, kept an eye on the sentinels, Comafre, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire, Philly, Bossuet, Joly, Behorel, and some others, sought each other out and united as in the most peaceful days of their conversations in their student life, and, in one corner of this wine shop which had been converted into a casement, a couple of paces distant from the redoubt which they had built, with their carbines loaded and primed resting against the backs of their chairs, these fine young fellows, so close to a supreme hour, began to recite love verses. What verses? These: Vous rappelez vous not douce voix, lorsque nous étions si jeunes toaster, et que nous n'avions au cœur d'autre envie que d'être bien mis et d'être amoureux. Lorsque nous joutons votre régiment age, que nous n'y comptions pas de quarantaines, et que, dans notre humble et petit ménage, tout, même liver, que nous étions printemps, beaux jours. Manuel et fire et sage, Paris satiated de saints banquets, foil and Kate la foudre, et votre corsage of fate unipingaluge ermi piquoise, tout vous contemplat. Avocat sans causes, quinge vos menis au prado dina, vos citas jelly au point que les roses me failli and leffit de se retourner, je les entendis stire, pastel belle. Comme elle sent bon. Quils schvucks flots. Sous son maglet el cachan ale, son bonnet charmantest a pay ineclos, juries avec toi, present un bras supple. Les passants crevaient que l'âme charme of 8 Marie, dans notre heroix couple, la demoiselle d'avril beau mois de mai, nous viviens caches, contents, porty close, different l'âme, bon fruit defendu, marbout n'avait pas de chose que déjà ton cœur avait répandu, la sorbonnette et l'endroit bucalicuge et odoré du soy aromatine. Que est ainsi quunamum reus appliquer la carte du tendere au pays latin, au place morbid, au place dauphine. Quained, dans les tordis fraises et printania, titireis ton buzz d'un jambe fine, je voyais un astero fond du grenier, j'y fort le platon, mais renim rest, my ux came al branchet que la menis, to me demontrois la bonté céleste avec un fleur que to me donis, je te bisais, to emetais sumis, au grenier d'or. Tlassa. Te voir à l'arrêt vena des lourds benchamis, mrent un june front ton vieux miroir, et qui d'un pour per la memo idices temps aurore de firmament, de rubans, de fils, de gaze et de moi, ulama begay un argot charmant, nos jardins et ient un pot de tulipe, te masquois la vita avec un jupon, je prenais le bol de terre de pipe, et je donnais le tas en jupon, et ces grands malks qui nous fait rire. Ton mansion brûle, ton boa bedu. Et cher portrait du divin Shakespeare quan soit pour supernons avens vendu, jitais mendiant et toi charitable. Je obéis au volume spras fraises et rons. Dante in folio nous servait de table pour mangegament and cent de marrons, la première fois qu'on mangeoix bauge a priembais un lèvre en fait, quintet nelis de coiffe et rouge, je restai tout pale je crus en dieu. Trapels to nose bonhus sans number, et tauses ficus changes en chiffons? Ok de supers, de nos cos plumsdumber, se sunt en vols dans les cailloux profonds. 53. The hour. The spot. These souvenirs of youth recalled, a few stars which began to twinkle in the sky, the funeral repose of those deserted streets, the imminence of the inexorable adventure, which was in preparation, gave a pathetic charm to these verses murmured in a low tone in the dusk by Jean Prouvaire, who, as we have said, was a gentle poet. In the meantime, A lamp had been lighted in the small barricade, and in the large one of those wax torches such as are to be met with on Shrove Tuesday in front of vehicles loaded with masks, on their way to La Courte. These torches, as the reader has seen, came from the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The torch had been placed in a sort of cage of paving stones closed on three sides to shelter it from the wind, and disposed in such a fashion that all the light fell on the flag. The street and the barricade remained sunk in gloom, and nothing was to be seen except the red flag formidably illuminated as by an enormous dark lantern. This light enhanced the scarlet of the flag, with an indescribable and terrible purple. Chapter 7. The man recruited in the Rue des Billettes. Night was fully come, nothing made its appearance. All that they heard was confused noises, and at intervals, fusillades, but these were rare, badly sustained and distant. This respite, which was thus prolonged, was a sign that the government was taking its time, and collecting its forces. These 50 men were waiting for 60,000. Enjolras felt attacked by that impatience which seizes on strong souls on the threshold of redoubtable events. He went in search of Gavroche, who had set to making cartridges in the tap room, by the dubious light of 2 candles placed on the counter by way of precaution, on account of the powder which was scattered on the tables. These 2 candles cast no gleam outside. The insurgents had, moreover, taken pains not to have any light in the upper stories. Gavroche was deeply preoccupied at that moment, but not precisely with his cartridges. The man of the Rue des Billettes had just entered the tap room and had seated himself at the table which was the least lighted. A musket of large model had fallen to his share, and he held it between his legs. Gavroche, who had been, up to that moment, distracted by 100 amusing things, had not even seen this man. When he entered, Gavroche followed him mechanically with his eyes, admiring his gun. Then, all at once, when the man was seated, the street urchin sprang to his feet. Anyone who had spied upon that man up to that moment, would have seen that he was observing everything in the barricade and in the band of insurgents, with singular attention. But, from the moment when he had entered this room, he had fallen into a sort of brown study, and no longer seemed to see anything that was going on. The gamin approached this pensive personage, and began to step around him on tiptoe, as one walks in the vicinity of a person whom one is afraid of waking. At the same time, over his childish countenance, which was, at once so impudent and so serious, so giddy and so profound, so gay and so heartbreaking, passed all those grimaces of an old man which signify, ah bah! Impossible. My sight is bad. I am dreaming. Can this be? No, it is not. But yes. Why, no. Etc. Gavroche balanced on his heels, clenched both fists in his pockets, moved his neck around like a bird, expended in a gigantic pout all the sagacity of his lower lip. He was astounded, uncertain, incredulous, convinced, dazzled. He had the mien of the chief of the eunuchs in the slave mart, discovering a Venus among the blousy females, and the air of an amateur recognizing a Raphael in a heap of daubs. His whole being was at work, the instinct which scents out, and the intelligence which combines. It was evident that a great event had happened in Gavroche's life. It was at the most intense point of this preoccupation that Enjolras accosted him. "You are small," said Enjolras, "you will not be seen. Go out of the barricade, slip along close to the houses, skirmish about a bit in the streets, and come back and tell me what is going on." Gavroche raised himself on his haunches, so the little chap argued for something. "That's very lucky. I'll go. In the meanwhile, trust to the little fellows, and distrust the big ones." And Gavroche, raising his head and lowering his voice, added, as he indicated the man of the Rue des Billettes, "Do you see that big fellow there? Well, he's a police spy. Are you sure of it? It isn't 2 weeks since he pulled me off the cornice of the Port Royal, where I was taking the air, by my ear." Enjolras hastily quitted the urchin and murmured a few words in a very low tone to a longshoreman from the Wyandottes who chanced to be at hand. The man left the room, and returned almost immediately, accompanied by 3 others. The 4 men, 4 porters with broad shoulders, went and placed themselves without doing anything to attract his attention, behind the table on which the man of the Rue des Billettes was leaning with his elbows. They were evidently ready to hurl themselves upon him. Then Enjolras approached the man and demanded of him, "Who are you?" At this abrupt query, the man started. He plunged his gaze deep into Enjolras' clear eyes and appeared to grasp the latter's meaning. He smiled with a smile than which nothing more disdainful, more energetic, and more resolute could be seen in the world, and replied with haughty gravity: "I see what it is. Well, yes, you are a police spy. I am an agent of the authorities. And your name?" "Javert." Enjolras made a sign to the 4 men. In the twinkling of an eye, before Javert had time to turn round, he was collared, thrown down, pinioned and searched. They found on him a little round card pasted between two pieces of glass, and bearing on one side the arms of France, engraved, and with this motto, Supervision and Vigilance, and on the other this note, Javert, Inspector of Police, aged 52, and the signature of the Prefect of Police of that day, M. Gisco. Besides this, he had his watch and his purse, which contained several gold pieces. They left him his purse and his watch. Under the watch, at the bottom of his fob, they felt and seized a paper in an envelope, which Enjolras unfolded, and on which he read these 5 lines, written in the very hand of the Prefect of Police: As soon as his political mission is accomplished, Inspector Javert will make sure, by special supervision, whether it is true that the malefactors have instituted intrigues on the right bank of the Seine, near the Jena Bridge. The search ended, they lifted Javert to his feet, bound his arms behind his back, and fastened him to that celebrated post in the middle of the room which had formerly given the wine shop its name. Gavroche, who had looked on at the whole of this scene and had approved of everything with a silent toss of his head, stepped up to Javert and said to him: It's the mouse who has caught the cat. All this was so rapidly executed, that it was all over when those about the wine shop noticed it. Javert had not uttered a single cry. At the sight of Javert bound to the post, Courfeyrac, Bossuet, Joly, Combeferre, and the men scattered over the 2 barricades came running up. Javert, with his back to the post, and so surrounded with ropes that he could not make a movement, raised his head with the intrepid serenity of the man who has never lied. "He is a police spy," said Enjolras, and turning to Javert, "You will be shot 10 minutes before the barricade is taken." Javert replied in his most imperious tone: "Why not at once? We are saving our powder, then finish the business with a blow from a knife." "Spy," said the handsome Enjolras, "we are judges and not assassins." Then he called Gavroche: "Here you. Go about your business." "Do what I told you." "I'm going," cried Gavroche, and halting as he was on the point of setting out: "By the way, you will give me his gun." And he added, "I leave you the musician. But I want the clarinet." The gamin made the military salute and passed gaily through the opening in the large barricade. Chapter 8. Many interrogation points with regard to a certain Le Cabuc, whose name may not have been Le Cabuc. The tragic picture which we have undertaken would not be complete. The reader would not see those grand moments of social birth pangs in a revolutionary birth, which contain convulsion mingled with effort, in their exact and real relief, were we to omit, in the sketch here outlined, an incident full of epic and savage horror which occurred almost immediately after Gavroche's departure. Mobs, as the reader knows, are like a snowball, and collect as they roll along, a throng of tumultuous men. These men do not ask each other whence they come. Among the passers-by who had joined the rabble led by Enjolras, Combeferre, and Courfeyrac, there had been a person wearing the jacket of a street porter, which was very threadbare on the shoulders, who gesticulated and vociferated, and who had the look of a drunken savage. This man, whose name or nickname was Le Cabuc, and who was, moreover, an utter stranger to those who pretended to know him, was very drunk, or assumed the appearance of being so, and had seated himself with several others at a table which they had dragged outside of the wine shop. This Cabuc, while making those who vied with them drunk seem to be examining with a thoughtful air the large house at the extremity of the barricade, whose 5 stories commanded the whole street and faced the Rue Saint-Denis. All at once he exclaimed: "Do you know, comrades, it is from that house yonder that we must fire. When we are at the windows, the deuce is in it if anyone can advance into the street." "Yes, but the house is closed," said one of the drinkers. "Let us knock." "They will not open." "Let us break in the door." Le Cabuc runs to the door, which had a very massive knocker, and knocks. The door opens not. He strikes a second blow. No one answers. A third stroke. The same silence. "Is there anyone here?" shouts Cabuc. Nothing stirs. Then he seizes a gun and begins to batter the door with the butt end. It was an ancient alley door, low, vaulted, narrow, solid, entirely of oak, lined on the inside with a sheet of iron and iron stays, a genuine prison postern. The blows from the butt end of the gun made the house tremble, but did not shake the door. Nevertheless, it is probable that the inhabitants were disturbed, for a tiny, square window was finally seen to open on the 3rd story, and at this aperture appeared the reverend and terrified face of a grey-haired old man, who was the porter, and who held a candle. The man who was knocking paused. "Gentlemen," said the porter, "what do you want?" "Open," said Cabuc. "That cannot be, gentlemen." "Open, nevertheless." "Impossible, gentlemen." Le Cabuc took his gun and aimed at the porter, but as he was below, and as it was very dark, the porter did not see him. "Will you open?" Yes or no? No, gentlemen. Do you say no? I say no, my coup. The porter did not finish. The shot was fired. The ball entered under his chin and came out at the nape of his neck. After traversing the jugular vein, the old man fell back without a sigh. The candle fell and was extinguished, and nothing more was to be seen except a motionless head lying on the sill of a small window, and a little whitish smoke which floated off towards the roof. There, said Le Cabuc, dropping the butt end of his gun to the pavement. He had hardly uttered this word, when he felt a hand laid on his shoulder with the weight of an eagle's talon, and he heard a voice saying to him: "On your knees." The murderer turned round and saw before him Enjolras' cold, white face. Enjolras held a pistol in his hand. He had hastened up at the sound of the discharge. He had seized Cabuc's collar, blouse, shirt, and suspender with his left hand. "On your knees," he repeated, and, with an imperious motion, the frail young man of 20 years bent the thick-set and sturdy porter like a reed, and brought him to his knees in the mire. Le Cabuc attempted to resist, but he seemed to have been seized by a superhuman hand. Enjolras, pale, with bare neck and dishevelled hair, and his woman's face, had about him at that moment something of the antique Themis. His dilated nostrils, his downcast eyes, gave to his implacable Greek profile that expression of wrath and that expression of chastity which, as the ancient world viewed the matter, befit justice. The whole barricade hastened up, then all ranged themselves in a circle at a distance, feeling that it was impossible to utter a word in the presence of the thing which they were about to behold. Le Cabuc, vanquished, no longer tried to struggle, and trembled in every limb. Enjolras released him and drew out his watch. "Collect yourself," said he. "Think or pray. You have 1 minute, mercy," murmured the murderer. Then he dropped his head and stammered a few inarticulate oaths. Enjolras never took his eyes off of him. He allowed a minute to pass, then he replaced his watch in his fob. That done, he grasped Le Cabuc by the hair, as the latter coiled himself into a ball at his knees and shrieked, and placed the muzzle of the pistol to his ear. Many of those intrepid men, who had so tranquilly entered upon the most terrible of adventures, turned aside their heads. An explosion was heard. The assassin fell to the pavement face downwards. Enjolras straightened himself up, and cast a convinced and severe glance around him. Then he spurned the corpse with his foot and said: "Throw that outside." 3 men raised the body of the unhappy wretch, which was still agitated by the last mechanical convulsions of the life that had fled, and flung it over the little barricade into the Rue Mondétour. Enjolras was thoughtful. It is impossible to say what grandiose shadows slowly spread over his redoubtable serenity. All at once he raised his voice. A silence fell upon them. "Citizens," said Enjolras, "what that man did is frightful. What I have done is horrible. He killed, therefore I killed him. I had to do it, because insurrection must have its discipline. Assassination is even more of a crime here than elsewhere. We are under the eyes of the revolution, we are the priests of the republic, we are the victims of duty, and must not be possible to slander our combat. I have, therefore, tried that man, and condemned him to death. As for myself, constrained as I am to do what I have done, and yet abhorring it, I have judged myself also, and you shall soon see to what I have condemned myself." Those who listened to him shuddered. "We will share thy fate," cried Combeferre. "So be it," replied Enjolras. "One word more. In executing this man, I have obeyed necessity, but necessity is a monster of the old world. Necessity's name is fatality. Now, the law of progress is, that monsters shall disappear before the angels, and that fatality shall vanish before fraternity. It is a bad moment to pronounce the word love. No matter, I do pronounce it. And I glorify it. Love, the future is thine. Death, I make use of thee, but I hate thee. Citizens, in the future there will be neither darkness nor thunderbolts, neither ferocious ignorance, nor bloody retaliation. As there will be no more Satan, there will be no more Michael. In the future no one will kill anyone else, the earth will beam with radiance, the human race will love. The day will come, citizens, when all will be concord, harmony, light, joy and life. It will come, and it is in order that it may come that we are about to die." Enjolras ceased. His virgin lips closed, and he remained for some time standing on the spot where he had shed blood, in marble immobility. His staring eye caused those about him to speak in low tones. Jean Prouvaire and Combeferre pressed each other's hands silently, and, leaning against each other in an angle of the barricade, they watched with an admiration in which there was some compassion. That grave young man, executioner and priest, composed of light, like crystal, and also of rock. Let us say at once that later on, after the action, when the bodies were taken to the morgue and searched, a police agent's card was found on Le Cabuc. The author of this book had in his hands, in 1848, The special report on this subject made to the prefect of police in 1832, we will add, that if we are to believe a tradition of the police, which is strange but probably well-founded, Le Cabuc was Claxus. The fact is, that dating from the death of Le Cabuc, there was no longer any question of Claxus. Claxus had nowhere left any trace of his disappearance. He would seem to have amalgamated himself with the invisible. His life had been all shadows, his end was night. The whole insurgent group was still under the influence of the emotion of that tragic case which had been so quickly tried and so quickly terminated, when Courfeyrac again beheld on the barricade, the small young man who had inquired of him that morning for Marius. This lad, who had a bold and reckless air, had come by night to join the insurgents.